This girl is named Jiang Ying. She just got drunk once and had to marry into some family as a beard. However, this husband of hers is super popular with the ladies. They've been married for less than half a year, and he's already given her dozens of green hats. Jiang Ying seems to be used to it now. In front of a huge hotel, it's noisy and chaotic right now. Reporters from every station are rushing here. The security guards are trying to stop them from breaking in, but it seems like they're about to lose. Is Zhao Shimedia's CEO here? Is it true that CEO Zhao is using unspoken rules on the young actresses under his wing? Is it true that CEO Zhu changes girlfriends every month? If you have nothing to hide, let us in. Jiang Ying saw the reporters swarming around from her car. Then, a breaking news alert popped up on her phone. She immediately sent the PR department to handle CEO Zihu's love scandal. 2 employees from Zhu Shimedia's PR department were chatting. The boss is in trouble again. What do we do? Yeah, it's too hard on us in PR. While they were talking, Jiang Ying walked in, startling them. Jiang Ying looked at the notification on her phone screen, then locked it. All right, I'll handle this. Inside the hotel, CEO Xiao's secretary was extremely worried, constantly looking at her phone. Why hasn't the PR department arrived yet? The security guards at the door can't hold them back anymore. Just as the assistant was panicking, Jiang Ying appeared. Sis Jiang Ying, why did you come here yourself? Jiang Ying's aura was incredibly elegant, indescribable. She was also the director of Zhao Shimedia's PR department. Jiang Ying asked the assistant, "Where's CEO Zihu?" The assistant stammered. In the room, Jiang Ying walked towards CEO Zhao's room and knocked. The one who opened the door was a pretty girl. This girl was Zhao Hua, an artist under Zhao Shimedia. Zhao Hua asked, "Are you from PR here to handle CEO Zhao's crisis?" Jiang Ying nodded and walked in. In front of her was CEO Zihu. He had just finished showering and hadn't put on any clothes, only a towel around his waist. His body was full of muscles. With a clear six-pack, Zhu Yi asked Jiang Ying, "Why are you here?" Jiang Ying replied calmly with a cold face. "This is CEO Xiao's love scandal. No one wants to take on such a difficult task, so it's my turn." The assistant standing outside was trembling. This was such a strange atmosphere, both cold and harmonious. Who knew that these two were newlyweds who had only been married for 3 months, except for assistants like me? CEO Zihao didn't look scared at all. He casually lit a cigarette and sat down on the sofa. He even asked to change people to deal with this matter. Jiang Ying turned to look at Zhao Hua, standing on the other side. This little girl was just called out by the famous director's wife a few days ago, warning her not to be a mistress. It seems she hasn't learned her lesson yet. After not seeing him for a while, Zhou Yi doesn't refuse anyone who comes to him. That Zhao Hua over there is starting to plot something. She's going to cause a scandal with CEO Zihao and use this opportunity to rise to fame. This is a rare opportunity. Either don't do it or go all the way. So Xiao Hua immediately stepped forward and said, "There are so many reporters downstairs, it's really not good. I'll just admit the relationship between CEO Zihao and me. After this storm passes, we'll clarify it later." Before Xiao Hua could finish speaking, Jiang Ying interrupted her. Jiang Ying's aura was unmatched at this moment. "On the way here, I contacted your agent. Judging by the time, they should be here by now. You can go downstairs now." Hearing that she had to go downstairs, Xiao Hua trembled. "But there are so many reporters downstairs right now." Jiang Ying cut Xiao Hua off again. The company had gotten her a lipstick commercial. "The filming location is nearby, and your agent will pick you up. Anything else you want to ask?" Xiao Hua glanced at President Zhao. Noticing that Zhou Yi kept sneaking glances at Jiang Ying, Xiao Hua immediately shook her head and quickly left. Now only President Zhao and Jiang Ying were left in the room. Jiang Ying snatched the cigarette from Zhao Yi's mouth and gently extinguished it. "Please go to the next room, now. President Lai and the others are waiting for you to start the meeting. Everything has been arranged." Jiang Ying didn't forget to remind President Zhao, "You only have a maximum of 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the hotel security will pretend to be negligent and bring that reporter up here." President Zhao pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Okay, see you later." After watching President Zhao leave, Jiang Ying's phone rang. The person calling her at this moment was Zhou Yi's grandpa, Ying Ying. "Bring Zhou Yi back to see me in half an hour." Jiang Ying obeyed. Sitting in the car, Jiang Ying took out her phone and typed, "Judging from Grandpa Zhao's tone, he must already know about Zhao Yi's mess today." She sent Zhao Yi a message. "Grandpa told us to go back to the old house." Jiang Ying sat and read the entertainment news. Luckily, Zhao Yi's news wasn't trending. Scrolling to the end of the page, she still didn't see Zhao Yi's name. It seems this time the president didn't cause a scandal. Suddenly, Zhao Yi opened the car door and casually stepped into the car. "Ying Ying, what are you looking at?" Seeing Zhao Yi. At this moment, the scene of the two of them being intimate that night flashed through Jiang Ying's mind again. Zhou Yi called her name several times, and then she finally came back to her senses. "Next, if you don't have anything else, let's go back to the old house." Zhao Yi also nodded in agreement. On the way home, while she was driving, a message popped up on her phone. The message was from Kui Ji, a close friend of hers. Ying Ying, Zhu Yi is always out drinking and womanizing. Can he even satisfy you at home? No way, let your girl call you a little brother then. At this moment, Zhao Yi looked at her with a puzzled expression. Jiang Ying awkwardly hung up the phone screen immediately. A moment later, Jiang Ying drove Zhao Yi back to the old house. At the Zhao family's residence, on the way inside, Zhao Yi leaned close to Jiang Ying's ear and said, Ying Ying, if you really have needs in that area, you can tell me directly. So he had read that message just now. Jiang Ying lightly replied, No need, I don't have any needs in that area. Then she coldly walked in, with Zhu Yi behind her wearing a mysterious smile. Jiang Ying and Zhu Yi entered the house together. We are newlyweds. Even if we can't show the closeness of glue, we should at least show some respect to each other. Just a few steps inside, a glass of water came flying straight at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi immediately grabbed Jiang Ying's hand and stepped forward to shield her. The one who threw the glass at Zhu Yi was Grandpa. He started scolding. You, good for nothing. Besides stirring up trouble all day, what else can you do? 2 days ago, news broke about you and that young model from Fengshang magazine. And today, you're caught by reporters at a hotel with that up-and-coming star from our own company. Can you give me a break? Zhao Yi calmly unbuttoned his shirt. How can I not give you a break? I just signed that overseas acquisition order for you yesterday. Hearing this news, Grandpa became much more amiable. Come here, let me see if you got burned, Grandpa. Who snitched to you? Zhao Yi walked over and sat down in the chair next to Grandpa. Grandpa began to lecture. You're not a kid anymore. You need to be more careful with your actions. Don't always let others catch you lacking. Then Grandpa turned to praise Jiang Ying. You handled things well today. Quickly now. You and Zhu Yi aren't getting any younger. Don't focus too much on work. Put more energy into the family, and try to let me hold a grandson next year. Hearing Grandpa say that, Jiang Ying had no choice but to obediently agree. Then she put on an apron and went into the kitchen to prepare the food. Grandpa turned to question Zhao Yi. What's your real attitude towards Ying Ying? If you really don't care about her, just give her some money if it doesn't work out, and you can break up peacefully. No matter what, I watched that girl grow up. You can't just treat her like this. Zhao Yi immediately said something that shattered Grandpa's thoughts. Grandpa, do you prefer a son or a daughter? This sentence left him stunned. You've finally gotten the message. You want to have a child with Ying Ying. Zhao Yi ate a longian and confidently replied, Have one. While the two of them were talking, Jiang Ying was in the kitchen helping everyone in the house prepare the meal. When she came out carrying a bowl of soup, she saw that the two of them were chatting happily again. Just now, the atmosphere was tense, and in a blink of an eye, it had calmed down. Zhou Yi just had that kind of skill, pleasing everyone, young and old, male and female. A family dinner, Zhu Yi's mother picked up a lot of good food for him. Truly a mother's beloved son. Zhao Yi's younger sister saw this and spoke up. Mom, you're always favoring second brother. Mom doesn't favor second brother. The palm and the back of the hand are both flesh. Mom loves you all equally. The eldest brother also spoke up. Mom has always been like this, loving Yi the most. It was indeed like this. Old Master Zhu only had one son, who was Zhu Yi's father, Zhou Huaihan. Zhou Huaihan had 3 children, Zhou Yan, Zhou Yi, and the youngest daughter, Zhou Qi. Zhou Yan and Zhou Qi were born to Zhou Huaiyan's current wife, while Zhou Yi was born to Zhou Huaiyan's first love, his childhood sweetheart. On the surface, it was a harmonious family. But in reality, everyone knew that there was only one position for the heir to the Zihao Corporation. During this meal, Zhao Yi also showed concern for Jiang Ying and picked up food for her. You like to eat this? When the meal ended, Jiang Ying went into the kitchen to clean up. While Zhao Yi was standing and listening to someone on the phone, Zhao Qi actually called Jiang Ying by her first name directly and even asked, Please peel an orange for me later. Zhao Yi heard Zhao Qi calling her name like that. Daring to directly call his sister-in-law by her first name, Zhao Yi immediately turned to his sister with a reminder. This action of Zhao Yi stunned Zhao Qi, who immediately gave an apologetic laugh and explained, It's just a slip of the tongue, I've been calling her that for years. Sis Ying, I'll definitely remember from now on. After that, the younger sister ran over and took Jiang Ying's arm, her face showing extreme friendliness and affection. Sis Ying, I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me. You're a grown-up. Jiang Ying also responded awkwardly. It's okay. Zhao Yi, witnessing this scene, felt relieved and turned back to continue his phone call. The person I told you can't do it. Fire them for me. All right, you handle it yourself. After hanging up, Zhu Yi approached Jiang Ying, gently brushing her hair away from her face. Grandpa wants us to stay here tonight. What do you think? Jiang Ying also replied, I'll listen to you. Zhao Yi moved closer and whispered in her ear, Don't worry. I'll sleep on the sofa. Jiang Ying immediately showed a look of avoidance. Zhou Yi, stay away from me a bit. What are you afraid of? Oh, Jiang Ying finished washing the dishes and placed the plates back in their original position. Next month, Choose Media will hold its annual gala. Don't let any scandals break out within a month. Zhou Yi asked her in return, What if I accidentally get exposed? Can't you pay a little attention to the impact? Zhao Yi deliberately teased her. That's a bit difficult. This statement made Jiang Ying angry. She pushed Zhao Yi away, her face irritated, and said, "Then go ahead and do whatever you want." After Jiang Ying went upstairs, Zhao Yi turned to the servants in the house and said, "From now on, let her do less housework," the servant explained. It's that the second young madam wanted to do it herself. Zhou Yi felt extremely sorry for his wife. If you let her do it again, you can pack your bags and get out. Walking through the house, Zhu Yi ran into Zhu Yan. He was the eldest son of the Zhu family and one of the heirs to the Chu group. Zhu Yan was holding 2 glasses of wine and approached Zhu Yi. "What's up, Zhu Yan?" Handed Zhu Yi a glass of wine and said, "Now that you've married Ying Ying, you should take care of her more. She's very vulnerable inside." Zhao Yi took the glass of wine and replied, "Why did I marry her? Others may not know, but don't you?" "An Yi, that was just a misunderstanding. Your mother didn't expect Ying Ying to have such a low alcohol tolerance and accidentally stumbled into my room." Zhao Yi drank the entire glass of wine in one gulp. "Haha. If you don't think too deeply, you two are quite kind. Are you worried that I'll snatch the position of chairman of the Chu group from you?" Then Zhao Yi stepped forward and patted Zhao Yan on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll definitely compete with you, big bro. Please drop the fake act in front of me." That line was hella provocative. Zhu Yan was pissed AF, clenching his wine glass tight. At the same time, his little sis, Zhu Qi, was also heading up the stairs, clueless about what the heck was going on. Zhao Yi walked into his room, ditched his jacket to chill, and plopped down on the sofa. Water was splashing like crazy from inside the bathroom. Jiang Ying was in there, taking a shower, but, she totally forgot to grab her clothes. So Jiang Ying wrapped herself in a towel and was about to head out to grab some threads. She tested the waters, knocking on the door. "Zhou Yi, you out there?" No one answered after calling for a bit, so she kept going. "Zhu Yi, I forgot my clothes. Can you help a girl out?" It was super quiet. Not a peep from Zhao Yi, so Jiang Ying cracked open the door to see what's up and saw Zhao Yi passed out, snoring away. Jiang Ying breathed a sigh of relief and went straight for the closet to snag some clothes. After grabbing her stuff and heading back to the bathroom, she felt like something was off. She turned around and saw Zhao Yi wide awake, staring at her. He had this super sus look on his face. Turns out, Zhu Yi was faking sleep to trick Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying saw her hubby's nonchalant attitude and darted back into the bathroom, slamming the door shut, changed clothes, then suddenly flung the door open and yelled, "You asleep?" Zhao Yi casually replied, "Huh." Jiang Ying rushed out, grilling Zhao Yi. "If you weren't asleep, why didn't you answer when I called you just now?" Zhu Yi was still super chill. "Was I supposed to?" His attitude left Jiang Ying speechless AF. So the young couple hopped into bed together. While Zhao Yi was lying down, his phone suddenly rang. It was Guan Lei calling. Sounded like his side chick or something, all lovey-dovey. Guan Lei called him, "Ah Yi, let's hang out," Zhao Yi replied. "Miss me already, naughty, so you down?" But Zhao Yi glanced at Jiang Ying and turned it down. "Can't. Stuck at the old house tonight with the wife." Right after he said that, the girl on the other end hung up faster than you can say bye. On the other side of the bed, Jiang Ying's phone started ringing too. This time, Guan Lei dared to call Jiang Ying. This Miss Guan Lei was Zhao Yi's actual childhood sweetheart. If that whole incident hadn't happened, she'd be Mrs. Zhao right now. Jiang Ying didn't hesitate to pick up, "Hello, Miss Guan." On the other end, Guan Lei was yelling, "Jiang Ying, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Knowing today's my birthday, you deliberately dragged Ai Yi back to the old house. Now you let Zhao Yi out here. Pronto." Jiang Ying wasn't scared of her at all. "Sorry, can't do that." This made Guan Lei on the other end of the line absolutely furious. "Jiang Ying, don't push it." Before Guan Lei could finish, Zhao Yi snatched the phone from Jiang Ying and answered it for her. Zhao Yi spoke up, defending his wife. "Stop being so unreasonable." Guan Lei reminded Zhao Yi, "It's my birthday today." But Zhao Yi had no intention of going to her, only dropping the line, "Happy birthday." Jiang Ying got out of bed and went to the kitchen, pouring herself a glass of hot water to calm her mind. And just as she was drinking, Zhu Yan walked in, also holding a glass of hot water, handing it to Jiang Ying, and then asking with concern, still not asleep. Zhao Yi, standing on the upper floor, witnessed the whole scene of the two meeting in the kitchen. Jiang Ying replied to Zhao Yan, "I was thirsty, so I came down for a drink. Did you guys fight with A Yi?" Zhao Yan immediately shook his head in response. "Nope." Zhao Yan instructed Jiang Ying, "Ying Ying, if you're ever feeling wronged, you can tell me." Jiang Ying responded to this situation with a cold attitude. "Thanks, older brother. It's late. Get some rest." Then she immediately left and went to her bedroom. She thought to herself that she was straightforward and clear-cut. Even if the relationship between them wasn't bad before, she's now married, she'll clearly draw any lines that need to be drawn. What's more, she wasn't stupid about the scheming that went into that drunken car incident. Turns out Jiang Ying had already figured everything out. Who plotted against her? Who got her drunk that night, leading to everything that happened? She probably knows it all. Jiang Ying lightly entered the couple's bedroom, then laid down on the bed, silently closing her eyes to sleep. Zhao Yi was sitting at his desk, using his phone. Glancing over at the sleeping Jiang Ying, Zhao Yi's face was extremely pensive at this moment. He must have something on his mind. The next morning, Jiang Ying went to work as usual. At the company, everyone was gossiping excitedly. Yesterday, CEO Zhao was ambushed by paparazzi at the hotel again. Lucky for Director Xiang, I wonder who'll be unlucky enough to marry CEO Zhao in the future. Tisk tisk tisk. Didn't someone say before that even just a one-night stand with a man like CEO Zhao would be worth it? These three employees were chatting when Jiang Ying suddenly appeared, making them jump. However, Jiang Ying didn't show any obvious attitude or anger towards these three, only uttering 2 words, "Continue." Then she coldly left. This attitude of hers made the employees' hearts skip a beat. I don't know why, but every time I see Director Xiang, I'm terrified. Another employee also spoke up. Me too, me too. She doesn't say anything, and she's pretty nice, but I still feel intimidated. The Zhao family sponsors so many students, and only Director Xiang stayed? How could she not have some pressure? Jiang Ying sat at her desk as usual, focused on reading the Chu Corporation's annual meeting plan. After a thorough investigation, she picked up the phone and called, "Director Zhao, are you in the office right now? I feel like there's a few problems with this plan, and I need to meet with you to discuss it in detail." Director Zhao then hemmed and hawed, "I'm in the office, but President Zhao is also here, so it's probably not convenient." Hearing President Zhao, Jiang Ying immediately understood the Zhao Corporation's President Zhao could only be Zhao Yi, so Jiang Ying rescheduled with Director Zhao. "Then let's make it this afternoon." However, on the other end of the line, Zhao Yi spoke up, "Come over now, it's a good time for me to listen in too." This Zhao Zong is really too straightforward. Couldn't he pretend he didn't hear? Director Zhao didn't dare disobey Zhao Yi, and he said, "Director Jiang, President Zhao says for you to come over." So Jiang Ying had no choice but to agree. Arriving at the planning department director's office, Zhao Yi was sitting with Director Zhao. Jiang Ying entered, not forgetting to knock on the door. After that, Jiang Ying and Director Zhao greeted each other superficially. Their faces, not very natural. Zhao Yi stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and waved to Jiang Ying. "Talk about your business, don't mind me." So Jiang Ying very naturally began to discuss work with Director Zhao. She slammed the Zhao Corporation's annual meeting plan onto the table. "Director Zhao, what's the meaning of this?" Jiang Ying's attitude made Director Zhao blank out, turning to look at Zhao Yi with pleading eyes. However, Zhao Yi ignored Director Zhao's gaze. "What are you looking at me for? Director Jiang is calling you." Director Zhao's face broke out in sweat, and he had no choice but to force a smile and move towards Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying pointed out all the mistakes in the plan to Director Zhao. Director Zhao sweated and said, "Modifying these places is afraid it'll be a bit difficult. Difficult or not, you still have to fix it. This annual meeting isn't a small matter. Even a small hidden disaster could turn into a big problem." Director Zhao thought to himself, with President Zhao still here, it's not easy to refute, so he had no choice but to agree softly. "We will try our best." Jiang Ying's attitude was very firm. It wasn't try our best, but it absolutely had to be fixed. Director Zhao began to explain, "Director Jiang, some problems aren't as simple as you say. For example, some of the problems you just pointed out are actually Ms. Guan's requests. You know, the main focus of our Zhao Corporation's media this time is Ms. Guan." Hearing Director Zhao's explanation, Jiang Ying's attitude was still extremely firm. "The problematic spots I pointed out just now absolutely have to be modified. Such mistakes will directly affect the filming effect. If Guan Lei isn't good enough, then change people." Guan Lei, that is Zhao Yi's rumored girlfriend, is the woman with the potential to become the female owner of the Su Corporation media. Jiang Ying just opened her mouth and said she wanted to change her out so easily. Thinking of this, Director Zhao immediately shook his head repeatedly. "That's not good." President Zhao heard the conversation and spoke to Jiang Ying. "If we change Guan Lei, who do you plan to have support us?" Director Zhao thought, it seems like Zhao Yi doesn't get along with Jiang Ying. Therefore, he began to refute Jiang Ying's opinion. He boldly spoke up, "Director Jiang, I feel that Miss Guan is quite suitable to be the special guest for this annual meeting, whether it's her image or her temperament." Jiang Ying only replied with one sentence, "Disobedient means unsuitable." Hearing that, Director Zhao immediately zipped his mouth shut, as if he understood he couldn't afford to offend either of these two big Buddhas. Zhao Yi spoke up, "Zhao Cheng, just do as Director Jiang says." Director Zhao had no choice but to agree to President Zhao's words. Everything had been roughly resolved. Jiang Ying said, "President Zhao, if there's nothing else, I'll head out first." After Jiang Ying left, Director Zhao wiped his sweat and asked, "President Zhao, what about the agency's side?" At this time, Zhao Yi wanted to pass the buck. "Isn't that a matter for your planning department? What are you asking me for?" Hearing these words from Zhao Yi, Director Zhao was stunned. He was truly being forced into a corner. At the public relations department, Kwa Ji called Jiang Ying. Yo, hurry up, where are you? At the office, what's up? Your bestie Kwa Ji is asking. Heard your man's cheating again. Girl, the rate your dude cheats is like crops down south, 3 harvests a year, no rest for the wicked. Jiang Ying Googled to see if there was any news from the Xiao Corporation. Thankfully, nothing. This cheating scandal hadn't hit the trending searches. She sighed in relief and immediately changed the subject. Aren't you on a business trip? You're back. So tired, gotta sleep all day, and it's still not enough. You're gonna sleep again. Nah, I'm good, Jiang Ying continued. Even though my company's just a small factory, I still gotta strive, right? If I end up as salted fish, I gotta turn things around for the better, Jiang Ying teased her friend. Don't talk about salted fish turning over. Stop always saying salted fish turning over. Salted fish that turn over are still just salted fish. Kwak Ji got so worked up by Jiang Ying's teasing that she angrily yelled Jiang Ying's name. Jiang Ying stopped teasing her. All right. I know you're a rich second gen who's always trying hard. Kwang Ji invited Jiang Ying to go out tonight, so the two of them made plans to go drinking tonight. We're not going home sober tonight. That evening, Jiang Ying drove herself to the restaurant where she'd arranged to meet Kwang Ji. Before she could even get out of the car, a red car came crashing into her car. Jiang Ying was shocked, not knowing what was happening. Suddenly, there was a knock on her car window. It turned out to be Guan Lei, a rising starlet. Guan Lei started questioning Jiang Ying. What gives you the right to replace me? Jiang Ying had always been straightforward. Hold up, I know you've got a beef with me, but there are some things I need to make clear to you. I never mix business with pleasure. That Guan Lei started yelling at the top of her lungs. So you're saying I'm the one who mixes business with pleasure? This only fueled Jiang Ying's fire. Looks like that's definitely the case now. Guan Lei couldn't win the argument. Her mouth trembled and she gritted her teeth, so angry she couldn't speak. In that situation, suddenly a young man wearing dark sunglasses stepped in front of Jiang Ying, protecting her. This person was Chengbo, a male actor and another one of Jiang Ying's close friends. That Guan Lei started to mock. Oh, who do we have here? Turns out it's Chengbo. After 3 years of struggling in the entertainment industry, you still can't find yourself among the 18th tier actors. If I were you, I would have packed up and gone home already. Chengbo lowered his glasses and retorted. Someone like you, who sucks even better than a first-tier star, comes over here. President Xiao is married, yet you insist on being a mistress. Chengbo's words drove the red-haired woman crazy. And she said, through gritted teeth, what did you say? Chengbo continued to point at Guan Lei. Chengbo's mouth isn't just for show, you know. Haha, he criticized. What's the matter? You dare to do it but don't want others to talk about it. So Jiang Ying and Chengbo were now arguing face to face. Say one more word. Chengbo wasn't to be outdone and responded to that shrewd with sharp reasoning. What's wrong? You want to hit me? Come on, you just touch me and I'll start yelling right away. At that time, it will make everyone look this way. The Jade Maiden, Jiang Ying, in the rumors, is ultimately a Jade Maiden or a vulgar person. Jiang Ying couldn't do anything about these two and had to leave with resentment in her heart. As she left, she didn't forget to point back. You guys wait. This isn't over. All right, I'll keep my eyes open to see what trick she can pull. Haha, Jiang Ying said. Indeed, it's not over. The repair fee for the car is 10,000. Remember to transfer the money to me. I quickly scrammed, running away as fast as my legs could carry me, while cursing Jiang Ying as a psycho. Jiang Ying turned and asked Chengbo, why did you arrive first? And where's Kwang Ji? Chengbo pointed behind him. She'll be here soon. That slowpoke is always the last one to arrive. You son of a gun, you're just too early. It's so fun when close friends call each other names. Chengbo asked again. Does Zhao Yi know about that mouth of yours? Jiang Ying coldly replied. Why would he need to know? Is he even worthy? Zhao Yi happened to be passing by when Chengbo and Jiang Ying were together and overheard this conversation. Zhao Yi's buddies even put their arms around his shoulders and teased him. Zhao Yi, are you worthy? Zhao Yi tossed the cigarette in his hand on the ground, then stomped it out, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Of course I'm worthy, more than worthy. Sitting at the table, beer and wine were already laid out. Jiang Ying and Chengbo were waiting for Kuai Ji. Once she arrived, they'd all raise their glasses and go wild all night long. After waiting for a while, Quan Ji hurriedly ran over, picked up a glass of water and gulped it down. I forgot to check the calendar before I left. The traffic was insane. Chengbo replied. We were the ones who forgot to check the calendar. Just as they met, Quan Lei walked over, and Quan Ji was very surprised. Is that Zhao Yi's childhood sweetheart? Yup, haha, who else would have such a terrible name? Qing Shi turned to ask Jiang Ying. Did she start something again? Jiang Ying coldly picked up a bottle of beer and took a swig. Isn't she always like that? Hearing that, Quan Ji felt indignant for Jiang Ying. She picked up a bottle of beer. Seemingly intending to go somewhere, Chengbo immediately grabbed Quan Shi's hand. Kuei Ji was extremely exasperated. I'm going to beat her to death. I've disliked her for ages, and now she's coming to our doorstep. If we don't smash her, we'll lose all face. Chang Bo tried hard to stop Quan Ji from attacking Quan Lei. Can you stop and sit down for a drink? Can you not act like this? While Chang Bo was vehemently trying to stop Quan Ying, Jiang Ying had the opposite attitude. Chang Bo, let go of her and let her go. Hearing this from Jiang Ying, both Chang Bo and Quan Ji were completely surprised, their mouths agape. Huh? What? Jiang Ying rested her chin on her hand. Let Quan Ji go. I like the way she sticks up for me. Quan Lei only has 4 bodyguards anyway, and Quan Ji has studied Sun Shao before. Even if she can't beat them, a draw is fine by me. Chang Bo looked very worried. Just her alone. You know how useless her martial arts are. Before Chang Bo could finish speaking, Quan Ji sat down next to Jiang Ying with a gloomy face. Jiang Ying softly asked, Aren't you going anymore? Kuai Ji said. I'll go next time. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes his revenge after 10 years. It's never too late. Then Chang Bo also sat down at the table, grinning happily, and said, Auntie Kuei, people often say that if a scholar isn't seen for 3 days, you must look at him with new eyes. Why aren't you acting like before? Kwa Shi also jokingly replied, Don't look down on me with those dog eyes of yours. I still have strengths that you can't imagine. Aha, that's right, can't imagine. Ha. Suddenly, Jiang Ying's phone rang. Jiang Ying immediately picked up the phone and indicated that she would go outside to answer it. Her 2 friends waved their hands to tell Jiang Ying to go ahead. A voice echoed from the phone. Chief Jiang, what should we do? There's a problem with the male artist from Xiao's media. His ex-girlfriend released his chat history, and the public is criticizing him for PUA. Chief Jiang, the male artist's side, wants to post that Wu needs to send a lawyer's letter. What do you think? Hearing the situation, Jiang Ying calmly replied, telling him not to do anything. The person on the other side of the phone was very surprised. Do nothing. That's right, deal with it tomorrow. Instead of posting a correction while the public is in an uproar, why not let things settle down a bit before dealing with it? The PR staff listened to Jiang Ying. Okay, we'll do whatever you say. After hanging up, Jiang Ying was about to go back inside to join her friends, but then a waiter came running over, out of breath. Are you Miss Jiang? Yes, what is it? The waiter said, panting. Your friend is fighting in President Zhao's room. Jiang Ying immediately rushed into the room and saw Quan Ji, full of murderous intent, loudly cursing Guan Lei. By the time I turned into a swan, you were still an egg. Who do you think you're messing with? Guan Lei hid behind Zhao Yi, pretending to be weak. Quan Ji continued to yell, Shameless thing, hiding behind someone else's husband in public. Is everything you learned about decency trash? Chang Bo was desperately trying to stop Quan Ji, holding her tightly to prevent her from hitting Guan Lei. Quan Ji calmed down when she saw Jiang Ying. People in the back started gossiping and laughing. Ying, is that your friend? Jiang Ying replied without hesitation. Yes. Guan Lei, still hiding behind Zhao Yi, started to mock. Birds of a feather flocked together, people divide into groups. Guan Lei spoke boldly because she was thinking, Quan Shi is just Jiang Ying's friend, but Zhao Yi is Jiang Ying's legal husband, so which side is closer? In such an awkward situation, Jiang Ying immediately went to the wine bottle, picked up the bottle, and said loudly, I'm really sorry today, my friend drank a little too much and disturbed everyone's fun. I apologize on her behalf. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Ying didn't hesitate to put the bottle to her mouth and drink it all in one go. Then she excused herself and left first. Zhao Yi witnessed this scene. He didn't say a word, but maybe he was thinking something. When Jiang Ying left, Zhao Yi's friends said, Aren't you going to chase after her? But Zhao Yi leisurely sat and drank wine. Chase after what? His friend reminded him not to regret it. Suddenly, Zhao Yi received a phone call. The person on the other end of the line asked, Zhao Yi, still in the room? Zhao Yi said, I'll leave now. The person on the other end asked, Going home or somewhere else? Zhao Yi had a mysterious look on his face. What's up? Want to find me? The other person indicated yes. Zhao Yi then made an appointment. Half an hour later at Shui Tianhua Manor. Then Zhu Yi immediately got up to go to the person who just called. I wonder who called Zhu Yi that made him so hurried. Zhu Yi's friends noticed him leaving and asked, Zhu Yi, where are you going? Zhu Yi unbuttoned one of his buttons and replied, Going home? Wife's doing a surprise inspection. This sentence made Guan Lei, sitting on the side, extremely angry and speechless. Scene changes to Jiang Ying. She just entered the room and was about to turn on the light when someone suddenly rushed out and grabbed her hand, making her quite panicked. It turned out that the person who called Zhao Yi just now was Jiang Ying. No wonder Zhao Yi left in such a hurry. Zhao Yi grabbed Jiang Ying's hand and pressed her against the wall. You called me so urgently because you thought I would make things difficult for your friend, Jiang Ying thought in her head. Zhao Yi guessed right. I grew up with Zhao Yi, so I know his personality. He always repays debts. If Zhao Yi is in a bad mood, he might vent on Kuai Ji later. That wouldn't be good. So Jiang Ying spoke up to defend Quan Ji. Quan Ji didn't do it on purpose today. She did it for me. Today, Outside the bar, Guanlei drove her car into me. Jiang Ying didn't seem comfortable in this position. However, Zhao Yi pressed her even closer against the wall, hugged her waist, and brought his face close to hers. Then he made Jiang Ying call him Brother Yi. Jiang Ying stammered, "You've had a little too much to drink." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Yi immediately collapsed on her, his lips close to Jiang Ying's neck. Just as Zhao Yi was about to take advantage of the moment to lean on his wife's shoulder, his phone rang. He gently released Jiang Ying and went to answer the phone. While answering, Zhu Yi picked up a cigarette and instructed Jiang Ying, "Turn on the lights." Jiang Ying, only now regaining her composure, had sweat all over her face and was panting heavily. Jiang Ying turned on the light. While answering the phone, Zhao Yi kept glancing at Jiang Ying. He put the cigarette in his mouth and started talking to the person on the other end. "You want to discuss business with me? How?" While Zhao Yi was on the phone, Jiang Ying took out her phone and texted her two friends. "You two come back early. I'll handle Zhao Yi here." Quan Ji texted back an apology to Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying continued to text back, "You bitch, you dare mess with Zhao Yi. If I don't fix him, I'll just kill you. Got it." Quan Ji replied to the message, "Wasn't this just a moment of stupidity? Thinking about it later, I'm pretty scared." Anyway, as we all know, Zhao Yi is a psycho. Ying, Zhao Yi won't use this as an excuse to force you to do this and that with him, right? But while Jiang Ying was texting her friend, Zhao Yi had unknowingly stood behind her and read her messages with Kuai Shi. After reading the messages, Zhao Yi began to speak. "This and that, huh?" Then Zhao Yi gently hugged Jiang Ying from behind, whispering in her ear, "Wanna try? Hug you till you're satisfied." A bad boy look appeared on his face. Jiang Ying turned her face away and replied with 3 words, "Don't wanna? Or are you not interested?" "Yeah, not interested." Zhou Yi continued to tease her. "How do you know if you're interested if you don't try?" Jiang Ying turned back and said a fatal sentence. "Your skills that night were too bad, I still remember it." This sentence stunned Zhou Yi. He was speechless, unable to say a word. Suddenly, why do I feel like this atmosphere is so gloomy? Zhao Yi began to adjust his collar and said, "It's been 3 months already. I thought you had forgotten it long ago. I didn't expect you to remember it so clearly." This own goal of Zhao Yi made Jiang Ying backfire. She was speechless. Oh well, silence is golden. The story ends here. Zhao Yi turned around and instructed Jiang Ying, "Cook me a bowl of noodles. There are ingredients in the fridge." So Zhao Yi went to change clothes and leisurely sat down to read a book, while Jiang Ying went into the kitchen to cook noodles. The two of them were like a real couple at this moment. In this atmosphere, Jiang Ying called Zhao Yi's name. As soon as Zhao Yi heard Jiang Ying speak, he knew she wanted to talk about Quan Chi's matter, right? "That's right, don't worry. For better or worse, you are my wife, I will give you face." This sentence of Zhao Yi made Jiang Ying feel relieved. She breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued to cook Zhao Yi a bowl of special delicious noodles, with lots of meat and 2 runny eggs. The delicious-looking bowl of noodles was placed on the table. Zhao Yi approached the table, but he only saw 1 bowl of noodles. He asked, "Only 1 bowl?" Jiang Ying replied, "There's still some in the pot." Zhao Yi sat down and said, "Go get a bowl and eat with me." So Jiang Ying listened to Zhao Yi, took another bowl of noodles, and sat down to eat together. While Jiang Ying was enjoying the bowl of noodles, Zhao Yi asked a question that made Jiang Ying choke and cough. "Do you still like Zhao Yan?" Seeing her coughing non-stop like that, Zhao Yi guessed that she reacted so strongly because she still liked him, right? Jiang Ying wiped her mouth and replied, "I don't like him anymore. In all these years in the Xiao family, let's think about whether I have ever made you unhappy. I know that our marriage makes you uncomfortable. You do your thing. I pretend I don't see it." It seems that Zhao Yi really likes smoking cigarettes. He took out the pack of cigarettes again and put one in his mouth. She's quite understanding. Jiang Ying continued to speak. "I only have 3 years. My contract with the Zhao Corporation still has 3 years. After 3 years, I will resign from the Zhao Corporation and also divorce you." Hearing this sentence from Jiang Ying, Zhao Yi froze immediately. He frowned, his face showing a look of disappointment. Jiang Ying continued to speak. "Don't worry, I don't need your money either." Zhao Yi slowly put down the cigarette. "What a good deal, huh?" "What's good?" "Married and divorced, I have 2 kinds of marriage. During the marriage, what benefits can you give me?" Jiang Ying propped her head with her hand, looking helpless. "I don't care what you play." This answer from Jiang Ying seemed to still displease Zhao Yi. "So what do you mean?" Zhao Yi pressed Jiang Ying's face close to his, a mysterious smile appearing on his face again. Ying, do you think I am Zhao Yan, a hypocrite who lives in harmony with you or has an affair?" Jiang Ying struggled immediately, her whole body trembling. But the more she struggled, the tighter Zhao Yi held her, even ruffling her hair and pinching her cheeks. Then leaning in close, pressing his lips near her ear. "Don't think, I don't know, you want to use me as a shield to investigate the Zhao family?" These words from Zhao Yi stunned Jiang Ying. She didn't understand how Zhao Yi could see through everything. It was as if she had some hidden agenda, doing something secretly. Zhao Yi grinned again. Relax a little. Your little bit of courage isn't enough yet. Zhao Yi was extremely comforting to Jiang Ying, even ruffling her hair again. Jiang Ying had no other choice but to compromise. When did you find out? Probably from the moment you crawled into my bed. Jiang Ying thought she was doing a perfect job. Who knew that Zhao Yi would find out in the end? Zhao Yi gently unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. Don't be so tense. I'm not interested in the Zhao family's affairs. So you don't care if I bring trouble to the Zhu family? Zhao Yi pondered and said, what you do to the Zhao family has nothing to do with me. Zhu Yi's actions and words confused Jiang Ying. A new knot formed in her heart. He was clearly from the Zhu family, so why would he say such a thing? The first time they met, he was still a refined and courteous young man. But now, when talking about the Zhao family, his attitude was no different from an outsider. Jiang Ying was truly curious and puzzled. Zhao Yi leaned in again, pressing his head close to Jiang Ying's, comforting her. Ying, I miss that night so much. I miss you. I'll cover for you, in exchange for one night with me. Jiang Ying asked directly. You want to sleep with me? No. I want to cultivate our marital affection. Jiang Ying thought to herself. He's laying it on thick. She immediately retorted. I don't need you to cover for me. Just tell Grandpa directly and see if he believes you. Jiang Ying's words surprised Zhu Yi. Your mind works fast. Jiang Ying immediately stood up from the chair, pushing Zhao Yi away. About Kuaiji, you said you wouldn't pursue it anymore. Consider it me owing you a favor. Then Jiang Ying left, not forgetting to leave a message. Zhu Yi, be a good person. On the way back, Jiang Ying sat in the car, driving and thinking to herself, I'm investigating very discreetly. How did Zhu Yi find out? Where did the problem occur? It seems I have to slow down the investigation. Otherwise, I'll push myself into it. Thinking of this, she immediately took out her phone and texted a mysterious person, instructing that person not to investigate the Zihao family during this period. Scene changed to early the next morning. Jiang Ying was sleeping when the phone rang. Hello, this is Jiang Ying. Who is this? Director Jiang. Something happened at the company. What happened? The media staff of Zhao Corporation reported to her. That male artist didn't listen to you yesterday, and this morning he posted about Qingming on Wu. There are a lot of people cursing him on Wu now. Truly, fish that won't eat salt stink. Disobeying Sister Jiang only leads to death. Jiang Ying had already said so much yesterday, but that male artist refused to listen, so who can save him now? Jiang Ying rubbed her temples, thinking, after working this job for so long, you really see some scumbags. He's practically begging for death. Can't stop him even if you tried. The PR staffer from Xiao's was starting to panic, face red. We're doomed. Director Jiang is going to be so pissed. Jiang Ying, staying pretty calm, told the artist's assistant, keep an eye on him. Don't let him blurt out any nonsense. I'll be at the company ASAP. A little later, Jiang Ying arrived at the company. The male artist and his assistant were already standing there waiting for her. Director Jiang, what do we do? Jiang Ying had a solution. Divert the disaster. Last night, CEO Zihao secretly met with rising star Guan Lei at a bar. Jiang Ying was aiming to shift the attention to CEO Xiao. The male artist, Jing Yuan, and his manager looked doubtful. Director Jiang, isn't this not so good? If CEO Xiao finds out, it won't be pretty. Jiang Ying retorted. There are so many rumors about CEO Xiao already, he won't even bat an eye at this one. I've already pointed out a way for you guys. Take it or leave it. Jing Yuan's assistant turned to look at him, giving him the, what do you think, eyes. Seeing that, Jing Yuan agreed to Jiang Ying's solution. Thank you, Director Jiang. After that, Jing Yuan and his assistant left. As they walked away, his assistant patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. It's all right, it's Xiao Zong we're talking about, don't sweat it. If Jiang Ying says it's fine, it's definitely fine. You just got here, give it time. And you will know, only after a short amount of time. Zhao Yi's drama was trending, plastered all over the headlines. CEO Zhao's midnight rendezvous with a lover, and big shot from Zhao media spotted meeting famous actress Guan Lei. Shocking reversal. CEO Zihao and female star have a private meeting at a bar. His ex-girlfriend always kept an ambiguous relationship during the two of them in love, and even attached photos of her sweet hugs and kisses. And just like that, CEO Xiao's drama saved Jing Yuan's hide. Public opinion started to swing in Jing Yuan's favor. Jing Yuan, reading the good news about the public sentiment, was ecstatic. His face lit up. Did Director Jiang help me with this? His assistant patted him on the shoulder triumphantly. Who else but Jiang Ying would have this kind of skill? Call Jiang Ying and thank her later. It would be awesome if you could get close to her. The male artist Jing Yuan's heart started racing because of Jiang Ying. He immediately asked his assistant, does Director Jiang have a boyfriend? In the conference room, Zhou Yi was sitting and reading the latest news about himself. Speechless. This post is really ambiguous and full of implications. The assistant asked, should we contact her manager and ask her to delete the WBO? It wouldn't be good if the boss on the other side saw it. At this time, Jiang Ying was also on a flight. She planned to fly to City An to find Old Lai. At this time, Jiang Ying didn't pay much attention to the people around her. She was just focusing on studying the detailed information about Old Lai. Zhao Yi's eyes were very optimistic and replied, "You think she would care?" Hearing this, Zhao Yi's assistant was also confused, not knowing whether she cared or not. Zhu Yi added, "Who cares if she cares or not? Like a log. Extremely boring." Until today, Assistant Chen still couldn't figure out how Zhao Yi and Jiang Ying got married. He only remembered that day when he opened the hotel room door to deliver things to Zhu Yi and saw the two of them were together in the same hotel room. Jiang Ying's mouth also rudely scolded Zhu Zhaoyi. Jiang Ying didn't pay attention to the people around her, but her assistant Xiao Nan did. "Director Jiang, look, CEO Xiao is over there." Jiang Ying raised her head to look and saw Zhao Yi also standing at the VIP security check on the same flight as her. Jiang Ying, however, was indifferent, not caring about it. She turned to Xiao Nan and instructed, "Currently, Old Lai lives in the suburbs, a remote location, so it'll be difficult to find a hotel. Make sure to book one in advance." Then, Jiang Ying coldly brushed past Zhao Yi like a gust of wind, not even giving him a glance. Jiang Ying sat on the airplane seat, her mind preoccupied with one thing. Everyone knows that Old Lai hasn't made an appearance in a long time. Rumor has it that the last company that wanted to invite him out was even cursed by Old Lai. Landing from the plane will be a tough battle. While Jiang Ying was pondering this, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. It turned out to be Assistant Chen from Xiao Yi. He said, "Sister Jiang Ying, CEO Xiao, is asking if you'd like to upgrade to a higher class cabin." Jiang Ying replied without thinking, "No need, thanks." The kind Assistant Chen replied, "Then let me get you a blanket." "Ah, I see you want to rest. A blanket will probably be useful." Since Assistant Chen had offered, Jiang Ying had no choice but to accept. "Okay, thank you." After Assistant Chen left, Assistant Xiao Nan turned to Jiang Ying and said, "Manager Jiang, is Guanlei really with our CEO Xiao?" Xiao Nan showed Jiang Ying the ambiguous post that bitch Guanlei had posted. Jiang Ying picked up the phone and read the words silently. "My love for you is a secret. It can't be spoken." Reading this message, Jiang Ying probably felt uncomfortable inside. However, she couldn't show it in front of Zhao Yi. A moment later, the plane landed. Jiang Ying and her assistant walked out of the airport gate and immediately saw CEO Xiao standing next to a car right in front of the airport. Xiao Nan asked Jiang Ying, "CEO Zhu Hao and the others are over there. Should we go over and say hello?" Jiang Ying replied without hesitation, "Didn't see him. Let's go. Call a car to the hotel." That was a blatant lie. It was weird not to see CEO Xiao towering right in front of her. Even so, Jiang Ying denied seeing him, avoiding him, and quickly leaving. An hour and a half later, Jiang Ying and assistant Xiao Nan arrived at the hotel. This hotel was truly magnificent and luxurious. The two pulled their suitcases into the hotel. Xiao Nan asked, "Manager Jiang, are we going to greet Old Li tomorrow? I heard that many companies that wanted to invite Old Li out have been rejected. Are we going to be the same?" Jiang Ying was also extremely worried about this. She replied that it was too early to tell. Afterward, Jiang Ying entered her hotel room. As she opened the door, she instructed, "Xiao Nan, Xiao, bring some clothes for me to change into later." Entering the hotel room, Jiang Ying continued to work diligently. She was devising a plan to approach Old Lai. Old Lai has a habit of playing golf every Friday afternoon, and tomorrow happens to be Friday. Maybe she could find a breakthrough from Old Lai's habits. While she was deep in thought, the doorbell suddenly rang. Jiang Ying thought it was Xiao Chao bringing her clothes, so she immediately opened the door. However, the person who appeared before her wasn't Xiao Chao, but Zhu Yi. He said while fiddling with his phone, "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Jiang Ying peeked her head out and looked around, probing whether Assistant Chen was there, but she really didn't see Assistant Chen following Zhao Yi. After Zhao Yi entered Jiang Ying's hotel room, Jiang Ying politely asked if Zhao Yi wanted a drink. Zhao Yi declined. He immediately sat on the sofa, draped his arm around her shoulder, and asked, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Ying replied briefly. "Old Lai's files. Want to invite Old Lai out." "Yeah." Zhao Yi tapped his hand on Jiang Ying's shoulder. "This is a great idea." Then put his arm around her shoulder, tightening his grip. Jiang Ying turned to ask, "Are you very free lately?" "A little," Jiang Ying sighed. "I heard that Zhao Yan recently negotiated 2 major projects successfully, and he's very happy. So you're worried that I'll fall out of favor?" Jiang Ying was actually very worried about Zhu Yi. She said, "We're husband and wife after all. We share blessings and misfortunes." This sentence froze Zhao Yi in place. He smirked slightly, thinking that the words husband and wife came from her mouth, and it didn't feel bad to hear them. Actually, it wasn't just not bad, but very happy and delighted. At this moment, Zhao Yi also told Jiang Ying, "Those 2 projects of Zhao Yan's, I deliberately conceded to him." Hearing this, Jiang Ying suddenly stopped writing, surprised, and turned to ask, "You setting him up? Does it hurt your heart?" "No, I'm just curious, what do you like about Zhu Yan?" Jiang Ying immediately turned to Zhao Yi and asked back, Then what do you like about Guanlei? This question left Zhu Yi speechless. He had to make up some reason. Extravagant. I like her flamboyant personality. So Jiang Ying also expressed her feelings. I like his introverted personality, and there was that time when I was in college, the Zihao family's allowance was actually very little. Even though I was always working while studying, it was still sometimes not enough. After Zhao Yan found out, he would always secretly stuff money into my bag. Hearing this reason, Zhao Yi retracted his hand. He was a mess inside. Turning to ask Jiang Ying, "You like him because of that?" Jiang Ying nodded in agreement. Zhao Yi continued to probe, "What if the person who stuffed money for you wasn't him?" Jiang Ying also said frankly, "Besides him, no one in the Zhao family would do that." Hearing Jiang Ying's answer, Zhu Yi's eyes began to turn melancholic. There was a hint of disappointment in them. He immediately withdrew his hand from her shoulder, sighed in disappointment, and said, "That's true. Maybe the person who stuffed money into Jiang Ying's bag back then wasn't Zhu Yan, but maybe it was Zhu Yi." Hearing that Jiang Ying didn't think he would put money in for her, Zhao Yi was also very disappointed. Jiang Ying continued to ask Zhao Yi, "What brings you to An City?" "I'm here to visit an old friend." Jiang Ying was very smart and guessed it immediately. "Is it Old Lai?" "That's right, it's Old Lai." Jiang Ying began to think in her heart, wanting to ask him for help, but Zhao Yi didn't seem like the type of person to do illegal things for personal reasons. Jiang Ying also explained, "The thing about Guanlei isn't me using my position for personal revenge." Zhao Yi buttoned up his jacket and replied to her, "I know you're not that kind of person, but I am that kind of person. If you offend me, I will definitely use my position for personal revenge." Jiang Ying felt a little ticklish in her heart when she heard this, and was even preparing to thank him. Whatever. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knock-knock, Jiang Ying immediately turned back and told Zhao Yi, "Go hide in the bedroom," then immediately pushed him into the bedroom. "Oh my, are you looking at me suspiciously?" However, Jiang Ying wanted Zhu Yi to hide in the bedroom because she didn't want to have to explain to her assistant why he was here. After pushing Zhao Yi into the room, Jiang Ying wiped her sweat and calmly turned to open the hotel door. At this time, Chao Nan brought the clothes in for her. "Sis Jiang Ying, what are we going to eat tonight?" Just as Jiang Ying and Chao Nan were chatting like this, Zhao Yi opened the bedroom door and came out, and was happily talking on the phone. "Okay, wait for me downstairs." He's deliberately trying to screw over Jiang Ying, deliberately letting the assistant, Chao Nan, see this. Jiang Ying was also very flustered in her heart. At this time, I knew I shouldn't have trusted him. Zhao Yi approached Jiang Ying, and gently reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear. Old Li made a dinner appointment. The atmosphere at this time was really awkward. Scene change, it's 8 a.m. the next day. Jiang Ying neatly tied her hair, put on her golf clothes, and headed to the golf course. She went so early because she thought Old Li's habit was to play golf every Friday afternoon. But we still have a lot to prepare, definitely have to arrive early. After a while, it was afternoon. While Jiang Ying was diligently playing golf, a voice suddenly came from behind. "This girl's got a decent swing." It was Old Li who appeared. Just as Jiang Ying planned, she turned around and replied, "Your golf skills are far superior to mine." Old Lai burst out laughing. "Haha, want to play around with this old man." Li Lao's words were exactly what Jiang Ying wanted. Now that she's hit the jackpot, how could she refuse? Jiang Ying quickly replied, "Please guide me." After the two played golf for a while, Old Lai and Jiang Ying were evenly matched. Old Lai stopped and said, "Wait a moment. I still have a substitute player. My substitute player is an expert, a real pro. You wait. You might be scared to tears later." Jiang Ying replied with equal composure, "I haven't cried since I was 8 years old. Old Lai, are you playing dirty?" Suddenly, from afar, Zhu Yi began to appear, saying, "How can you not call me sooner when there's a beauty around?" Old Lai replied, "Don't talk nonsense. I just think this girl plays well, so I asked her to play a few rounds with me." Zhu Yi laughed and said, "So it's another chance encounter. Dare to play a round with me." Jiang Ying naturally had to accept a round with him. Before playing, Zhao Yi didn't forget to whisper to Jiang Ying, "Play well. If you win against me, I'll help you with Old Lai's matter." Hearing this, Jiang Ying seemed to have hope again. "Really?" Zhu Yi unbuttoned his shirt. "Have I ever lied to you?" "Oh right, there was that time in bed. I said I was about to stop, but couldn't." This teasing remark made Jiang Ying blush, and walked to the starting point to play golf. In the next round, they played 18 holes. Jiang Ying tried her best, but was still at a disadvantage. Zhu Yi approached Jiang Ying, put his arm around her waist, and adjusted her golf posture. "You've been playing for so long and haven't improved at all. Keep your feet parallel, move your left foot out a little, put your weight on your left leg." Jiang Ying, although very unwilling, couldn't cause a scene with Old Lai here. Patience is the best policy. In the end, Jiang Ying lost to Zhao Yi, but she's a very straightforward person, willing to accept the consequences, so she couldn't take advantage of Zhu Yi. After all, this shortcut seems ineffective. Assistant Chao Nan stepped forward, looking worried, and asked Jiang Ying, "Director Jiang, what do we do next?" Before she could finish speaking, Xiaonan was extremely flustered, pointing in Zhao Yi's direction. On the other side, that bitch Guanlei appeared here again, standing next to Zhao Yi. Xiaonan was extremely worried. Director Jiang? Won't that Guanlei cause trouble? Jiang Ying immediately avoided the situation. Avoid causing trouble. Why would she? Of course she will cause trouble. Lao Li went with Zhao Yi and Guanlei. Lao Li began to introduce Jiang Ying to Zhao Yi and Guanlei. This little girl plays golf extremely well, only slightly worse than that kid Zhao Yi. When that bitch Guanlei saw that it was Jiang Ying, she began to sneer. Manager Jiang, you've really gone to great lengths to replace me. Lao Li was very surprised to hear this. Zhao Guan, you know this girl. That bitch Guanlei replied smugly. Yes, I do. Public Relations Manager Jiang Ying of Chuxi Media has been very famous in the past 2 years. Old Lai, you didn't know. Lao Li's face darkened and he turned to Zhou Yi. You don't know your own people. But Zhu Yi replied that he didn't know Jiang Ying. Having reached this point, Jiang Ying had to be frank. She took out her documents and handed them to Lao Li. Old Lai. Greetings, I'm Jiang Ying, the Public Relations Manager from Xiao Media. Apologies for approaching you in this manner. The main reason I'm here is to invite you as a special guest to Xiao Media's annual gala. Jiang Ying extended her hand, gesturing for a handshake with Old Li. However, all she received was Old Lai turning away. He didn't bother shaking Jiang Ying's hand and simply turned to leave. I'm getting old. Can't stand all this hustle and bustle. You're better off finding someone younger. This situation made Jiang Ying and her manager extremely anxious. Xiaonan turned and asked, Manager Jiang, what should we do next? Jiang Ying still refused to give up. She wanted to follow Old Lai. If you're not used to it, handle the hotel arrangements first. Nevertheless, Xiaonan still accompanied Sister Jiang Ying. In the dining hall, Old Lai, Guanlei, and Zhao Yi were sitting and having dinner together. The weather was extremely cold at this time. Jiang Ying and her assistant were still persistently waiting outside the hotel entrance. Seeing this scene, that bitch Guanlei was extremely smug. Manager Jiang is truly dedicated, not afraid of the cold at all. Old Lai continued to turn and ask Zhu Yi. That girl outside the window, you really don't know her. Zhu Yi didn't respond, remaining silent in contemplation. At this moment, Jiang Ying and Xiaonan were standing outside the hotel, and it was snowing, making it extremely cold. Xiaonan shivered. It's been over 2 hours and they still haven't finished eating. They clearly know we're out here freezing, and they're having dessert after their meal. Manager Jiang, they're doing this on purpose. Jiang Ying wrapped her scarf around Xiaonan. This action was very heartwarming. Even though Jiang Ying was very cold at this moment, she still spoke to encourage Xiaonan. We're the ones asking for their help. It's normal for them to have a slightly higher attitude. Just then, a hotel staff member brought out 2 cups of hot ginger tea. Are you Miss Jiang? Someone asked me to bring hot ginger water for you two. Jiang Ying asked who told her to bring it, and the hotel staff member pointed towards Old Lai, saying it was that gentleman. Jiang Ying and Xiaonan held the hot ginger tea in their hands, proving that persistence pays off. After waiting for a while, the 3 of them finally finished eating and came outside. Seeing Old Lai come out, Jiang Ying immediately seized the opportunity. Old Lai, thank you for the drink earlier. Old Lai glanced at Zhao Yi and said, It's the least I could do. I couldn't just leave 2 young ladies freezing outside. Old Lai, I apologize for my sudden visit today. I'm sorry for that, but I still hope you can seriously consider it. Old Lai suddenly laughed loudly at her. Ha ha, this girl is very interesting. What's your name, Jiang Ying? Yes, sir? Then, Jiang Ying handed her business card to Old Lai. Old Lai took her business card and looked at it for a while before saying, There aren't many girls like you nowadays. Most of them can't be scolded or told off. They get angry after just a few words. This sentence seems to be talking about that bitch Guanlei. Xiaonan thought the person outside the door was a hotel staff member delivering food, so she immediately ran to open the door. When she opened the door, she didn't even see who it was, smiling sweetly and saying, Thank you for the food. Sorry for the trouble. But when Xiaonan clearly saw the man in front of her, she realized that the one knocking on the door was actually CEO Zihao, not a hotel staff member. Zhao Yi spoke up and asked, Where's Boss Jiang? She's inside. So Zhao Yi went inside the hotel room. Inside, Jiang Ying was sitting, hugging a cup of hot water. She spoke up and asked, What's wrong? Zhao Yi thoughtfully reached out to Jiang Ying's forehead, feeling if she had a fever, and asked if she had eaten dinner. Jiang Ying avoided his touch, replying with just 2 words, Not hungry. Zhou Yi put a cigarette in his mouth. You have to eat even if you're not hungry. Let me have my assistant bring some food over for you. I don't have a place to sleep tonight, so I'll crash at your place for the night. Upon hearing this sentence, Jiang Ying, who was drinking water, froze and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. On the other side, assistant Xiaonan, standing in the room, also witnessed this conversation between the 2. These words made Xiaonan extremely surprised. She thought to herself, What? CEO Zhao said he's staying at CEO Jiang's place tonight. Jiang Ying coldly replied, "Let me book a room for you," but Zhao Yi insisted on staying with Jiang Ying. "No need, I'll just stay with you." Then the two of them awkwardly looked at each other. Jiang Ying went silent, not knowing what to say. Zhao Yi had already said that, so she couldn't refuse. Qiao Nan, witnessing this scene, secretly laughed. "OMG, this is some juicy gossip. So CEO Zhu Zhao and CEO Jiang are dating?" Little did Qiao Nan know, they weren't just dating, they were already married. Haha. On the other side, Jiang Ying questioned Zhao Yi. "What exactly do you want?" Zhao Yi didn't say a word, he just silently sat down. Jiang Ying continued to approach him. "Let's talk." But Zhao Yi seized this opportunity, tightly grabbing Jiang Ying's waist and pulling her clumsily onto his lap. This move was truly effective. Zhu Yi told her to say whatever she wanted. Sitting on his lap, Jiang Ying asked, "Are you afraid that I'll mess with your Zhu family?" Zhou Yi continued to caress her waist. "Why would you think that?" "It's because I said I would investigate the Zhao family last time, so you've been appearing in front of me often, right? So, are you suspecting that me appearing in front of you so often is because you're worried I'll do something to the Zhao family?" Jiang Ying relentlessly questioned. "Isn't that the case? I already said, whatever you want to do has nothing to do with me." Jiang Ying was surprised by Zhao Yi's answer. "Then what do you want?" Zhao Yi frankly replied, "I want to sleep with you." Zhou Yi's words surprised Jiang Ying even more. "What are you saying?" Zhu Yi firmly affirmed again, "I want to sleep with you." In Jiang Ying's mind, she recalled the scene from that night with the two of them. Although that first night was pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good. It didn't hurt, it was pretty good. On the contrary, it was even enjoyable. Thinking of this, her legs immediately went weak and stiffened. Zhao Yi also grasped Jiang Ying's psychology. "Don't hold back." Jiang Ying said the reason, "I don't want this relationship to become complicated." However, at this moment, Zhu Yi hugged her waist even tighter. "We're already married. What's complicated about it?" Jiang Ying and Zhao Yi were about to have a passionate kiss when suddenly a knock on the door rang out. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, the two of them suddenly froze. Jiang Ying hurriedly put on her clothes properly. "Let me go open the door." When Jiang Ying opened the door, standing in front of her were CEO Xiao's assistant, Qiao Nan, and secretary, Chen. The two of them were bringing food to Jiang Ying. CEO Jiang. The hotel reception sent over some ginger soup. Jiang Ying immediately reached out to take the 2 bowls of ginger soup from Qiao Nan, then invited the two of them inside to eat together. Qiao Nan was embarrassed with CEO Xiao inside, so she asked Jiang Ying, "CEO Xiao won't mind, will he?" Jiang Ying confidently replied for Xiao Yi, "No, he won't." And so the two assistants stepped inside to have dinner together. The table was now filled with many delicious dishes. Assistant Chen turned to invite Zhu Yi, CEO, Zhu Yu, "Come over and eat. The food is very delicious." Zhou Yi turned around with an unhappy expression. "Are you that hungry?" Seeing CEO Xiao's unstable attitude, Assistant Chen immediately turned to look at Jiang Ying with pleading eyes. "Jiangzong, save me." Sitting at the dining table, Assistant Qiao Nan was about to dig into her bowl when disaster struck. Before her spoon even hit the food, Zhao Yi snatched her bowl away. He swapped Qiao Nan's bowl with Jiang Ying's, telling her, "Just eat something else." Qiao Nan was totally bewildered, her head spinning with question marks. With the food situation sorted, the four of them started eating together. While they were eating, Jiang Ying suddenly started coughing. She was coming down with a cold. Zhao Yi immediately looked concerned. "Got any meds?" Jiang Ying wiped her mouth and replied, "I'll grab some later." Still worried, Zhao Yi chimed in, "I'll have Assistant Chen get them for you." Jiang Ying's face paled, looking super weak. Afraid Zhao Yi would catch her cold, she quickly suggested, "Sleep in another room tonight, you'll catch my germs if you stay here." Zhou Yi was like, "Nah, I'm good," refusing to leave her side. "My immune system is a beast." The two assistants, who were sitting nearby, overheard the conversation between Jiang Ying and Xiaozong. They exchanged knowing glances. Assistant Chen bolted out the door. "I'll go buy the medicine right away, boss." Qiao Nan didn't hesitate and followed suit. "Let me go with you." Both of them were thinking, "Gotta bail ASAP, the boss is giving us the signal. Stay any longer and we're dead meat." Dude, this is some juicy gossip, such a waste not to stick around, but how can we become the unwelcome gooseberry? After the two assistants left, only Jiang Ying and Zhao Yi remained in the room. Zhao Yi seized the moment, suggesting Jiang Ying take a bath. Jiang Ying agreed. A little later, Jiang Ying was chilling in a hot bath, scrolling through WO News. Guan Lei is still firmly entrenched in the Zhuxi media empire. The post featured a picture of Guan Lei walking alongside Xiaozong. Jiang Ying immediately zoomed in on the screen, enlarging the image of Xiaozong. Just as she was intently admiring Zhao Yi on her phone, he casually strolled into the bathroom. Completely unconcerned, Jiang Ying was still stark naked. Zhao Yi slowly approached Jiang Ying, who was completely taken aback. He sat down and pulled her into a tight embrace. Why look at a picture when the real deal is right here? Jiang Ying was usually so tough and strong, but now she was a puddle. A look of longing washed over her face as she wrapped her arms around Zhao Yi's shoulders. Zhu Yi seized the opportunity and purred in her ear. Isn't it a little late to refuse now? We're all adults here, you know. Some things just can't be resisted, right? Jiang Ying didn't reply, silently bowing her head in thought. Zhao Yi didn't hesitate and immediately planted a kiss on Jiang Ying's lips. Jiang Ying's cheeks flushed crimson, but she didn't resist or object to Zhao Yi's actions. Instead, she melted into the moment, and they shared a passionate kiss. This scene, words fail. Zhao Yi couldn't hold back anymore. He swept his arms under Jiang Ying's legs and lifted her up. Jiang Ying gently warned Zhu Yi, "Careful, you'll get the sheets wet, and then we won't have anywhere to sleep tonight." Zhu Yi looked at Jiang Ying and flashed a heart-stopping smile. "Are you sure about that?" Jiang Ying was out of strength to resist Zhu Yi, plus she was super into it. She firmly affirmed that she definitely wanted it. Zhao Yi immediately grabbed a towel and placed it under Jiang Ying, then gently lowered her onto it. Jiang Ying was totally naked, not a stitch of clothing on. Zhao Yi then gently placed Jiang Ying's hand on his waistband. This scene is too hot to handle. Zhu Yi moved closer, pulled Jiang Ying by the waist, and asked her to call him hubby. Jiang Ying was extremely cooperative, and both shy and bold, she called Zhu Yi hubby. And then they had an intimate moment with each other. After everything was said and done, Zhao Yi carried Jiang Ying back to the bedroom. Jiang Ying asked, "I want some water." Zhao Yi immediately poured water for Jiang Ying. The bodies of the couple are covered in traces of love for each other. Just then, there was a knock on the door. When Zhu Yi opened the door, it was Assistant Chen. He had bought the medicine. Assistant Chen was shocked to see Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi was in extremely good mood, full of spring freshness. Assistant Chen then noticed Zhao Yi's neck. It was covered with love bites. "Zhao Zong, do you need me to buy some band-aids to cover up the marks on your neck?" Zhao Yi smiled and touched his neck. He didn't need band-aids. It looked like he wanted to show off his spoils of war. Why would he want to cover up his glorious achievement? No way. On Jiang Ying's side, she was cleaning herself up. Her neck was also covered in marks left by Zhao Yi. Just then, Assistant Qiao Nan walked in, and from her radiant face, you knew something good had happened. She told Jiang Ying. Jiang Ji, Mr. Li agreed. Jiang Ying was delighted to hear the news. When did he agree? Just now, Assistant Chen called me. Jiang Ying happily nodded, though she knew that CEO Li's agreement was partly due to Xu Feng's help. Cut to Jiang Ying assisting Li Chaonan on the plane back to the company. Chaonan noticed the hickeys on Jiang Ying's neck, wondering just how intense it had been to leave marks like that. When Sister Jiang changed, her back was covered in bite marks. Assistant Chaonan, being too curious, turned around and asked, "Jiang Ying, Sister Jiang, when did you and CEO Xu start? Are you two dating?" Jiang Ying replied, "We're not dating." Assistant Chaonan continued to wonder. "Then is it Xu Zong's unspoken rule with you?" Jiang Ying unexpectedly and frankly replied to Assistant Chaonan that it wasn't, that she just wanted his body. Hearing this info was shocking. Chaonan was stunned, speechless. She thought to herself that CEO Xu's body was pretty good too. After a while, Jiang Ying returned to the company. While walking through the company lobby, 3 employees suddenly called out to Jiang Ying. Director Jiang. Jiang Ying gently poured a glass of water and drank. She asked the employees, "What's wrong?" At this moment, one of the employees said, "Director Jiang, the 3 artists from the company previously signed contracts to participate in a reality dating show. We recently received information that they want to increase viewership, so they've invited 2 amateur artists to participate." Jiang Ying was very surprised to hear that they were inviting amateur artists to participate in the show. That's right, if it were someone in the entertainment industry, people would think it's just acting. But if there are amateurs, unexpected things could happen and cause a stir. Jiang Ying held the hot teacup in her hand and told everyone to go back first. I'll figure out a solution. After a while, Jiang Ying turned to Assistant Chaonan and asked, "Does the company have any new trainees? The ones who haven't shown their faces in public yet?" Chaonan replied. "Of course we do," Jiang Ying instructed. "Go pick out 2 new trainees, 1 male and 1 female." "Yes, ma'am, I'll go right away." Just then, Jiang Ying received a text message on her phone. It was from Xu Feng. Xu Feng texted Jiang Ying, "Want to go out for dinner tonight?" After reading the message, Jiang Ying quickly deleted Xu Feng's text. However, this message and action were seen by Chaonan. This assistant could tell that Jiang Ying had immediately deleted the message. Chaonan immediately asked for permission. "Well, Director Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll excuse myself." Jiang Ying nodded in agreement. After Chaonan left, Jiang Ying took out her phone and read the news online. There were many hashtags related to Xu Feng, mostly talking about the hickeys on his neck. Things like Xu Feng is in love, Xu Feng, the CEO of Chu Media, is dating, mysterious marks appear on his neck, and searching for the origin of the marks on Xu Feng's neck. Reading this news, Jiang Ying immediately remembered that night, how passionate she had been with him. At this time, Xu Feng texted Jiang Ying again. CEO Li is in Baicheng and wants to invite you for a meal. Will you go or not? If you don't, I'll tell him. Jiang Ying agreed to go to dinner. Cut to evening. Jiang Ying arrived at the prearranged restaurant. There, Lao Li and Xu Feng were chatting together. Lao Li saw Jiang Ying walk in and raised his hand to greet her. Little Jiang, we meet again, Jiang Ying replied happily. Welcome, CEO Li, to Baicheng, Lao Li replied. I heard from Xu Feng that you're not bad at playing table tennis. When we have time, let's have a match, Jiang Ying politely replied. CEO Xu is too kind. I only know how to play a little, Xu Feng added. So CEO Lai has to restrain himself a bit. Don't let her beat you until you cry. Hearing this, Lao Lai could only laugh. Xu Feng immediately turned to Jiang Ying and said, Sit down, what are you standing there for? Jiang Ying immediately sat down at the table, chatting with the two of them. Lao Li handed the menu to Jiang Ying. Little Jiang, order whatever you like, Jiang Ying politely replied. I'm not picky, so I'll leave it to CEO Lai. Then Xu Feng took the initiative to order. He said to the waiter, Get these dishes first, no cilantro. Lao Li, hearing that Xu Feng didn't order cilantro, said, It's been a while, you're getting more and more refined. You don't eat cilantro anymore. Zhao Yi just sat there with a faint smile. Jiang Ying understood then that he knew she was allergic to cilantro and would break out in a rash if she ate it, so he specifically told the server to leave it out. Soon after, the table was filled with food. As Jiang Ying picked up food and put it in her mouth, her hair would fall down, getting in the way and making it difficult for her to eat. Suddenly, a pair of hands gently lifted Jiang Ying's hair. It was Zhao Yi. This action of Zhao Yi's stunned Jiang Ying. Zhao Yi looked incredibly handsome at this moment, and so considerate. This face made Jiang Ying stare blankly, without blinking. Seeing Jiang Ying like this, Zhao Yi said softly, Eat. What are you looking at me for? Can you get full by looking at me? After speaking, the two turned their faces away shyly. Lao Li, who was sitting there, witnessed everything. He spoke to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, I didn't realize you treated your subordinates so well. Zhao Yi replied bluntly. The prettier they are, the better my attitude will be. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yi immediately picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks for Jiang Ying. This is good for your health. Jiang Ying also raised her chopsticks to receive the food that Zhao Yi picked for her. Lao Li then continued. You newcomers are pretty good, very promising, Zhu Yi replied to him. The playground is too small, the limits aren't high enough. Lao Li nodded repeatedly, taking it as a joke. While the two were chatting lively like this, Jiang Ying picked up her glass of wine and went to Lao Li's side. She clinked glasses with him and said her thanks. Lao Li, I'm really grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I might have had to resign by now. Lao Li also replied politely. Don't worry, even without me, Zhu Yi wouldn't let anything happen to you. As soon as Lao Li finished speaking, Jiang Ying raised her glass and drank it all in one gulp. Witnessing this scene, Lao Li couldn't help but exclaim. He clapped his hands repeatedly. Zhao Zhang's alcohol tolerance is quite good, isn't it? Jiang Ying also nodded. I can only drink 3 glasses. Lao Li looked at Zhu Yi with a questioning gaze. Zhu Yi immediately replied, Don't look at me. I don't know what she's like when she's drunk. The only time I saw her drinking, after she finished. Speaking to this point, Zhao Yi suddenly stopped and looked over at Jiang Ying. A wicked thought occurred to him. Perhaps he was thinking about that drunken night. Jiang Ying also understood the problem, understood the deeper meaning of Zhao Yi's words, so her face flushed red, and she broke out in a sweat. To escape this awkward situation, Jiang Ying stood up shyly. I'll go outside for a bit. Then she went outside to pay the bill. At this moment, someone opened the door to the dining room, and it was none other than that red-haired Quan Lei. She shamelessly walked into the dining room. Ah Yi, it really is you. I thought they had the wrong person. Then Quan Lei immediately went forward, standing next to Zhao Yi. The face of this woman was an eyesore. Zhao Yi took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and then asked Quan Lei, Are you guys having a party? Quan Lei's cheeks were flushed, looking at Zhao Yi with a fiery gaze, without blinking for a second, as if she wanted to devour him alive. She answered Zhao Yi. That's right, President Zhao. Quan Lei is filming a game show, and just happened to be nearby. The crew is having a party tonight. Zhao Yi also replied with a short sentence. Don't keep people waiting too long. Hearing this sentence from Zhao Yi, Quan Lei was also disappointed. Ah Yi, there are some Chu Corporation artists over there. Do you want to go take a look? Zhao Yi then continued. Just you, Lao Li, and Zhao Yi. Lao Li spoke up. To be honest, I always thought you liked Quan Lei, old man. At your age, you still like to study this love stuff. Lao Li then continued to ask Zhu Yi. Does Zhao Jiang know you like her? Yet Zhu Yi replied thoughtfully. Who said I like her? In another scene, outside the dining room, Jiang Ying and Quan Lei ran into each other here. When Quan Lei saw Jiang Ying, Her face immediately became unpleasant. Frowning, she went into her dining room and slammed the door shut. The male artist next to Guanlei politely explained to Jiang Ying, Director Xiang, "I'm so sorry, Guanlei is just like that. She's angry right now. She didn't mean to target you." Jiang Ying nodded to let it go, then walked off to pay. The man continued to ask, "Jiang Ying, are you gonna pay?" Jiang Ying didn't say anything, just nodded in agreement and walked away. On the other side, sitting in the dining room, Zhu Yi said to Lao Li, "I'll take you back to the hotel." Lao Li yawned and replied, "No need, I have a date with an old friend." Zhao Yi teased Lao Li. "Tresk, you still have old friends, Lao Li." Hearing Zhao Yi's teasing, retorted loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why can't I have old friends?" Zhao Yi continued to provoke him. "With your personality, no wonder you're still single at your age," Lao Li, annoyed, snapped back. "I call it keeping myself pure, unlike some people." Seeing Jiang Ying walk into the dining room, Lao Li turned to her and asked, "Xiao Jiang, if it were you, would you marry a man who keeps himself pure, or a playboy like Zhou Yi?" Jiang Ying pondered for a moment, her expression thoughtful. Then she replied, "Lao Li, of course, someone like Lao Li. No woman would want to marry a playboy." Jiang Ying's answer was like sending a message to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi didn't say anything after hearing it, putting a cigarette in his mouth. "You guys are bullying me together, aren't you?" Lao Li continued. "What do you mean bullying together? This is only the second time Zhao Jiang and I have met. We're just chatting. This Xiao Jiang is a good kid. Let me introduce her to a boyfriend I asked you earlier, and you said you didn't like Xiao Jiang." Lao Li's words startled Zhao Yi, and he immediately turned to look at Jiang Ying, wanting to see her reaction to these words, but Jiang Ying turned away and ignored him. Seeing this scene, Lao Li felt a sense of satisfaction. "Who told you to tease me earlier, Zhu Yi? Now it's my turn to laugh. What goes around comes around." Zhu Yi immediately questioned Lao Li, old man. After finishing the meal with Lao Li, Zhao Yi and Jiang Ying left together. As they approached the car, Zhu Yi asked Jiang Ying, "Your place or mine tonight?" Jiang Ying replied, "I have a meeting tomorrow." So Zhao Yi immediately decided, "Then let's go to your place, save you some time." Jiang Ying used the excuse that she wasn't in the mood today, but Zhao Yi was extremely bold, whispering close to Jiang Ying's ear, "Then don't move, I'll do it." Zhao Yi's words made Jiang Ying freeze. She remembered that night in the hotel. She was clearly sober then, so how did that happen? Now it's too obvious to refuse, so Jiang Ying had no choice but to get in the car and leave with Zhao Yi. Sitting in the car, assistant Li Chen, who was driving, glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the two of them sitting close together. Immediately, assistant Li Chen wondered, when did these two start? Jiang Ying saw Zhao Yi's attitude and realized he seemed serious. After looking around, Zhu Yi spotted Jiang Ying and stared at her. This made Jiang Ying feel awkward. Just then, Jiang Ying noticed Lao Li heading outside, so she quickly ran after him, calling out, "Lao Li, are you leaving already? Let me drive you." Lao Li asked, "You dare to drive after drinking?" Jiang Ying suggested, "I'll have the company car wait for you." Lao Li saw how sincere Jiang Ying was, so he agreed. After the company car arrived, Jiang Ying took the initiative to open the door for Lao Li, not forgetting to say thank you. "I appreciate you holding this annual party," Lao Li responded with a very meaningful question. "If you really appreciate me, just tell me the truth. What's really going on between you and that kid Zhao Yi?" Hearing this question, Jiang Ying was immediately stunned. Unable to say anything more, seeing Jiang Ying standing motionless, Lao Li continued, "I've heard a lot about Zhu Yi's scandals, but never about you two. I'm really curious, you guys have been acting so sus, how haven't the paparazzi caught on?" Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, "Maybe it's because I'm not a celebrity and don't appear on screen often, so no one pays attention to me." However, Lao Li didn't think so. He said that wasn't it. Among the female celebrities linked to Zhao Yi, has anyone really been noticed by reporters? Then Lao Li gently placed his hand on Xiao Xiao's shoulder, saying to her that Zhao Yi likes you. After this conversation, Jiang Ying stood there stunned for a while. Seeing Lao Li's car leave, she thought absent-mindedly, "Zhao Yi likes me." Just then, a noisy sound behind Jiang Ying caught her attention and she turned around. It turned out to be Guanlei throwing a tantrum at Zhao Yi. "Ah Yi, I thought you wouldn't care about me anymore." Sob, Zhao Yi was resolutely telling Guanlei, "Get in the car," but Guanlei acted coquettishly. "I don't want to, I'm not going back." Jiang Ying was touched, thinking Zhao Yi liked her. But witnessing this scene felt like a slap to the face. She smiled wryly. Hey, so he likes me." While thinking, Jiang Ying took out her phone and called her assistant, Qiao Nan. Qiao Nan understood as soon as she answered, and immediately drove to pick up Jiang Ying. After Jiang Ying got in the car, Qiao Nan asked her, "I saw CEO Xiao and Guanlei at the hotel entrance just now." Jiang Ying also said, "I saw them too." Qiao Nan was very curious and asked, "Director Jiang, aren't you upset?" But Jiang Ying acted nonchalant. She smiled and asked Qiao Nan, Why should I be upset? You and Zhao Yi were originally just using each other. After Zhao Zhao returned to her house, a message from Zhao Yi appeared on her phone. Ying Ying, are you okay? Jiang Ying picked up her phone and didn't bother replying. She read the news on the hot search. Xiao Yi and Guan Lei were hugging at the hotel last night. Under the post were many fan comments. Who made my girl cry? I'm gonna throw hands. Someone else commented. Who dares to treat my wife Guan Lei like that? Is it because the old man from the Zhuao family doesn't want them to be together? Jiang Ying felt tired after reading the article and the comments. She thought to herself that she was tired and should go to sleep first. So Jiang Ying went to bed and slept until the next morning. Early the next morning, while Xiao Xiao was still in bed, her assistant Xiao Nan called Jiang Ying and informed her of an urgent piece of news. Director Jiang, the emotional drama Fated Love, suddenly announced that it will be broadcast ahead of schedule. Jiang Ying was completely awake after hearing this announcement. She asked Xiao Nan in a panic, didn't I tell you to find those 2 trainees? You couldn't find them. But Xiao Nan replied that they had been found. But the girl recently had cosmetic surgery, thinking she would be pretty in half a month, and then film. Who would have expected this? Faced with such a sudden situation, Jiang Ying calmly thought of a solution. Then, Jiang Ying suddenly became serious and asked Xiao Nan, can you do it? Xiao Nan refused emphatically. Me, Director Jiang, don't joke with me, I can't. Jiang Ying thought about what happened at the hotel entrance yesterday, plus the sudden situation this morning. She suddenly felt a headache. However, she still had to pull herself together to solve everything. Jiang Ying got out of bed and instructed Xiao Nan to send her the filming location. Xiao Nan was puzzled and asked, you want to go in person? Jiang Ying nodded. Yeah, I'll go, and then find an excuse to back out halfway. Cut to the set. Jiang Ying went to see Director Liu. Director Liu was very surprised to see Jiang Ying. Director Jiang, what brings you here? Are you here to bring your artists? However, Jiang Ying didn't come for that purpose, and she opened her mouth to the director. No, I'm one of the participants in the program this time. Director Liu was a little confused after hearing this and asked, you're one of the participants in the program this time? Jiang Ying hesitated and replied, right? Just then, Director Liu's assistant came up to him and whispered something in his ear, which made the director extremely surprised and annoyed. He angrily said loudly to Jiang Ying, Director Jiang, is Jiang Corporation messing with me? It's just a small show of mine. It's one thing for you to come. Why is President Zhao here too? Jiang Ying was shocked by the news and asked with her mouth open, Zhao Yi wants to come too. Before Jiang Ying could get over her surprise, 3 seconds later, Zhao Yi appeared on the set, raising his hand to greet Jiang Ying and everyone. With 2 big shots participating in the game show, the director would naturally agree. He approached and handed Jiang Ying a script for the dating show. He told her that President Zhao was also a newbie. Tell me honestly, are there any artists this time that your company is particularly interested in? Jiang Ying replied honestly. Director Liu, as far as I know, there shouldn't be. Hearing this, Director Liu just shrugged. If you say no, then no. Cut to the recording location of the dating show. All the young men and women are gathered here. The audience watching the show are constantly chattering. Some are cheering for Yuri Jingyuan. Others are cheering for my Lu Hang for being so handsome. Some say, I love Jingyuan. I wonder. There are a total of 8 guests. Where are the other 2? Just then, Jiang Ying appeared. Here she comes. Here she comes. She greeted everyone. Introducing myself, I am Jiang Ying, the Public Relations Director of Zhao Corporation Media. Everyone was surprised and started whispering when they heard Jiang Ying's title. Did I hear correctly? The Public Relations Director of Zhao Corporation Media? This newbie really has the right aura. It feels like she's about to overshadow the other artists. But this Jiang Ying is really beautiful. Are the people at Zhao Corporation Media also good looking? Just then, a young man approached Jiang Ying, brought her a glass of water, and cheerfully greeted her. Sister Jiang Ying, sit over here. Everyone asked Jiang Ying, Director Jiang, do you know who the other newbie is? Just then, Zhao Yi also entered the room with everyone. Everyone who saw Zhao Yi appear was shocked, their faces blank, and they called out President Zhu in a daze. The show became hotter than ever. The audience kept chattering excitedly. My husband! Hubby! Holy SHT! It's Zhu Yi! The second newbie is actually Zhu Yi. Sisters upstairs? Please tell me who Zhu Yi is. The name sounds familiar. Someone else commented. Zhu Yi, the chairman of Zhao Corporation Media. Ah, what is this show trying to do? Zhao Yi entered the room and greeted everyone. At this time, a girl named Luo Han, who is an artist of Haixing Media, came forward to greet Zhao Yi. President Zhao, you're not the second newbie, are you? Are you also participating in a dating show? Zhao Yi replied, so what if I am? Am I not worthy of love? Zhu Yi's line completely stirred up the audience. Haha, President Zhu, you are worthy. This man knows how to flirt. Our President Zhu is worthy, extremely worthy. If President Zhu joins the entertainment industry, who needs those other artists? Zhao Yi slowly approached the seat, looking towards Jiang Ying. Then, he approached Jiang Ying and sat close to her, even rubbing his thigh against Jiang Ying's. Zhao Yi spoke up and said, "Everyone, what do we need to do next?" This made Jiang Ying very puzzled. Seeing Zhao Yi rubbing against her like that, Jiang Ying moved to the side, showing that she was avoiding him. Then, Jiang Ying spoke to everyone. "We have to stay here for half a month. Shouldn't we first divide the work? For example, who cooks? Who does the dishes? Who cleans?" Another artist spoke up. "I don't know how to cook. I'll do the dishes." Luo Han also chimed in. "I don't know how to cook either. I'll do the dishes too." The two female artists glared at each other with daggers in their eyes. In this awkward situation, Jiang Ying stood up to discuss. "Luo Han, you do the dishes. Jinbei, you cook with me, help me out." Hearing this, Jinbei agreed, "But Sister Jiang Ying, I don't know anything about cooking. Don't you dislike me?" Hearing this, Jiang Ying leaned close to Jinbei's ear and whispered to her, "It's okay, I don't know how to cook either." The audience watching the show commented on the scene. Haha, what did Jiang Ying say to Jinbei? Why did Jinbei laugh after hearing it? That Luo Han girl doesn't seem easy to get along with. While Jiang Ying was assigning tasks, Zhu Yi approached her and asked, "What about me? What do I do?" Not getting a response from Jiang Ying, Zhao Yi turned to Jinbei and said, "How about I cook with you guys?" Seeing Zhao Yi taking the initiative to talk to her, Jinbei's cheeks turned red, and she replied shyly, "Okay, anyway, I don't know how. It's good to have one more person helping Sister Jiang Ying." Seeing Zhao Yi cooking with the two of them, Luo Han started wanting to cling to Zhao Yi and said, "I want to cook too. I suddenly remembered that I know how to cook a few specialties." She was clearly fighting to do the dishes earlier, but now that she sees Zhao Yi cooking, she also wants to cook. What a scheming woman. Seeing this awkward situation, Jiang Ying had to warmly reassign. "Then that's good, the three of you cook, I'll do the dishes." Zhao Yi is in a good situation. At first he wanted to cook because Jiang Ying was cooking, but now Jiang Ying wants to go out and do the dishes, leaving Zhao Yi alone with these two women to cook. Dude's got a face like he swallowed a lemon, all kinds of unwilling, but hey, he's still got to cook with these two ladies. While they're at it, Luo Han's acting all high and mighty like she knows everything, and starts bossing Jinbei around. "If you really can't cook, just scram. The kitchen's cramped enough already." Jinbei's like, all right, and heads out, telling her, "If you need any help, just give me a shout." As soon as Jinbei dips, Luo Han's cooking turns into a freaking inferno. She pretends to be scared and throws herself right into Zhu Yi's arms. Zhu Yi sees this, and nopes right back, icily replying, "Don't hug me. I'm afraid of scandals." At this point, Luo Han gives Zhu Yi the puppy dog eyes with blushy cheeks. The audience is going wild in the comments. "Fire! Fire! Put it out! Ah, put it out? Oh, where's the fire brigade? Ha! It's a real fire now. I love music, don't tell me to stop." No doubt about it, Luo Han's crushing on Zhu Yi. Haha, that's like failure number 13. Wasn't she saying she knew how to cook? Is that all? Jiang Ying, who's outside the kitchen, hears the explosion, so she jumps into action to save the day. Jiang Ying rushes into the kitchen and slaps the lid on the pot, smothering the flames. After she's got it sorted, Jiang Ying turns to Luo Han and asks, "You know how to cook?" After almost burning the place down, Luo Han's still saying she knows a little. Jiang Ying rolls up her sleeves and gets to work in the kitchen. Zhao Yi's standing behind her asking, "What can I do?" Jiang Ying tells Zhao Yi to wash the pot. Then, she gets super serious about cooking this meal. So Jiang Ying's cooking, and Zhu Yi's standing next to her, being her sous chef. Zhu Yi's helping Jiang Ying peel garlic, but the garlic's being a pain. Jiang Ying shows Zhu Yi the trick. Just smash it. This scene's got the viewers all excited, commenting, "This is like me and my hubby. When I'm cooking, he's always there messing things up." Then they're all praising Jiang Ying. "She's awesome. Date with your bestie." The first CP couple is finally sailing. I ship them so hard. Feels like this old married couple's boat has finally docked. After she finishes cooking, Jiang Ying picks up a piece of meat and blows on it to cool it down. Then, she feeds it to Zhao Yi so he can try it. Zhao Yi chews it up and praises, "Perfectly seasoned, we can serve it up now." After Jiang Ying finishes cooking the meal, the dishes are all set out in the villa's dining room. Everyone's chowing down and praising it nonstop. "This is amazing, Jiang Ying, can you teach me how to cook?" Jiang Ying replies, all friendly like, "Sure, I'll call you when I'm making dinner." After saying that, Jiang Ying gives the actress a bowl of soup. "Drink some soup, remember your stomach's not doing so great." The actress takes the soup, totally touched. "How did you know?" Jiang Ying replies tactfully, "I saw your agent buying stomach medicine for you." The actress is super touched by Jiang Ying's warm concern. Meanwhile, the audience is spamming comments, "I'm voting for Jiang Ying, she's a real angel, I'm voting for Jiang Ying too." She said that on purpose, knowing Xiaojia isn't good at expressing herself, so she's always helping her out. During the meal, Zhu Yi keeps staring at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying turns her head and notices Zhao Yi. All that staring makes her kinda uncomfortable, like, what's your deal? The viewers watching the show noticed Jiang Ying's expression, commenting excitedly, haha, I'm dying, our little angel has another side to her. Feel bad for CEO Xiao for a sec, haha. CEO Xiao's got little eyes with a big question mark. Cut to Jiang Ying's room. She's chilling on the bed, scrolling on her phone. Just then, there's a knock on the door. Jiang Ying gets up and goes to open the door. She's surprised it's Zhao Yi. What's up with you, Zhao Yi? Asks Jiang Ying. You wouldn't happen to have an extra toothbrush, would you? I forgot to bring one. But Jiang Ying says she doesn't have one, but Zhu Yi doesn't believe her. He insists on going into Jiang Ying's room. I'm gonna check the bathroom. I have a feeling you're lying. Jiang Ying has no choice but to open the door and let Zhao Yi in. This makes the audience go wild with comments. This CEO Zhao isn't suitable, isn't he, into Jinbei? The two of them are just a superior subordinate relationship. After all, compared with artists, the interaction between the two of them will be less likely to cause scandals. Just then, Zhu Yi calls out from Jiang Ying's bathroom. Jiang Ying, the camera doesn't reach the bathroom. Jiang Ying was speechless upon hearing this, unsure how to respond appropriately. After searching for a while, Zhu Yi was told by Jiang Ying, I told you, I didn't bring a toothbrush. But then Zhu Yi suddenly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his six-pack abs and even the waistband of his underwear. He brazenly told Jiang Ying to go into the bathroom and find a toothbrush for him. Jiang Ying was speechless at this sight. It was so strange, just too weird. At the same time, in the director's room, his assistant approached and asked if Director Liu was still live streaming. The director told the assistant to switch the camera to another artist's room. Meanwhile, in Jiang Ying's bathroom, Zhou Yi started making some thirsty moves. He cornered Jiang Ying, moved closer, and whispered, Have you missed me lately? Jiang Ying asked back, on edge. You're pretty sick. But Zhao Yi didn't care at all. I'm lovesick. The more he talked, the closer Zhao Yi got to Jiang Ying's lips. Making her a little shy, Jiang Ying said, Haha, then I'm afraid you won't make it through the winter. Hearing this, Zhao Yi suddenly raised his eyebrows. Not understanding what she meant, Jiang Ying continued. There are too many women. Everyone's lovesick. It's easy to get a terminal illness. Hearing this, Zhao Yi chuckled and pinched Jiang Ying's cheek. I've noticed you're less distant now, huh? Daring to talk to me like that. With that, Zhao Yi planted a passionate kiss on Jiang Ying's lips. After the kiss, he whispered, Been practicing lately, what do you think? Jiang Ying didn't hesitate, boldly touching Zhao Yi's six-pack abs, and replied, Not bad. Zhou Yi continued to say incredibly thirsty things that were unbearable to hear. It's okay. Whether this kiss is good or not doesn't matter. That other place will definitely be good. So in the dim bathroom, the two of them wrestled passionately, even groaning miserably. Zhao Yi instructed Jiang Ying to keep it down. It's live streaming outside. What happened next is up to everyone's imagination. This scene is too hot. After 2 hours of fooling around in the bathroom, the couple finally finished. Zhao Yi carried Jiang Ying in his arms. Jiang Ying pretended to struggle gently, telling Zhao Yi to go out first. Zhao Yi, having satisfied the hungry tiger in his body, agreed to go out. After Zhao Yi left, Jiang Ying washed her face to wake herself up. She sighed and patted her cheeks, telling herself to stay awake. Jiang Ying, you're too lustful. In the living room of another villa, Jiang Ying, wearing a simple set of pajamas, went to the set to meet the director. When she saw Director Liu, Jiang Ying asked, Director Liu, how long did you live stream when Zhao Zong and I were in the bathroom just now? It turned out that Jiang Ying was checking with the director to see if they had recorded the time the two of them were wrestling in the bathroom. Director Liu told Jiang Ying that he had directly switched scenes. Hearing this, Jiang Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry for the trouble, Director Liu. Just then, a new message popped up on Jiang Ying's phone. It was a message from Chaonan. She sent Jiang Ying a news alert that a website had posted news about Zhu Yi, again, with the trending topic, Zhu Yi and Guanlei are dating and looking at houses for marriage. Director Xiang, things are heating up between Zhaozong and Guanlei. Do we need to handle it? Jiang Ying took a screenshot of the news, sent it to Zhou Yi, and asked for his opinion. Do we need to handle the news about you and Guanlei? The new message showed sending. Jiang Ying didn't pay much attention, immediately put her phone in her pocket, and went into the villa to continue filming with everyone. Jinbei saw Jiang Ying enter and quickly spoke up, telling her to sit on this side. Jiang Ying asked curiously, What are you guys talking about? So Jinbei told Jiang Ying, Xiao Zong asked us if we used to like or have a crush on anyone. Sister Jiang Ying, have you ever liked anyone before? Jiang Ying answered casually that she hadn't. This left Zhao Yi speechless. Comments started popping up. I feel like Zhao Yi's smile is a bit sly. Bad boys get the girl. Bad boys get the girl. To ease the atmosphere, Jiang Ying said, Does anyone want fruit? I'll go peel some. Xiao Xia volunteered to follow Jiang Ying. I'll go learn from Sister Jiang Ying. While Jiang Ying was opening the refrigerator, Xiao Xia stood beside her and raised her index finger, expressing her admiration for Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying, I've heard about you for a long time. You handled that crisis so well last time, Jiang Ying replied calmly. I hope there won't be an opportunity to handle one for you. Just as Jiang Ying was peeling fruit in the kitchen, Zhu Yi entered the kitchen, moved close to Jiang Ying, and whispered in her ear, Jiang Ying, I want to eat an orange. This made the atmosphere awkward. Jiang Ying quickly arranged the fruit and said awkwardly to Zhao Yi, eat it. Take the plate of fruit out if it's convenient. Jiang Ying gave the plate of fruit to Zhao Yi, and the two of them locked eyes. Jiang Ying was very moved, but she still pretended to be very calm. The audience watching the show began to comment on this moment. I have a feeling that Zhao Yi has something for Jiang Ying. Wow, Zhaozong's charm radiates everywhere he goes. Haha, Jiang Ying is so calm, or rather, she's ice cold. Haha, Zhu Yi keeps staring at Jiang Ying with those mesmerizing eyes, and the atmosphere is getting intense. Xiao Xia, standing next to them, can feel the tension, so she wisely backs away to avoid being a third wheel. Gotta find an excuse to scram. After Zhao Yi takes the plate of fruit from Jiang Ying and leaves, Xiao Xia comes closer and whispers, Jiang Ying, you just had a fight with CEO Xiao. Jiang Ying replies, who would dare? My livelihood depends on him. Hearing that, Xiao Xia sighs in relief. Oh, okay, thanks. Then she says sincerely to Jiang Ying, my manager said your words on the show were meant to help me. Jiang Ying responds, she's a good seed. Tell your manager to guide her well. After going to the living room, Jiang Ying sits down next to a male artist. This male artist quickly grabs a piece of fruit for Jiang Ying, inviting her to eat. After Jiang Ying takes the fruit from his hand, the male artist looks at Jiang Ying thoughtfully. He asks, what are you planning to cook today? Let me help you out. I actually know how to cook quite a few dishes, Jiang Ying asks back. Aren't you assigned to clean the second and third floors? However, the male artist says it's no big deal, since he doesn't have much to do anyway. Hearing that, Jiang Ying agrees with the male artist. All right, then let's go to the market together later. Zhao Yi, sitting on the opposite side, witnesses this scene and gets so jealous he's about to boil over. He glares at the male artist with daggers in his eyes, as if he wants to go over and start a fight. Just then, Zhu Yi's phone rings, and the caller is Guan Lei. Seeing the caller's name, Zhu Yi doesn't hesitate to reject the call. Not answering Guan Lei's phone call, another male artist comes over and asks, Zhu Yi, how's work been for you lately? CEO Zhu Yi turns and replies, so-so. At the same time, Luo Han also receives a phone call. This time, the caller is Guan Lei. Luo Han answers her phone, saying happily, Lei Lei misses me. However, Guan Lei isn't calling because she misses her. She knows Zhao Yi is also participating in this reality show, so she's calling to ask Luo Han if Zhao Yi is next to her. Luo Han confirms that he is. So Guan Lei suggests that Luo Han pass the phone to Zhao Yi. So Luo Han hands the phone to Zhao Yi, telling him it's Lei Lei. The viewers watching the show are incredibly surprised and quickly comment, Lei Lei? Guan Lei? After watching the show for so long, I finally remembered that this dog Zhu Yi has rumored girlfriends. This dog, Zhu Yi, has so many rumored girlfriends. Guan Lei dared to call on livestream. Is this to confirm their relationship? Zhou Yi doesn't want any more rumors, so he rejects the call. Tell her to call my agent directly for work matters. Luo Han still wants to speak up for Guan Lei, persuading Zhou Yi that maybe Lei Lei is calling him for something else. However, Zhu Yi is still incredibly clear-headed. He lowers his head and smiles lightly. Miss Lumo, are you trying to create a scandal for me? Hearing this, Luo Han freezes up and falls silent. Zhao Yi continues to stare intently at Jiang Ying. Seeing Jiang Ying bite into a piece of dragon fruit, the red color of the dragon fruit stains her lips. Seeing that, Zhao Yi feels extremely uncomfortable and immediately stands up and approaches Jiang Ying, blocking the blind spot of the camera, then uses his hand to wipe the stain off her lips. Then Zhao Yi says softly to everyone, Jiang Ying knows, I'm single. This is also Zhu Yi's way of denying the drama. The viewers watching the livestream start freaking out and commenting, speechless, so cringe. He's so smooth. So cringe but smooth. Is Zhao Yi publicly denying his relationship with Guan Lei? What do you guys know? Zhao Yi is doing this to protect Guan Lei. They're in love. The master isn't even worried, but the dog is barking already. After Zhao Yi leaves upstairs, Jinbei turns to Jiang Ying and asks quietly, is Zhao Yi really single? Jiang Ying looks extremely pained and replies, probably. Jinbei continues to press. Then, are he and Guan Lei actually in love? Jiang Ying doesn't know how to answer, so she has to reply, I really don't know about that. Then, to ease the atmosphere, Jiang Ying takes the initiative to stand up. I'm gonna change clothes. I still need to go buy groceries later. After Jiang Ying steps onto the stairs, she hears Zhao Yi's voice, telling her to come over there. Hearing that, Jiang Ying doesn't want to take another step. Zhao Yi added, You shouldn't, then I'll go down. So Jiang Ying had to step forward. Aren't you afraid of the cameras? However, Zhou Yi said, I already told the director to turn them off. Jiang Ying acted cold and indifferent, quickly walking past Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi stared intently at Jiang Ying, and how could he let her leave like that? He grabbed Jiang Ying's hand, pressing her against the wall. Jiang Ying said softly to Zhou Yi in confusion, Aren't you afraid of a scandal? However, Zhou Yi stubbornly wrapped his arms around Jiang Ying's waist. Because of what happened earlier, Zhou Yi was still extremely jealous, and asked Jiang Ying, Does Qing Yuan like you? Jiang Ying glossed over the matter with a few words. What does this have to do with you? Zhou Yi didn't hold back at all and immediately lowered his head to bite Jiang Ying's neck. Mrs. Zhao, are you planning to give me a green hat? Jiang Ying's face suddenly changed after being bitten. Zhao Yi, are you a dog? Hearing Jiang Ying's words, Zhao Yi just smiled lightly. If I'm a dog, then what are you when you're pinned down by a dog? Jiang Ying, faced with Zhao Yi's bad boy attitude, was speechless and could only utter the words, You rascal! Zhao Yi hugged Jiang Ying even tighter. Jiang Ying, extremely flustered, asked Zhao Yi, What exactly do you want to do? So Zhao Yi revealed his intention, I'll go grocery shopping with you later. Jiang Ying immediately pushed Zhao Yi away. Are you sick? Zhao Yi continued to tease her. Then do you have medicine? Jiang Ying was so annoyed by Zhao Yi that she ran into her room and slammed the door shut. Zhao Yi stood outside the door, covering his mouth and chuckling. Inside Jiang Ying's room, she sat down on the bed and began to get ready, applying makeup. While putting on makeup, she muttered to herself, What a dog! At the same time, Zhu Yi, standing outside the door, received a text message from someone with the surname Pei, with the message saying, Didn't this dog say years ago that you'd let Jiang Ying go? Cut to a scene in the villa's living room. Jiang Ying had finished preparing her things and clothes for going to the market. At this moment, when Jiang Ying arrived, Jinbei came forward. Hello, Sister Jiang Ying. You are the perfect goddess in my heart. Then Jinbei began to praise Jiang Ying endlessly. You're not only beautiful, but also know how to do everything, and you have great fashion sense. The viewers watching the live stream also began to comment continuously. I must learn how to dress like Jiang Ying in the future. I really hope Jiang Ying live streams how to coordinate outfits. Haha! Jinbei has become Jiang Ying's die-hard fan. Haha! Amused by Jinbei's praise, Jiang Ying didn't know what else to say besides thanking her. Afterward, she glanced and saw Zhao Yi standing and answering a phone call in the hall. Not paying attention to Jiang Ying already being downstairs, just then, Qing Yuan eagerly approached Jiang Ying, saying, Let's go together. Jiang Ying nodded shyly in agreement. Zhao Yi, on the other hand, turned away to answer the phone, missing the opportunity. At the market, there were also cameras following Jing Yuan and Jiang Ying. At this moment, Jing Yuan asked, Jiang Ying, do you usually cook? Jiang Ying replied, Yeah, I quite like cooking. So Jing Yuan praised, I thought you would hire a helper. Jiang Ying also shared a little of her feelings. I don't like having outsiders in my house. Just as they were shopping at the market, Jing Yuan's phone rang. It turned out to be a call from his manager, reminding Jing Yuan not to space out. And to create some ambiguity, I've sent so many messages and you haven't even seen them. So it turned out that Jing Yuan had an ulterior motive with Jiang Ying to create drama. Jing Yuan moved closer to Jiang Ying, appearing very intimate. Jiang Ying also noticed the cameras behind her and looked up to see them filming this scene. Jiang Ying also knew Jing Yuan's purpose and approached him, whispering, Was that your manager on the phone just now? Want to create a dating scandal with me? No problem, go ahead, I'll cooperate with you. Jiang Ying was doing it all for work, so she deliberately got close and gave Jing Yuan the bag of fruits for him to hold, and even intentionally touched his hand. When their hands touched, Jing Yuan also appeared extremely embarrassed, explaining, I didn't do it on purpose, Jiang Ying replied. It's okay. Faced with this situation, the viewers watching the live stream commented enthusiastically, what's happening here? Why do I suddenly feel love? If Jing Yuan doesn't like Jiang Ying, I'll stew myself. At the same time, in Zhao Yi's villa room, because he was turned away answering the phone, he didn't know when Jiang Ying had gone out, so he was still sitting and waiting for Jiang Ying to come downstairs, pondering, Strange, hasn't Jiang Ying come down yet? Sitting on the sofa, Jinbei was also watching the live stream of the two going to the market. She excitedly shouted happily, Is the first CP of X about to be born? But Jiang Ying and Jing Yuan look really compatible, Xiao Naigao and Yu Ji. Hearing this, Zhao Yi quickly approached Jinbei. Ask what's up. Jinbei shows Zhao Yi the live stream screen. I'm watching this. So Zhao Yi picks up the phone and reads the comments. I can feel it, blah blah blah. Seeing this, Zhao Yi gets so pissed that he crushes the glass in his hand, then throws the glass straight into the trash can. This leaves Jinbei standing beside him, totally stunned. Zhao Yi, your hand. Zhao Yi calmly grabs a tissue to wipe the wound on his hand, replying, It's nothing. This glass was just low quality. Jinbei looks super worried. Are you really okay? Zhao Yi coldly replies, I'm fine, and then heads upstairs and leaves. The viewers watching are also curious and comment, what's wrong with Zhao Yi? He seems angry. Could it be because of Jiang Ying? Scene cuts to everyone's lunch. After Jiang Ying cooks and sets the food on the table, everyone eats non-stop, praising it. This is so delicious. This is chef-level stuff. Jinbei, while eating, secretly glances at Zhou Yi, wanting to say something but holding back. Right then, Luo Han notices something unusual on Zhao Yi's hand, so she asks, Zhao Yi, what happened to your hand? Zhao Yi calmly replies, the glass was too flimsy, it broke when I poured a little hot water in. As he says that, Zhou Yi glances at Jiang Ying sitting across from him. However, Jiang Ying doesn't seem to care at all. On the contrary, Luo Han looks extremely worried, quickly standing up to find medicine. Jiang Ying is eating when Jing Yuan, sitting next to her, uses his chopsticks to put food in her bowl. Jiang Ying, try this. Witnessing this, Zhu Yi gets even more jealous. He slams his chopsticks down, then crosses his arms helplessly. Luo Han, after finding the medicine, calls Zhao Yi over. Zhao Yi, come here, I'll treat your wound. Hearing this, Zhou Yi looks up at Jiang Ying. However, at this moment she shows an indifferent attitude, completely unconcerned, and leaves the table, so Zhao Yi has no choice but to go to Luo Han and let her treat his wound. As Luo Han treats Zhao Yi's wound, she is also very gentle. The viewers watching this show comment, she's so scheming, so scheming. Aren't Luo Han and Guan Lei besties? The saying is true. Beware of fire. Beware of thieves. Beware of best friends. Luo Han then starts talking to Zhao Yi. This wound needs to be bandaged on time. Let's add each other on WeChat. You can call me when you need it bandaged. Zhou Yi doesn't hesitate and asks directly, do you like me? Hearing this question, Luo Han freezes for 5 seconds, unable to say anything. Zhao Yi then stands up straight and immediately leaves. After leaving, Zhu Yi sends Jiang Ying a message. Just 3 words. Come to my room. Jiang Ying reads this message and quickly deletes it. Acting like nothing happened, after showering and freshening up, Jiang Ying receives a phone call from Chao Nan. Chao Nan frantically announces, Director Fang, Guan Lei, something happened. Guan Lei lost his temper on set and hit a staff member, and reporters took pictures. At the same time, in Zhao Yi's room, he takes out his phone to call Jiang Ying, but can't reach her because Jiang Ying is busy taking a call from Chao Nan. After being informed by Chao Nan, she rushes to the film set. Jiang Ying asks, Guan Lei hasn't come out from the beginning to the end. Chao Nan tells her, no. Our people have knocked on the door several times, but no one answers inside the room. Jiang Ying makes a decision. Please find 2 people for me. Break down this door. Our company will be responsible for all the losses. As Guan Lei is sitting alone on the bed, the hotel room door is broken open, causing Guan Lei to panic. Hey, who let you guys break down my door? Just then, Jiang Ying appeared before her, nonchalantly replying, that would be me. Go apologize to the staff, pronto. But Guan Lei was still being stubborn, saying, I want to see Yi. Jiang Ying turned around and ordered her subordinates. Get her back to her room, stat. Guan Lei was dragged away without mercy. She was still yelling stubbornly, let me go! Wang Qi, your guts are getting bigger and bigger, aren't they? Whose manager are you anyway? Wang Qi retorted, Guan Lei, Zhao Zong is filming right now. He can't make it here. Jiang Ying immediately shoved Guan Lei into the room without a second thought, then turned to look at the reporters swarming outside, telling Guan Lei, you're burning your own bridges, you know that? However, Guan Lei was still being stubborn. I don't care. I want to see Yi. Jiang Ying explained to Guan Lei. I don't know what happened between you and Zhao Yi, but ruining your career for a dude? You're gonna regret it big time. Tears were streaming down Guan Lei's face as she roared at Jiang Ying. What about you? What if it was Zhao Yan instead of Zhao Yi? Would you still be able to calmly ignore it? Jiang Ying turned her face away and said bluntly, I would never sacrifice my life for any dude. Just then, Zhao Yi, who was lying in his room, suddenly got a call from Jiang Ying, making him overjoyed. He immediately picked up, what's up? But then Xiao Yi heard something that extinguished the smile on his face. Jiang Ying told Xiao Yi, Guan Lei has something she wants to say to you. Guan Lei took the phone and started crying and complaining to Zhao Yi, you can't lie to me. After talking on the phone with Zhao Yi and being persuaded by Zhao Yi, Guan Lei had a complete change of attitude, approached Jiang Ying, and said, I'll go apologize to the staff later. After resolving everything, Jiang Ying was about to open the door and go back. Suddenly, something caught Jiang Ying's attention. It turned out that Zhuo Yan was dead drunk, sprawled out on the ground in front of her room. After seeing Jiang Ying appear, he started rambling, I'm starting to hallucinate again. Then he reached out towards Jiang Ying, calling her name, Ying Ying, but Jiang Ying seemed very evasive, asking, why are you here? You're drunk. Zhu Yan started to stagger to his feet, clutching his face. I didn't know you'd be back, otherwise I wouldn't have come here. Seeing Zhao Yan so drunk, Jiang Ying politely asked, do you want to come inside and sit for a bit? At this point, Xiao Yan told Jiang Ying, I'm getting engaged soon. Jiang Ying acted indifferent, not caring at all, just politely saying, congratulations. Zhu Yan continued to ask, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Jiang Ying denied it. Zhu Yan asked, everyone in the Zhu family thought you liked me. However, Jiang Ying was completely indifferent, only replying, sorry, I caused you trouble. Zhu Yan stubbornly asked, did you ever like me? Did you ever like me? Jiang Ying clearly replied that she didn't. So Xiao Yan handed Jiang Ying an invitation. I'm getting engaged in 2 weeks. Come with Yi. Jiang Ying took the invitation in her hand. Just then, Zhou Yi ran over, standing in front of the door, and said, you're getting engaged. Why didn't you tell me and instead ran here to see my wife in private? Zhao Yan explained awkwardly, Yi, don't misunderstand. I just couldn't think of a reason to explain. Zhou Yi interrupted. Got it? We'll definitely come to your engagement, bro. It's late. Go home early. We're gonna rest first. Inside the room, Xiao Yi pinned Jiang Ying against the door, asking, why didn't you reply to my messages? Jiang Ying made up an excuse, saying she was busy driving earlier. Zhao Yi leaned close to Jiang Ying's lips, placed his hand on her mouth, and murmured, are you mad at me? Jiang Ying replied, mad about what? Picking up from the previous moment, Zhao Yi said with a serious expression, Guanlei caused trouble because of me. Hearing this, Jiang Ying replied, my job is to resolve scandals for artists. Moreover, Miss Guan is Zhao Zong's childhood sweetheart. Zhao Yi's face darkened, and he said, so the two of you are childhood sweethearts. What are you and I? Jiang Ying just looked at Zhao Yi and smirked. Seeing this, Zhao Yi just clicked his tongue. Then, he suddenly embraced Jiang Ying and kissed her deeply on the lips. The two were silent, just kissing like that. Suddenly, Zhao Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, then became gentle again. He separated from Jiang Ying's lips and asked, suddenly being so obedient, Jiang Ying didn't answer but asked back, Zhao Yi, when will you get bored of playing around? Hearing this, Zhao Yi frowned and asked, what? Jiang Ying said again, I remember you used to not keep women around for more than a week. Zhao Yi took his hands off Jiang Ying, asking, you're bored of playing already? Yeah, I'm so over it. Hearing this, the smile on Zhao Yi's face froze. Then he gave a mocking smile. He said, babe, your thinking's not bad, but don't even think about it next time. Not hearing the answer she wanted, Jiang Ying went back to the bedroom, while Zhao Yi followed behind, asking as he walked, why are you bored of playing? You're not provocative enough. I'm not going back tonight either. Jiang Ying coldly replied, whatever. Then she went into the room and slammed the door shut. Cutscene, Jiang Ying is asleep, dreaming about her childhood. Her mother says, Ying Ying, your father doesn't want us anymore. He has another woman outside. Then her mother grabs her hair and slaps her head repeatedly. Her whole body is covered in bruises. Her mother blames her. It's all your fault, you useless thing who doesn't know how to strive. Then her mother hugs her again and says, what to do, Ying Ying? He doesn't want us anymore. At this point, she suddenly wakes up from the dream. She rubs her head to clear her mind. Cut to the next morning. Jiang Ying is scrolling through her phone while taking antidepressants. On the screen is a message from Dr. Yu. If you want to fully recover, you must try your best. You must believe that not all marriages are unhappy, Jiang Ying replies. I can't forget the car accident on the highway. My parents died right in front of my eyes. Then she puts down her phone. A voice from outside says, Ying Ying, why are you up so early? It's Zhao Yi. He comes closer, hugs her from behind, kisses her ear, and asks, back to the program team, Jiang Ying replies coldly. Yeah. At the program team's villa, Jiang Ying pushes the door open and enters. Actor Jing Yuan is very happy to see her. He steps forward to give her slippers and asks, were you out last night? Yeah, handled some work, thanks. Then Jing Yuan says quietly, I heard about it. Guanlei injured a staff member. Jiang Ying just smiles and says nothing. People watching the livestream comment, it's so obvious that Jing Yuan likes Jiang Ying. This little golden retriever, ex-mature woman setup feels so good. Jiang Ying is my wife, no one can steal her from me. Free Jiang Ying. A girl from the team asks, Jing Yuan, do you see the little stars in Jiang Ying's eyes? Jing Yuan doesn't answer but carries a bowl of porridge to Jiang Ying and says, seafood porridge? I don't know if it suits your taste. Thanks. Suddenly the door opens and everyone turns towards it. Someone asks Zhu Yi, have you had breakfast yet? Not yet, Zhu Yi. Did you go for a morning run? Do you want to eat something? Jing Yuan cooked it. It's super delicious. Now Zhao Yi looks towards Jing Yuan and Jiang Ying. At this moment, Jing Yuan is still picking food and putting it into Jiang Ying's bowl. Zhao Yi, did you go for a morning run? Yes. Do you want to run with me? I also have the habit of morning runs. Is that... Okay, no. People watching the livestream explode again. Zhao Yi rejects people so charmingly. We're doomed. Jinbei and Luo Han, definitely both like Zhao Yi, Who do you guys think Zhou Yi will choose? I think it's Jinbei. In Jiang Ying's room, she's lying down reading a book when her phone rings with a message. She picks it up and reads the message from Zhou Yi. Turned off the camera in your room. Go to sleep. Now she looks up and sees that the camera light is off. She puts down her phone, intending to lie down and sleep. The phone rings again with a message. You go to sleep first. I'll come over and sleep with you later. Jiang Ying's face darkens. She gets out of bed and goes to lock the door. Then there's another message from Zhou Yi. Don't lock the door. I don't want to make a scene. And let everyone know. She curses at her phone. Scoundrel is not enough to describe Zhou Yi. At night, when Jiang Ying is sleeping, Zhou Yi arrives. He presses close to her, holding her in his arms. Jiang Ying unintentionally turns over, getting closer to Zhou Yi, surprising him. After that, he hugged her even tighter, and they fell asleep in each other's arms like that. The next morning, Jiang Ying woke up. Zhou Yi asked. Awake? She just replied, Hungry? Not hungry, but I am. Aren't you tired of playing already? She bit him, Zhou Yi said. Ah Yi. They got wrapped up in each other again and kissed. Then Zhou Yi slowly kissed down her neck. Jiang Ying said, panting. Don't. Zhou Yi asked again. Tired of playing yet? Jiang Ying said angrily. Damn you, get off, I'm tired. Zhou Yi asked again. What about me? Jiang Ying replied. Bathroom, straight ahead. Everyone knows what you do in the bathroom, Zhou Yi asked again. Ying, are you just going to put your pants on and pretend nothing happened? She pulled the blanket up to cover herself and said, It was your own free will. If you don't get off, don't come looking for me later. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, but still agreed. All right. He got dressed and asked, Want to take a shower? Jiang Ying didn't turn around and asked, Will you help me? Zhou Yi looked at her, then picked her up. Jiang Ying said softly, The water a little warmer, I'm afraid of the cold. Jiang Ying, are you acting up because you're spoiled? With that, Zhou Yi hugged and kissed her from behind again. No, I'm tired. I'll be even more tired later. Jiang Ying turned to face forward, looking directly at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi took her hand and placed it on his chest, his heart pounding. He asked, Is it edible yet? What? My heart is beating for you? That sentence made Jiang Ying's face flush red. Their breathing started to quicken. Zhou Yi pounced on her fiercely. And what was meant to happen, happened. After they were both intimate, Jiang Ying lay on the bed and said, Lunchtime is over, tell them I'm not feeling well, and am catching up on sleep. Are you this considerate to every woman? If so, would you be considered the perfect lover? Aren't you leaving? Zhou Yi smiled and turned to leave Jiang Ying's room. A gentle breeze blew through the window, making the curtains flutter. Sunlight shone on Jiang Ying's beautiful face, who was lazily lying asleep. Zhou Yi left the room and closed the door. Suddenly there was a voice. CEO Zhao. He frowned and turned towards the voice. The girl who called out blushed in surprise when she saw Zhao Yi's face, her mind quickly working. There's still a trace of soul energy in Sister Jiang Ying's room. Zhao Yi saw her expression and asked, Is there something on my neck? There's a trace of soul energy on your Adam's apple. Zhao Yi just said. Oh, then he asked, Is there any rice left in the kitchen? Yes, please let me heat it up and give it to Jiang Ying. Then, the girl turned and sighed in relief. Zhou Yi spoke again. You're Xiaoxia, right? Jiang Ying's impression of you isn't bad. Thank you, Director Xiang. Zhou Yi said, Tell Timg Zhu Qi that I said to get him and you on a government thing. After the program ends, I'll arrange for you two to shoot a movie. Xiaoxia said happily, Thank you, CEO Zihao. Scene change. In the room, Jiang Ying was lying down texting with her best friend. Ying, an old friend's getting married. There's a get-together tonight. Wanna come? I don't have time. Bao Chen can go with you. If he goes with you, how am I going to be arm in arm with my crush? Don't wanna... Afterwards, Jiang Ying changed clothes and went downstairs. Seeing her, a girl spoke up. Sis Jiang Ying, it seems like Zhu Qi and Xiaoxia have decided to be together. Jiang Ying coldly replied with an Sis Jiang Ying, are you trying to stir up a CP with Xing Yuan? Jiang Ying retorted. What about you? Who do you want to ship with? I kinda like Zhao Yi. Do you think Zhao Yi likes me? Lately, I've been checking out the girls Zhao Yi has been rumored with, and they all have that kind of subtle, aloof vibe. Who knows what his type is? I don't think he's into girls like you. While they were talking, Zhao Yi was approaching them. He asked, What are you guys talking about? Jiang Ying calmly replied, Your scandals? Seeing this, the girl hid behind Jiang Ying. Zhu Yi asked again, Headed out? Same direction or not? Hearing this, Zhao Yi still followed behind her. The girl was left behind, still not understanding what was happening. Jiang Ying's bestie, Kuai Ji, looked around and asked Jiang Ying, Where's my crush? Jiang Ying took a sip of water and replied, Dunno. Then she nudged the person next to her and asked, Where's our math rep? Isn't he over there? The answer made Kuai Ji spit out her water. Is that even the same person? Did our old friend pull a face swap or something? Old friend, Jiang Ying, you're still as beautiful as ever. Hello, here's my business card. We're all old friends, so if you need anything, just say the word, Ying Ying. Among all these adults, your intentions are the purest. Han Peng, was that Jiang Ying sitting next to Quan Shi just now? The tipsy Han Peng replied, yeah, that's Jiang Ying. Long time no see, she's still as pretty as ever. I remember the class monitor used to chase after Jiang Ying, right? Jiang Ying might regret it now. If the class monitor just winks, she'd probably crawl into his bed. Zhao Yi seemed a bit annoyed hearing this. The person next to him said, Ying Ying's still as popular as ever. Zhao Yi lit a cigarette and said, how do you want to die? Tell me. Then he turned to the waiter and said, bring 2 bottles of good wine to this room, the waiter asked. President Zhu Hao? Who's it for? Zhao Yi said, it's for Jiang Ying. Say her husband sent it. Haha. Husband Yi, has Ying Ying even acknowledged that title of yours yet? 2 days ago, I went to see a piece of land, water in front, mountains behind. Planning to build a villa? Nah, planning to bury you. Good feng shui guarantees blessings for your descendants. In Jiang Ying's private room, everyone was chatting happily. Suddenly, the waiter walked in. He said, President Zhu asked me to give this to everyone, someone asked. President Zhu? Jiang Ying was also surprised. The waiter said again, Mrs. Zhuao, if you need anything, just call me. Thanks for your hard work. After the waiter left, everyone continued to chat happily. Jiang Ying, old classmate, want to drink something? Ying Ying, where did you get your hair permed? It's so pretty. Ying Ying, why didn't you invite us old friends for a drink when you got married? Beside them, Quan Ji could only stare in shock. She turned to Jiang Ying and whispered, Zhuao Yi's also at the hotel, Jiang Ying replied with the same expression. Dunno. Then Jiang Ying's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Yi. Babe, is the wine good? She just texted back, come out. Then she walked out of the private room. At the same time, in another private room, Zhu Yi said to his friends, you guys drink up. I'm gonna step outside for a sec. Zhu Yi, is your kidney failing or something? You keep disappearing? Then the whole group burst into laughter again. My kidney's fine, and so is she. You know, I'm good. Then Zhao Yi walked out looking a little tipsy. The two met, just looking at each other without a word. Zhao Yi turned and gestured with his hand, signaling Jiang Ying to follow. Jiang Ying understood and followed Zhao Yi. The two walked into an empty room. Jiang Ying asked, what are you doing here? A moment ago, Jiang Ying asked again. Did you send the wine? Zhao Yi said. It wasn't old Pei. When he went to the restroom, he overheard some of your old friends saying you wouldn't believe him. Do I have no credibility with you at all? Look at you, you reek of alcohol the moment you arrive. Ha, did you have a good time this afternoon? Hearing that, Jiang Ying pushed Zhao Yi away. She said, Zhao Yi, it's a pity you're not running an escort service. If I did, would you pay attention to my business? Of course. As long as the price is right. Zhao Yi moved closer and said, how much do you think is a fair price for me? Zhu Yi, your recent behavior makes me think you like me. So, guess if I like you, don't taint our pure bed buddy relationship. Zhao Yi breathed on Jiang Ying's neck and said, I seem to recall someone saying they were craving my body. Yeah, quite a craving. Wanna go play cards together later? It's old Pei's birthday today. Hearing that, Jiang Ying didn't say anything more. Zhao Yi said, meet me in the parking lot in half an hour. After talking, Jiang Ying returned to her room. At this time, Quan Ji was chugging from a whole bottle of wine. Are you planning to switch to the alcohol industry? Ugh, what do you think I want? As soon as you left, they asked who your husband was. The Zhao family in Bai Cheng is only that one. How could I dare to talk nonsense? Bestie, you just went out to find Zhu Yi. Yeah, actually, I've wanted to ask you a few times, what's up with you two? If it wasn't for Zhao Li in the first place, you wouldn't have needed to give Zhao Yi a discount. He's a player, but you broke up, so let's not mention it anymore. How's Zhao Li doing now? Still okay, awake now, in the special observation room. After drinking, the two went outside to call a cab. Quan Ji was too drunk, stumbling all over the place. The world is so big, there are so many handsome guys, why can't I have one of my own? If it's meant to be, it will be, if not, don't force it. Not knowing if it was because of the alcohol or Jiang Ying's words, Quan Ji hurriedly pushed Jiang Ying away and called out for Hui. Seeing that, Jiang Ying said, I'm gonna buy some mineral water. 5 minutes later, Ying Ying, I love you. I'm not interested in women. You're also not interested in men. Let me correct myself, I'm just not interested in dating. Suddenly, a car stopped in front of the two. The window rolled down, and it was Zhao Yi. He said, get in the car, you guys go ahead, I'll take Quan Ji home, and I'll be over later, get in so Adai can take her home. Then Quan Ji also climbed into the car. Jiang Ying asked, where's Pei Yao? He's driving my car. As Jiang Ying got into the car, Zhao Yi moved closer to her and said, one day as husband and wife, 100 days of affection, why are you acting like you don't see me? Up front, Quan Ji slurred drunkenly. Ying Ying, don't go home tonight, let me take you out. I'm telling you, a new bar just opened in Chengbei. The servers are super hot, with bods to die for, making Jiang Ying in the back seat blush. Remember that hot guy we saw last time we went cruising? You even complimented his abs. At this point, Jiang Ying just wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. After taking Quan Ji back to her room, Jiang Ying walked back out. She thought, finally got that party animal home. Zhu Yi's assistant saw Jiang Ying come out and said, Madam, I'll go for a walk. After the departing assistant left, Jiang Ying walked back to open the car door. Suddenly, Zhu Yi's hand grabbed her wrist. Zhou Yi said, You like looking at guys' abs? Jiang Ying retorted, Zhou Yi, you're being too nosy. Nosy. We're husband and wife. Isn't it normal for me to care about you? Husband and wife, Zhou Yi, was taken aback by Jiang Ying's question. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered, Hello, Lao Pei, I'm heading over now. If you want to see abs in the future, look at mine. Jiang Ying looked at Zhao Yi like he was crazy. Get out, I'll call Chen Zi to come up. Then Zhu Yi gestured for Chen Zhang to come in. Sitting in the car, Jiang Ying suddenly received a text message. Zhao Yi asked curiously, Who's that from? Jiang Ying coldly replied, None of your business. Zhu Yi leaned close to Jiang Ying's ear and whispered, If you don't want to tell me, then let me guess. Is your little darling awake? Telling you something? Is the death of your parents related to Zhu Huaihan? Or the current Madame Zhu? The atmosphere in the car suddenly went silent. Jiang Ying asked, What do you know? More than I do, Zhao Yi. What exactly do you want? I don't want anything. Not only do I not want anything, I can even help you do something. I don't need your help. Don't say that. If I need help, I can come find you. Then the two arrived at their destination, where they were warmly welcomed. The young people chatted happily, while only Jiang Ying quietly sat with a glass of wine. After it was over, Zhao Yi and Jiang Ying walked out to go home. Jiang Ying asked, How's your little aunt doing? How are you recovering? Uncle Pei Yao's medical skills are very good. How about letting him take a look at your aunt? Are you afraid I'm setting a trap for you? Thanks. Just being courteous. Ah Yi, why are you here? Had some drinks? Yeah, I told the director of the new movie to take it easy on the booze in the future. What if reporters get pictures? It won't be good for my career. What are you scared of? Aren't I here? I can't take care of you forever. How far you go in acting depends on you. Guanlei pursed her lips, annoyed after hearing that. Then she looked to the side and noticed Jiang Ying was also there. She asked, Why are you here? What a coincidence, really. President Zhu, I have something to do. I'll head out first. After saying that, Jiang Ying left. Watching Jiang Ying leave, Zhao Yi's eyes turned even darker. Sitting in the car, Zhao Yi asked, When does Guanlei's partnership with Chuxi Media end? Seems like another year. You go back and speed up the process of getting her in touch with another company? Transfer her contract over? Want to send a contract? Yeah, remember to find a good company. While he was talking, Zhu Yi received a text. It was from Jiang Ying. She said, Your jacket is at my place, Zhu Yi replied. I'll come get it later. Jiang Ying was in the bathroom when she suddenly heard the doorbell ring. She wiped her hands and went out. It was Zhao Yi, she asked. Here for the jacket. Zhao Yi didn't answer but asked back. About to take a bath, President Zhu. Are you going to say you want to take one with me next? If Director Jiang wants, it's not like I'm opposed to it. Just like that, Zhao Yi walked in with a smile, while Jiang Ying's face darkened because she could never win an argument against him. Zhou Yi, just like that, got used to it and naturally took off his clothes and got into the bathtub, while Jiang Ying looked at him speechless. Zhou Yi asked, Together? No need. Heard that Zhu Yan is getting engaged next Monday. Not sad, I'm not as hung up as you are. Good that you're not sad, otherwise I'd be afraid you'd be heartbroken. Hearing that, Jiang Ying's face immediately flushed red. She turned around to grab a towel and said, Leave early after you're done bathing. After saying that, she went outside and slammed the door shut. Zhu Yi's voice echoed out. What part of me haven't you seen before? Why are you so shy? Outside, Jiang Ying opened the window, trying to take a deep breath to calm down. Then she took out her phone and texted, How is Grandma? What about today? Much better. Tomorrow I'll bring a doctor to check Grandma's leg. She thought to herself. What exactly does Zhu Yi want to do? How much does he know about me? Whatever, not thinking about it too much. Then she climbed into bed and lay down. After a while, she fell asleep. Zhu Yi finished bathing and came out to find Jiang Ying already asleep. He quietly walked over, sat on the bed, and gently stroked her hair. Looking at Jiang Ying sleeping, Zhu Yi smiled, a very doting smile. The scene shifts to a puppy showering Jiang Ying with kisses. She suddenly wakes up with a start. Turning her head, she sees Zhao Yi smiling at her. She thinks to herself, No wonder I dreamed of being swarmed by dogs. Zhao Yi wraps his arms around her and kisses her on the lips, then says, Morning kiss. She gets out of bed, annoyed, and says, Got a doctor's appointment with Uncle 3 of Bei Yao's family, meeting at the hospital at 8:30. Not gonna thank me. Jiang Ying is silent for a moment, then says, Thanks. At the hospital, Jiang Ying pulls on Zhuo Yi's hand and says, Later, you'll meet my little aunt. If she offends you in any way, I apologize. She doesn't like people from the Zihu family, you see. After knocking on the door, the two enter. Jiang Ying speaks up. Little aunt, Ying Ying, is the person lying on the hospital bed Jiang Ying's little aunt. Su Ying. Su Ying looks at Zhuo Yi behind Jiang Ying, her expression suddenly changing. Zhou Yi asks, Do you know my mother? Jiang Ying replies, Yes. In my eyes, your mother is the homewrecker, isn't she? Not really. Zhao Yi glances at Jiang Ying and asks, really? Jiang Ying says, I don't need to lie. From beginning to end, in my eyes, I've never felt that my mother was a homewrecker. However, that title of homewrecker has clung to her for the rest of her life. Hearing this, Jiang Ying could only remain silent. Zhu Yi then says, let's go. I'll take you to see my mother. Jiang Ying sits in the car, staring intently at Zhao Yi. She thinks, I've heard about Zhao Yi's mother. She was Zhao Huayan's first love. Zhu Huayan played both sides. And in the end, he chose Madame Zhu because she could help his career. And so, Zhu Yi was regarded as an illegitimate child, and Zhu Yi's mother has always been scolded as a homewrecker. The car arrives at a temple, and slowly comes to a stop. Zhou Yi speaks. My mother has been spaced out in this place for 28 years. Want to go down and see her? Jiang Ying looks at Zhao Yi with a look of pity and says, Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi releases his seatbelt, his other hand ruffles Jiang Ying's head and says, don't look at me with that pitiful gaze, I can't stomach it. Afterwards, the two get out of the car. Zhu Yi walks up and knocks on the door. When the two enter, they meet a nun. The nun speaks. Amitabha, Yi, it's been a long time. Zhou Yi asks, Amitabha, is Reverend Jing Hui here? She's in her room. Thank you, master. And just like that, Zhao Yi skips happily ahead, leaving Jiang Ying with a puzzled look. Arriving at the room, Zhao Yi knocks on the door, and a person inside slowly opens it. It is Zhu Yi's mother, Dharma name Jing Hui, she murmurs. Amitabha. Zhu Yi greets his mother. She looks up, only then noticing Jiang Ying beside Zhao Yi. She asked, is she your girlfriend? Zhu Yi said, we're already married. This is my wife, Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying, on the other hand, stared stiffly at Zhu Yi's mother. Zhou Yi's mother asked, want to come in for a cup of tea? Only then did Jiang Ying snap back to reality and said, hello, Mom. After sitting down at the table, Zhao Yi's mother handed tea to both of them. Jiang Ying took the tea and said, thank you, Mom. The atmosphere in the room was quite still at this moment. Zhao Yi spoke up. We were just passing by today. The company still has some things to take care of, so we have to head back tonight. Okay, drive carefully on the road. Half an hour later, the two left the temple and got into the car. Zhao Yi asked, was that reason enough? Was that answer satisfactory enough? Jiang Ying said, I always thought your relationship with Grandpa was very good. As far as the old man is concerned, in business, whoever's methods suit his intentions more, he'll like that person. That's true. Then Jiang Ying thought, after all, in the Jiao family, Jiao Yi is just a pawn for the old man Jiao. Suddenly, Zhao Yi spoke up. It's snowing. Looks like we can't go back. Is there a hotel nearby? Oh, we have to go from this section to get to the prosperous area of the outskirts. Just like that, Zhu Yi drove the car on the snowy road. Suddenly, Jiang Ying received a message from Jing Yuan. Aren't you coming back today? Is it because of work at the company? Personal matters. Seeing that, Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow, a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Jiang Ying turned off her phone and said, it's Jing Yuan. Does he like me? Not this place. This area looks decent. Yeah. Then the two entered the hotel, Zhao Yi said. Booking 2 rooms is such a waste. Jiang Ying paused when she heard that, then replied, I'll transfer the money for the room to you later. Then she said, Zhu Yi, I'm really grateful for what you did for Yi Di's matter. Then what? I want to know how you plan to take revenge on the Zhaohu family. Take a guess. If you're right, then you and I can cooperate. If you're wrong, then pretend I didn't say anything. What benefit do you get from cooperating with me? You can try. It'll definitely bring you more benefits than you imagine. Zhu Yi looked at Jiang Ying thoughtfully and said, all right. Then the two shook hands and said, happy cooperation. I won't be having dinner tonight. Take care of your own meal. Okay. After entering the room, Jiang Ying raised her hand and hugged her chest. She thought, this strange and uncontrollable feeling is making me uncomfortable. What is it? In the room next door, Zhao Yi was on the phone with someone. Zhao, where are you going? Going to what temple? Are you? Well, shouldn't you be asking if the Buddhist nun Jinghui is doing well? It's been so many years. Don't be too hung up on it. Are you going alone? No, I'm going with Ying Ying, TCH. You're taking Ying Ying to see Mom? No, to see the Buddhist nun Jinghui. Otherwise, how could she believe that I also harbor ill intentions towards the Zhuao family? Zhuao, you're such a dog. I didn't lie. Do you think Ying Ying will pity me? If you show your true self in front of her, perhaps she'll empathize with you even more. HMPH. Father doesn't love me, mother doesn't care for me, father exploits me, and mother wanted to kill me when I was little. Will that be okay? Will that really make Ying Ying feel sorry for me? The heck, are you really going to do that? No, I won't tell her everything at once today. I'll reveal it to her little by little. Zhu Yi, you're such a dog. I'm going to call and tell Ying Ying. Regarding Ying Ying's aunt's side, remember to remind third uncle to pay more attention. Relax, I got this. Sympathy. Jiang Ying, I want you to love me too. Suddenly, he got a message from his mom, Xiao Yi. That Jiang Ying girl looks kind and virtuous. Remember to treat her well. Whether you believe it or not, I always hope you'll be happy. After reading the message, he just froze. Then he laughed to himself and said, sure enough, after being a vegetarian and chanting Buddha's name so much, they've started showing great compassion. On the other side, Jiang Ying, having just finished showering, was reading messages. Suddenly, she received a message from Zhao Yi. Ying Ying, you asleep? She's still chatting with her group of friends. I'm involved in a huge deal lately. I just landed the lead role in a drama. That dog-shit company of ours is totally blind. Ying Ying, help me connect with the artists in your company. Celebrity outfits can increase exposure, you know. Jiang Ying replied, I'm not close to them. Scene change. Jiang Ying lay on the bed, half asleep. She remembered the image of Zhao Yi when he first came home, often not having enough to eat. The image of Zhao Yi huddled up, anxiously saying, I'm full. Did I only eat that much? This kid is too picky. Eats like some young master. Then the image of Zhao Yi sitting under a tree, shivering with hunger. Suddenly, Jiang Ying brought a bowl of rice to him and said, Here, Ying Ying. Thinking about it now, we seem to have a pretty good relationship back then. Why did we end up as strangers? Was it because I knew the Zhuhao family was related to my parents' death, so I deliberately distanced myself from him? Or was it because his personality changed so much later that he took the initiative to draw a line with me? Thinking about this, Jiang Ying also fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Jiang Ying asked, What time are we going? What time do you want to go? Right now, Zhao Yi, can you be a little shy? Don't be too much. What? Indulge. Zhao Yi suddenly chuckled. Jiang Ying asked, Is it that funny? Zhu Yi hugged her and said, Not funny. Then he kissed her lips. Suddenly, Zhao Yi's phone rang. Zhao Yi walked in and asked, What do you want to eat this morning? Jiang Ying said. Answer your phone first. There's a restaurant downstairs. Let's go down for breakfast later. Zhao Yi answered the phone, while Jiang Ying poured herself a glass of water and drank it. Suddenly her phone rang. She answered the phone. What's up, Chaonan? Something happened with the reality show. Xiao Xia and Zhu Ke were exposed for sharing a room last night. It's being broadcast live, yeah. And it's trending on Hot Search. I hired some water armies to scrub the records and spent a ton of money to try and cool down the streams. But it's not working. In an hour, I'm gonna contact the director to suspend broadcasting and not let any of the artists leave. Just now, Luo Han said her stomach was a little uncomfortable and wanted to go to the hospital. I didn't let her go. Told her to call a private doctor. And if those two want to leave, tell them I'll blacklist them from the entire entertainment industry. Then she said to Zhao Yi, something happened on the game show. Xiao Xia and Zhu Ke were exposed for sleeping in the same room. Zhou Yi asked back, Why hasn't anyone exposed us yet? Don't worry, if one day we're really exposed, I definitely have the ability to suppress the scandal and not let it blow up. Suppress it like, Jiang Ying calmly said. This is Bai Cheng. People with loud voices and questionable character are everywhere. The rumors between us aren't a big deal. Zhou Yi curled his lips. What if they can't be silenced? Jiang Ying blinked and replied decisively, Absolutely not. Hearing this, Zhou Yi laughed. So I'm like those pretty boys who are kept by sugar daddies. If you were a little poorer, that's exactly what it'd be. Jiang Ying blinked, saw that he had hung up the phone, and pushed him on the shoulder. PDA isn't a small thing. We need to head back now. When they got to the car, he quickly opened the door for her. On the way back, Zhao Yi stopped at a familiar spot to buy Jiang Ying breakfast, tossing it into her lap while driving. Eat something. Jiang Ying looked at the breakfast in her lap, raised her head to look at him. Why only one portion? Zhao Yi smiled. I can't eat while driving. She looked at the buns and soy milk in the bag she was holding, and immediately took out a bun and handed it to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi placed both hands on the steering wheel, his slender fingers tapping as he smiled. Drive safely, Jiang Ying said. I'll feed you. Zhao Yi turned his head to look at her. Smiling broadly, I couldn't ask for more. Zhao Yi finished a bun in 3 bites. When he ate the last bite, he didn't forget to lick Jiang Ying's fingertip. Jiang Ying's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Yi turned his head back as if nothing had happened and focused on driving. Yeah, what's up? Jiang Ying took a deep breath. Nothing. Actually, Jiang Ying wanted to talk to Zhao Yi about their relationship. She didn't want this ambiguous, unclear relationship to affect their cooperation. When the car arrived at the program crew, it was an hour later. At the reality show villa, Chaonan walked up feeling wronged. Manager Jiang Ying, wearing high heels, saw Chaonan with a swollen cheek. As soon as she walked in, Jiang Ying frowned and asked, Who hit you? Chaonan replied, Luo Han. Jiang Ying didn't say anything else and walked inside. Seeing that her expression wasn't happy, Director Liu took the initiative to get close. Xiao Xia and Zhu Ke's matter is the most important. Jiang Ying stopped and looked at Director Liu. Where are the others? Please tell everyone to come down. I have something to ask them. At this time, Xiao Xia's eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying. Jinbei sat next to her, comforting her, while the other party involved, Zhu Ke, was in better condition than Xiao Xia. Although her complexion wasn't great, she had been in the industry longer after all, so she knew how to endure. Other artists, such as Jing Yuan and Lu Xing, were sitting silently on the side. Luo Han seemed to be watching the drama, a mocking smile in her eyes. Jiang Ying looked at everyone's expressions, turned her head to look at Qiao Nan. Qiao Nan hurried forward. Director Jiang. Jiang Ying's expression was calm. Hit her back. Chuxi Media has always advocated that employees stand tall and behave properly. Qiao Nan hesitated, a little afraid. Director Jiang, how about we just let it go? Jiang Ying didn't give in at all. Think carefully. If the news of you being beaten today spreads, more artists in the industry will be beaten in the future. Do you know why? Because there's no consequence for hitting you. Jiang Ying saw that Qiao Nan didn't step forward. She wasn't annoyed or angry. I'm very busy. If you want to make a big deal smaller or turn it into nothing, then I'll go handle the next thing. Jiang Ying, what do you mean by that? You dare tell her to hit me? Luo Han asked in disbelief. Having thought it through, Qiao Nan took a deep breath. She stepped in front of Luo Han and slapped her. Luo Han didn't expect Qiao Nan to hit her and yelled in a shrill voice. Are you guys sick or something? What gives you the right to hit me? I'm from Haixing Media, not Chuxi Media. What qualifications do you have to hit me? Jiang Ying stood by and watched, her voice cold as she said, So she's from Chuxi Media. What qualifications do you have to hit her? Luo Han sneered. Director Jiang, I hit her because she deserved it. Whoever doesn't reflect on themselves knows it in their hearts. As soon as Luo Han finished speaking, Xiao Xia, who was sitting next to her, stood up with a red face. Who are you saying doesn't reflect on themselves? The two argued endlessly. Jiang Ying interrupted them coldly. No need to argue. The truth of what happened last night will soon be known. Since this is the first day I'm staying in this villa, I've seen that there are cameras installed on every floor for monitoring. After Jiang Ying finished speaking, Zhao Yi walked in from the door. He frowned slightly. What underhanded method? Director Liu saw Zhao Yi and hurried forward. President Zhao, I apologize for this. Zhao Yi smiled faintly. In the end, who's laughing at whom? The embarrassment is on my company's people. Director Liu smiled obsequiously. President Zhu, this is my fault, Zhu. Yi also said bluntly. Indeed, it's your fault. Zhao Yi strolled over to the sofa and plopped down. Carry on, everyone. Don't mind me. Jiang Ying shifted her gaze and continued. I refuse to believe Xiao Xia and Zhu Kei's situation was just a misunderstanding or an accident. Whoever did it, step forward and explain yourselves. I might consider giving you a chance to repent. Jiang Ying finished speaking, but none of the artists present said a word. She stared intently at everyone. No one's admitting to anything. Jiang Ying, with a calm expression, turned her head to look at Qiao Nan. Bring out the surveillance USB. Yes, right away. I'll get the laptop and open it up. As Qiao Nan spoke and was about to take a step, Luo Han suddenly stood up to block him. Give me the USB. Luo Han's face was twisted. Who authorized you to install surveillance cameras in the hallway? You guys are breaking the law, you know that. Jiang Ying took the USB from Qiao Nan's hand, ignored Luo Han, and said to Director Liu, who was standing nearby, Director Liu, would you mind lending me your laptop? Luo Han glared at Jiang Ying, her face ashen. You can't turn on the surveillance camera. There's footage of me in my nightgown. Jiang Ying looked at her calmly. If you're worried about your nightgown pics getting leaked, we can report it to the police and hand over the USB for them to investigate. Jiang Ying finished speaking. Luo Han's expression was incredibly ugly, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. Jiang Ying glanced down at her watch. My patience is wearing thin. Luo Han clenched her trembling hands, her face alternating between red and white. She gritted her teeth and said, I did it. Okay, I've admitted it. Now give me the USB. Jiang Ying looked at her coldly. Don't you feel any remorse at all? Luo Han showed no remorse. She pursed her lips and sneered. If you want to blame someone, blame her for being stupid. Xiao Xia, who was standing beside her, was shaking like a leaf. She lunged forward and slapped Luo Han across the face. What did I ever do to offend you so much that you had to ruin my reputation in front of so many people? Luo Han glared at Xiao Xia. Haven't you been going against me enough normally? Call the police, Jiang Ying said. Xiao Xia was a mess of tears. Director Jiang, if we call the police, my acting career is as good as over. Jiang Ying looked down at her, her eyes resolute. If you don't call the police, your acting career is truly finished. In the end, Xiao Xia chose to call the police. She trusted Jiang Ying's ability to handle the media. Zhao Yi stared at her without blinking. The near-day-long commotion was coming to an end. Jiang Ying didn't like the stuffy atmosphere in the room, so she stepped out the door for some air. His eyes followed her. Jing Yuan went to pour a cup of warm water and brought it to the door for Jiang Ying. Thank you. Zhao Yi's beautiful, charming eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. Will Xiao Xia and Zhu Kei be okay? Jing Yuan asked. Jiang Ying didn't answer, only saying, Go back and sit down. At times like these, you talking to me will only cause trouble. Jing Yuan blushed. I'm not afraid, Jiang Ying smiled. Less trouble is better than more. After more than 20 minutes, the police arrived. After taking a statement, Luo Han was taken away. Jiang Ying looked at her coldly. Then, she handed the USB to the police as evidence. The mini camera had recorded Luo Han's confession. Luo Han, realizing she had been tricked, screamed even louder, "You dared to deceive me. You didn't have a camera in the hallway at all." As Luo Han was taken away, she cursed Jiang Ying with every kind of profanity. Jiang Ying turned her face away, not caring. It was already past lunch, and Jiang Ying was worried everyone was hungry, so she took the initiative to cook. As she was scooping soup, Xiao Yi came up behind her and spoke as if nothing had happened. "The food's delicious. Later, you should find an excuse to leave the show." Xiao Yi frowned. "Why?" Jiang Ying looked at him. "Professionally, you're my boss, and I don't want you getting caught in messy scandals. Personally, you're currently competing with Zhu Yan, and I don't want him to think you're some irresponsible playboy." Hearing Jiang Ying's words, Xiao Yi was delighted. "You care about me," Jiang Ying replied nonchalantly. "Of course I do. We have a cooperative relationship right now, after all." Xiao Yi's gaze deepened. He suddenly realized something. "Just a cooperative relationship. Ying Ying, cooperation is cooperation, but I don't want you to sever our other relationship." Jiang Ying frowned and looked at him. Still not tired of this, Xiao Yi gazed at her moving lips. "I'm holding you hostage. Try to run away." Jiang Ying just assumed he was still joking around and didn't want to ruin the harmonious atmosphere between them, so she chuckled and tilted her head back slightly. "Okay." Xiao Yi noticed the coldness in Jiang Ying's eyes. "Ying Ying, do you even have a heart?" Jiang Ying's lips moved. "I don't know if I have a heart, but if you keep this up, we're definitely going to have rumors spread about us." He furrowed his brows. "Why, is my reputation not good?" Xiao Yi laughed. "Is Jing Yuan's reputation any better?" "Zhou Yi, stop saying things that will get us misunderstood." Xiao Yi heard this and gave a goofy smile. "You're afraid of falling for me? Afraid of being sick to your stomach?" Jiang Ying pushed him away. Just then, Jinbei's voice rang out from the doorway. "Sister Jiang Ying!" Seeing Xiao Yi, Jinbei's face turned red again. Boss Zhao." "You're here too." Xiao Yi put his hands in his pockets and said naturally. "Still scared today?" Jinbei's face turned even redder. "Luckily, I trusted Sister Jiang Ying to handle the situation." "Sister Jiang Ying, you're really amazing. You're good at everything, from social matters to cooking. The person who marries you in the future will definitely be very happy." Jiang Ying was about to laugh and reply when she heard Xiao Yi interrupt. "Marrying a career-driven woman like Director Jiang would probably be pretty pathetic. She's too strong and bullies people. Besides, a capable woman like Director Jiang will probably be married to her work." Jinbei didn't understand and asked. Zhou Yi strode in front of Jinbei. "Maybe it's to attract other guys?" Zhou Yi spoke to Jinbei, but he was actually talking to Jiang Ying. "Aren't all you women like that?" Jinbei was still standing there, looking confused. Zhou Yi said with a deep, warm voice, then smiled at Jinbei. Jinbei's heart immediately started racing. "I think I'm in love." During lunch, everyone still couldn't help but praise Jiang Ying's cooking. Jinbei, sitting next to Jiang Ying, quietly asked her about Xiaoxia. "Sister Jiang Ying, will this whole Xiaoxia thing affect her future career development?" Jiang Ying looked down at the tablet in her hand. "Hard to say." Jinbei sighed. "Xiaoxia works so hard. If her career is really affected because of this, it would be a real shame." Jiang Ying remained silent. At that moment, Zhao Yi's phone rang, breaking the silence. Zhao Yi looked at the caller ID, hesitated, and then answered, "It's Guan Lei calling. She's my best friend. Can you give her a break for my sake?" Zhao Yi leaned back in the sofa, a look of annoyance in his eyes. "Are you done talking?" Guan Lei's voice became softer, with a hint of a whine. "Brother Yi, I only have one best friend, Luo Han, in this industry. Can you please help her?" Zhu Yi's use of Guan Lei made everyone in the living room look at him. Zhu Yi didn't care. He lowered his voice and said, "How long have you been in this industry? Do you have no brains at all?" As soon as Zhao Yi finished, Guan Lei on the other end started yelling. With a look of disgust, Zhao Yi hung up the phone. Zhu Yi opened WeChat and texted, "Assistant Chen, cancel the contract with Guan Lei now." Assistant Chen replied, "Yes, Boss Zhu." Zhu Yi turned off his phone screen. The moment he blinked, he met Jiang Ying's eyes. Zhao Yi smirked, but Jiang Ying avoided his gaze and looked away. Then Jiang Ying stood up and left. As soon as Jiang Ying left, Zhao Yi followed behind. Zhou Yi saw that Jiang Ying was about to stop and wait for him. "What do you want to say?" Jiang Ying looked up. "I want you to help Luo Han." Zhao Yi took a few steps forward and pinned Jiang Ying against the wall, his deep voice alluring. "Who do you want me to help?" Jiang Ying looked at Zhao Yi's unrestrained demeanor, her lips moving slightly. "Whoever you want me to help, I'll help." A smile appeared on Zhao Yi's lips as he leaned close to Jiang Ying's ear, deliberately blowing hot air on her. Lowering his voice, "Ying Ying, call me hubby, and see, whatever you want, hubby will grant it." Jiang Ying pushed him away and said indifferently, "Zhao Yi, are your legs about to break?" Zhao Yi paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. I won't help Luo Han, Jiang Ying continued. I'll help Xiaoxia. She and Zhu Qi are both people from Choose Media. If they have problems, it will reflect badly on the company. Jiang Ying understood Zhu Yi's meaning and replied, I will handle it well and minimize the damage to the company. Zhao Yi looked at her with a smile shining in his eyes. I believe in your ability. At the same time, in the police station, Guan Lei frowned as she looked at Luo Han. Why are you so muddled? That's a game show, and you play people so obviously. Even if I wanted to plead for you, it wouldn't be convenient to open my mouth. Luo Han sobbed, I did it all for you. She and Jiang Ying are on the same side. Luo Han twisted the truth. You don't know, in the program team, Jiang Ying is always trying to seduce President Chu. President Chu is your childhood sweetheart. Everyone knows that. Mrs. Chu is definitely you. Isn't Jiang Ying clearly provoking you? Guan Lei's expression changed, and her eyes became more angry. A phone call broke the tense atmosphere. Wang Kei called, her voice full of anxiety. Guan Lei, did you offend President Chu somewhere? Just now, Assistant Chen called me and said that the company wants to terminate the contract with you. Even the terms of termination and compensation are listed. They're just waiting for you to sign. Guan Lei's face turned pale. What? Guan Lei gripped the phone tightly. It must be because of Jiang Ying. I won't let her have it easy. Half an hour later, Guan Lei's incident directly pointed the finger at Jiang Ying. Hot searches related to Jiang Ying kept popping up, such as Jiang Ying seduces Xiao Yi and Guan Lei's contract terminated. Director Jiang, have you seen what I sent you? Jiang Ying replied. I'm looking at it. The company terminated Guan Lei's contract, and Guan Lei posted an article pushing all the responsibility onto you. Not only that, but she also implied that you're seducing President Chu. Xiaonan continued. Xiaoxia's matter hasn't been resolved yet, and now there's this. What do we do next? Facing Xiaonan's question, Jiang Ying was extremely calm. There's no need to pay attention to her, and there's no need to suppress public opinion. But many reporters are calling the company to ask. Jiang Ying dropped a bombshell. The Chu family sponsors her schooling. Xiaonan immediately understood Jiang Ying's intention to create the misunderstanding that she was the Chu family's adopted daughter. Jiang Ying's voice was cold. Don't bring rhythm. Send with symbol. Understood. Then, if Guan Lei sends anything, what about it? Jiang Ying pondered for a moment and then said, she went to buy internet trolls to push her narrative. Using the rumors of you and President Chu to suppress the rumors of Xiaoxia and Zhu Ke is also worth. At the same time, Zhu Yi was sitting in a car, rushing back, leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed, listening to Assistant Chen report on his work. The contract with Miss Guan has been terminated. Miss Guan is now pushing the conflict towards the madam. Saying the madam. Zhao Yi slowly opened his eyes when he heard this, a friendly smile on his face. Saying that the madam is seducing you. Zhao Yi chuckled softly. So what did the public relations department say? Did they make any representation? Assistant Chen hesitated, and then said, yes. First, the madam told everyone to reveal that the Chu family sponsored you. And then, she hired internet trolls to push Ms. Guan's announcement up. It is said that the madam also issued an instruction that no matter what Ms. Guan posts on Weibo, as long as it is related to her and you, there is no need to refute it, and there is no need to clarify it. Zhou Yi reached out and pulled on his tie. He was in a pretty good mood. This handling is quite good. I like it. Assistant Chen swallowed his saliva. Boss, you're too much, but it's good that you're happy. When the car arrived at the program team's villa, Zhao Yi hurried in. Hearing the sound from the kitchen, Zhao Yi looked into the kitchen and saw the figure, busy in the kitchen. Jiang Ying was cleaning up the trash. The hem of her shirt was pushed up slightly, revealing a sliver of her slender waist. Jiang Ying assumed it was Jinbei or Xiaoxia, so she didn't turn around and said, I'm done cleaning up, go get some rest. As soon as Jiang Ying finished speaking, the person behind her pressed close. Zhao Yi wrapped an arm around her waist, pressing her down, and leaned in close to her ear, his warm voice laced with a hint of amusement. Nice waist. Feeling Zhao Yi's hand caressing her waist, Jiang Ying went weak. She wanted to say, Zhao. But before the word Zhao could escape Jiang Ying's lips, she heard the sound of the door opening abruptly from behind. Jinbei couldn't even dream of seeing this scene. What's going on? Xiaoxia, who was behind her, asked. By this time, Jiang Ying and Zhao Yi had returned to normal. Only Jinbei's shocked expression wouldn't dissipate. You too, Xiaoxia, could tell what had happened just by looking at the three of them, so she said to Jinbei, shut up. Jinbei turned her head to look at her. You know about them. Xiaoxia couldn't explain, she could only look at Jiang Ying. Zhao Yi unbuttoned the top two buttons near his collar and lazily said, whatever it is, let's talk outside. After Zhu Yi finished speaking, he walked over and sat down on the sofa. Everyone gathered in the living room. The atmosphere was unusually silent. Zhao Yi sat down and didn't rush to explain. Everyone was wondering, what's going on? He took out his phone and texted, Assistant Chen, bring our marriage certificate over here. Jiang Ying was about to speak. Actually, Zhou Yi interrupted her, throwing the phone onto the table. What explanation do you guys want to hear? After Zhou Yi finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Jinbei. Or, should I ask what explanation you want to hear? Jinbei pursed her lips into a straight line, feeling like she was about to cry. Jinbei didn't say a word. Zhu Yi chuckled inwardly. She likes me, Zhu Yi asked. So directly, Jinbei bit her lip and didn't say anything. Her face flushed red and veins popped out. Without waiting for Jinbei to answer, Zhao Yi added a second sentence. But I'm already married. Jiang Ying was a little flustered hearing that. Jinbei was stunned on the spot, looking at Zhao Yi with disbelief. You're married already? Then, just now, you were in the kitchen with Sister Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying walked to the tea table, poured water, and took 2 sips to calm down. At this time, someone rang the doorbell outside the villa. Lu Xing stood up. I'll go open the door. Outside the door was Assistant Chen. Thanks. Assistant Chen walked in front of Zhu Yi and handed him the marriage certificate. Seeing the marriage certificate, Jiang Ying frowned, her voice warning Zhao Yi. Zhou Yi acted as if he didn't hear anything. A smile bloomed on the corners of his lips, and he picked up the marriage certificate and placed it on the coffee table. Here, everyone, take a look. Open it up. Everyone on the scene focused their eyes on it. When they saw Jiang Ying and Zhao Yi's photos on the marriage certificate, everyone was stunned. Zhao Yi smiled. Jiang Ying is my wife. Zhou Yi finished speaking. Jiang Ying gripped the water glass in her hand tightly, half fuming, half amused. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What were these two up to? Was this for work, or just to lighten the atmosphere? The air suddenly thickened. A few seconds later, Lu Hong chuckled and said, CEO Xiao and manager Jiang are a perfect match. Zhao Yi calmly and firmly announced his relationship with Jiang Ying, then looked at Jinbei standing opposite him. Still got doubts? Jinbei's heart sank and she stammered, No, none at all. The commotion continued until everyone had dispersed, leaving only Jiang Ying and Zhao Yi in the large living room. Jiang Ying looked up at him. Happy now. She quickly put the cup down. Zhu Yi realized she was genuinely angry, so he stopped acting all carefree and said in a low voice, We're already married, you know? Jiang Ying sneered. Oh, so we're really getting into character now. Zhu Yi's chest suddenly felt tight. He lowered his head, his voice carrying a hint of aggrievedness. Wifey, Jiang Ying pushed him away. Not wanting him to touch her, Zhao Yi lowered his gaze, a slight slump to his shoulders. Wifey, honey, Jiang Ying's delicate brows furrowed. Zhu Yi, do you even know what it means to publicize our relationship with an artist? Zhu Yi just grinned, not answering, and instead asked, So, what now, wifey? Jiang Ying frowned. What? Zhu Yi gently placed his hand on her waist, cautiously, not daring to press hard, just barely touching it. Now, I want to kiss you. Zhao Yi lowered his head and nipped her lip. My little white-eyed wolf. Zhao Yi kissed Jiang Ying until she gradually went limp, her waist pressed against the wall. After the kiss, Zhao Yi pressed his forehead against hers and chuckled softly. To your room, then. Jiang Ying half closed her eyes and gazed at him. Zhao Yi, it's a real pity you don't hang a shingle for your services, Zhao Yi smirked. Isn't free better? Jiang Ying slightly parted her lips. Cheap goods are always crappy goods. Cheap goods are always crappy goods, Zhao Yi repeated. But still relied on his unyielding willpower to climb onto Jiang Ying's bed. Just as he got halfway, Jiang Ying scratched his back. Zhao Yi's body stiffened. His deep, warm voice, edged with a hint of coaxing, hummed. Jiang Ying tilted her head back to look at him. Come up with a way to shut those people up. Zhao Yi held her hands tightly and pinned them down. I'll make sure it happens. No trying about it. By now, the arrow was on the string, and Zhao Yi had no choice but to shoot. He pressed himself down and said in a very deep voice, All right, definitely all right. The next morning, regarding Jiang Ying and Zhao Yi's situation, Guan Lei was still actively gossiping, constantly dishing out concrete evidence. Need proof? I've got proof. A certain manager spent the night at Zhao Yi's apartment. Go listen to the recording yourselves, Chao Nan anxiously reported. Manager Jiang, the situation with Guan Lei is developing a bit off track from what we expected. Do we need to intervene? Jiang Ying frowned. She's digging her own grave. Don't let the company's PR department step in. I'll handle this myself. Jiang Ying grabbed her handbag, planning to head out. Zhao Yi, having just woken up, said in a teasing voice, Good morning, wifey. Jiang Ying, feeling shy, turned and walked away, not wanting to deal with him. When she arrived at Guan Lei's place, Manager Wang recognized her and said, Manager Jiang, I know Guan Lei was wrong this time, and seriously wrong. But could you please let her off the hook, considering her many contributions to Xiao Media over the years? Jiang Ying spoke with a cold and clear voice, saying that no one can help you except yourself. Jiang Ying quickly went inside. Where's Guan Lei? Wang Kei looked troubled. In the bedroom. In just a short period, Guan Lei had become so weak, her hair disheveled, and she looked sickly. She saw Jiang Ying walk in. In Guanlei's eyes, there was a flash of wariness. She's here to see me make a fool of myself. Jiang Ying glanced at her. What do you have that's worth laughing at? Guanlei was furious. You've brought me to this state. I'll never forgive you. Jiang Ying looked at her coldly and opened her mouth. Are you still unclear about the relationship between Zhao Yi and me? Zhao Yi and I have been married for a long time, yet you keep clinging to him. I turned a blind eye because I thought you two were childhood sweethearts. Jiang Ying paused and continued. Guanlei, was I too lenient, making you misunderstand that I'm the one who should be hiding in this relationship? Delete your posts on Weibo and I'll help you find a way to solve this. Jiang Ying was extremely patient, glanced at her watch. You have 10 minutes to think. Guanlei was shocked, initially sitting upright but now sprawled on the bed. After a long moment, Guanlei pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Ying. Are you and Brother Yi together? Jiang Ying's face didn't change. We're husband and wife. Being together is normal. Guanlei felt like she'd been stabbed in the heart. Can you call Zhao Yi in front of me? Hearing this, Jiang Ying took out her phone and called Zhao Yi. The phone rang for only a second before the other end picked up. Zhao Yi's voice was deep and warm. Wife, do you miss me? Jiang Ying replied with a calm expression. What do you want for breakfast? I'll bring it back for you. Guanlei was directly petrified by their sweet talk. Hearing this, Zhu Yi paused, his voice turning warmer. Jiang Ying, soy milk. Is that okay? Zhu Yi immediately became happy. You want to drink soy milk? Do you like it a lot? Jiang Ying seemed to immediately understand his suggestive words. She was on speakerphone, so she ended the topic. I'm busy now. Hanging up. Zhao Yi became even more unrestrained and wanted to say more. Without giving him a chance to develop, Jiang Ying hung up immediately. Jiang Ying looked at Guanlei. And now Guanlei's hand, which was empty on the bed, clenched tightly. After a while, she raised her head to look at Jiang Ying. Will you be good to Zhao Yi? Jiang Ying's expression was indifferent. If I were you, I'd worry about myself first. Seeing that she didn't speak, Jiang Ying turned her head to look at Wang Qi. What's the next step? Do you have any solutions yet? Wang Qi bit her lip. No. Jiang Ying calmly said. Find someone unrelated to take the blame and admit that they stole Guanlei's account. Remember to choose someone carefully, not someone in this industry. You have to make sure they're trustworthy. If something unexpected happens, not only Guanlei, but even you can forget about getting anywhere in this industry. At Chuxi Media, Jiang Ying quickly instructed Xiaonan. Later, Guanlei's side will issue a statement explaining that her Weibo account was hacked. At that time, remember to use the company's official account to help clarify things for her, Xiaonan asked. Has Guanlei relented? Yes, Guanlei has relented. Jiang Ying quickly handed the documents to Xiaonan to handle. After an hour, Guanlei posted a notice saying that her account had been hacked and that the information posted was not true. Jiang Ying was in the parking lot at this time, scrolling through the comments. Then she saw Zhao Yi's phone call. Jiang Ying answered, and Zhao Yi's deep voice rang from the other end. Look to your left. Jiang Ying listened and looked over, and saw Zhao Yi wearing a thin shirt, revealing half of his strong arm, waving at her. The two made eye contact. Jiang Ying suddenly really wanted to ask Zhao Yi a question. Aren't you cold? Jiang Ying indifferently asked. What's up? Zhao Yi opened his mouth. Get in the car, Jiang Ying suggested. Let's talk over the phone. There's a family dinner tonight. Dad wants us to go home for dinner, Jiang Ying suggested. Take my car. Zhao Yi leaned lazily against the seat, looking at Jiang Ying. You handled Guanlei's matter very well. I thought you were going to help her push her into the abyss, straight to her death. Jiang Ying, with a calm face, fearing you'd be upset, reminded Zhao Yi to buckle up tightly. Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled with amusement. If I didn't know you so well, I'd almost think you were jealous. Hearing Zhao Yi say that, Jiang Ying bit her lip and changed the subject. Why did Xiang say he's going home for dinner? The smile on Zhao Yi's face grew brighter, looking very happy. I heard Xiao Yan is bringing his fiancée back, wants to meet everyone. Jiang Ying's expression faltered slightly upon hearing this. Shoot, I forgot Xiao Yan is getting engaged soon and I haven't prepared a gift yet. Jiang Ying's thoughtful expression fell into Zhao Yi's eyes. For some reason, Zhao Yi clenched his cigarette tighter, a bit more forcefully. You're upset! Zhao Yi's eyes suddenly darkened for a moment, and he took the cigarette out of his mouth. Then, he leaned closer to her. What's so good about that Zhu Yan that's worth you missing him? Feeling Zhu Yi getting closer, her hand gripping the steering wheel tightened. Zhu Yi sat back down, a mischievous smile on his face. If you still miss him, the two of you wouldn't be possible anyway. Jiang Ying looked at Zhao Yi. I'm not as sentimental as you are. The car arrived at the old Zihu family home, and the two got out one after another. Just as they were about to enter the house, Zhao Yi suddenly placed his hand on Jiang Ying's waist, then he pulled her close. We have to set an example for Zhao Yan and his wife, a loving couple. Jiang Ying turned to look at Zhao Yi, not saying anything, not objecting, and walked in calmly. When Jiang Ying and Zhu Yi entered the Zhu family's living room, Old Master Zhu was talking to Zhu Yan, and next to him was a girl. Seeming a bit shy, reserved, and timid in the face of Old Master Zhu's questions, Zhao Yi put his arm around Jiang Ying's waist as they entered, and the helper hurried over to help them change slippers. Just as Jiang Ying was about to change her shoes, Zhu Yi whispered in her ear, "Let me." Jiang Ying looked at Zhao Yi in surprise as he bent down in front of her. "Wear flats to work from now on. High heels hurt your feet." After changing her shoes, Zhao Yi looked up at Jiang Ying and smirked mockingly. "You're the one in pain, but I'm the one whose heart aches." The servant standing next to them didn't dare to watch any further. Zhao Yi stood up and put his hand back on her waist, leaning down to her ear and asking, "Are you happy?" Jiang Ying said in a voice only the two of them could hear. "You're such a good actor." Zhu Yi frowned. "I can do even better. Wanna try?" Zhao Yi, Old Master Zhao sitting on the sofa said in a booming voice. "What's all that mumbling and grumbling? If you want to whisper sweet nothings, do it at home." After Old Master Zhao finished speaking, he looked at the girl on the sofa and introduced, "This is Zhao Yi's younger brother, Zhao Yan, and with him is his wife, Jiang Ying." After Old Master Zhao finished the introduction, the girl sitting next to Zhao Yan stood up and bowed respectfully to Zhao Yi and Jiang Ying. "Hello, everyone." Zhao Yi smiled faintly. "Hello, sister-in-law." Zhao Yi's greeting made the girl blush. Her eyes looked towards Zhu Yan. From the moment Jiang Ying opened the door, Zhu Yan's eyes had been fixed on her. The three greeted each other, and Old Master Zhu gestured for them to all sit down according to his wishes. The girl's name is Meng Yi, in her early 20s, just graduated from university, and currently works under Zhao Yan as a secretary. As Grandpa Zhu said those words, Zhu Yi kept his head down, fiddling with Jiang Ying's fingers. Grandpa Zhu finished speaking and casually glanced at Zhu Yi. "Did you hear what I said?" Zhu Yi looked up at him. "Talking about my sister-in-law, why would I listen? Grandpa Zhu, we're all family now. Remember to take care of Zhu Ming." Zhou Yi chuckled. "Taking care of sister-in-law is my brother's business. My responsibility is to take good care of my wife." After Zhao Yi finished speaking, his peach-blossomed eyes looked at Jiang Ying with a smile. "Wife, am I right?" Jiang Ying looked back at him without replying, her eyes flashing with a warning. Zhu Yi didn't mind and tugged at her hand. During the meal, Zhao Yi lovingly picked food for Jiang Ying. Grandpa Zhu was happy to see the interaction between the two and said, "When are you two planning to give me a grandchild?" Jiang Ying, who was drinking the soup, suddenly paused. Zhao Yi, sitting next to her, said, "Give it some time. Jiang Ying just found her family and reunited with them." Zhao Yi finished speaking and turned to look at Jiang Ying, reaching out to stroke her hair affectionately. "Now that she has family, our Ying Ying is also a child who is loved by her family." Jiang Ying's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her eyes at this moment. The tough facade that Jiang Ying had always been so proud of was shattered by Zhao Yi's words. Zhu Yi picked food for her while saying, "Eat your food." Grandpa Zhao on the other side began to speak in surprise. Ying Ying found her family. Wasn't Ying Ying an orphan? Zhao Yi immediately turned to explain to Grandpa Zhao. On behalf of Jiang Ying, Zhao Yi explained for a while, dispelling all of Grandpa Zhao's doubts. Grandpa Zhao lowered his voice and said, "Finding family is a good thing." Jiang Ying tilted her head to look at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi suddenly turned around and met her eyes. Zhao Yi leaned close to her ear and said with lip movements, "How are you going to repay me?" Jiang Ying and Zhao Yi left the old house. Getting into the car, Jiang Ying started the engine and said to Zhao Yi, "Thank you for what happened with my aunt today. Thank you." Zhao Yi leaned against the seat, his eyes not hiding his flirtatious look. "How are you going to thank me?" Jiang Ying pretended not to understand and asked, "Transfer a large sum of money to you." Zhao Yi laughed. "Am I short of money? If you're not short of money, then I'll take you home now." Zhao Yi looked at Jiang Ying's distant attitude and smiled with a profound meaning. "Okay, take me home." After driving for a while, Zhao Yi was looking at Jiang Ying with a teasing look when the phone in his pocket rang. The other end was Bei Yao calling, asking Zhao Yi to go for a drink. Zhao Yi held the phone in one hand and propped himself up against the car window with the other. "Going for a drink in the middle of the night? Do you think I'm like you, a 1,000-year-old single dog?" Bei Yao gritted his teeth and said, "Zhao Yi, you son of a BTCH, does Jiang Ying know?" Zhao Yi curved his lips. "I'll give the phone to Jiang Ying for you to talk to her." Zhao Yi actively handed the phone to Jiang Ying. "Bei Yao wants to talk to you." Jiang Ying refused. "No, it's dangerous while driving." Zhao Yi laughed and replied to Bei Yao, "We're on the way home, it's not convenient to talk," Bei Yao said. "All right, you wait for me, you mother of CKER." Zhao Yi turned to act spoiled with his wife. "Ying Ying, Bei Yao is scolding me." Jiang Ying remained cold and indifferent. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Zhao Yi's apartment complex. Jiang Ying had just stopped the car and was about to speak to Zhao Yi when the seatbelt was already unbuckled. Zhao Yi's long legs stepped over her, one hand bracing on the back of her seat, the other fiddling with the seat control button. The driver's seat slowly reclined, and Jiang Ying suddenly realized what was happening, grabbing Zhao Yi's collar. Their eyes met. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes, his voice deep and warm with a hint of amusement. Can they see from outside? Jiang Ying didn't respond. Zhao Yi leaned down. Yes. Jiang Ying tilted her head back slightly. Zhao Yi, are you a horny dog or what? Zhao Yi chuckled, amused. You underestimate horny dogs. Jiang Ying pushed Zhao Yi away. I'm not underestimating horny dogs. I'm underestimating how little control it has over its lower half. I'm a modern woman, after all. I just think people have the wrong idea about horny dogs these days. Jiang Ying pouted. Oh really, Zuyao Yi? If that's the case, people really have a deep misunderstanding about porn. Zhao Yi leaned in close to her ear and said, being a horny dog has its perks. Before Jiang Ying could retort, Zhao Yi leaned in and silenced her with a kiss. The space in the car was cramped, but Zhao Yi was as effective as ever. An hour later, Jiang Ying was drenched in sweat. Zhao Yi lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Tired, Jiang Ying's fingers were clinging to his neck, devoid of strength. Get out of the car, Zhao Yi said, pressing his advantage. Since you're tired, stay over tonight and leave in the morning. Jiang Ying pursed her lips, about to reply. Just then, a knock echoed on the car window. Pei Yao's face, magnified, appeared at the passenger side window. Zhao Yi looked down at Jiang Ying. Can Pei Yao see inside? Jiang Ying was amused by Pei Yao's expression. No. Zhao Yi rolled off Jiang Ying, grabbed the suit jacket he'd tossed aside, and threw it to her to cover herself. He then adjusted his own clothes. Pei Yao was still pressed against the car window. Zhao Yi opened the door just a crack, slamming it into Pei Yao's face. Pei Yao's mouth twitched. Motherfucker, you trying to ruin my face? Zhao Yi looked at Pei Yao, as if ruining your face wouldn't be an improvement. My standards are different from yours. I'm gonna chat with Ying Ying. Zhao Yi blocked the car door. Don't bother her, Pei Yao. Call me daddy, Zhao Yi. I'll think about where I want you to build my grave first. Zhao Yi chuckled, tossed a cigarette pack to Pei Yao. I'm going to ask Ying Ying to get out of the car. Zhao Yi strode to the front of the car and knocked on the window. Come inside for a bit, Jiang Ying replied. No. Zhao Yi lowered his voice, coaxing her. Old Pei is still here. Give me some faith. Jiang Ying's ears turned red as she thought about how they almost got caught in the act. Zhao Yi immediately picked up on her thoughts. Pei Yao doesn't know. Jiang Ying looking at me. Does he think I am stupid or does he think he is stupid? Zhao Yi teased. Even though you could consider us growing up together, Pei Yao's EQ isn't that high, but you shouldn't talk about him like that. Does Pei Yao know you talk about him like that behind his back? Zhu Yi put on a serious face. He doesn't know, and don't you tell him either. I don't have many friends. I can't afford to lose him. Finally, Jiang Ying was coaxed out of the car by Zhao Yi. However, it's not for your sake, but for Su Ying's. Pei Miao saw Jiang Ying take the initiative to greet him. Is your health okay? Jiang Ying smiled and replied. Much better. I'll ask Uncle San later when he's free. I'll treat him to a meal, Pei Yao teased with a laugh. We're all family. Why bother with such formalities? After all, we are childhood sweethearts who have been close since we were little. If I have a situation Brother Pei Yao doesn't care about me, who do I hope cares about me? After Pei Yao finished this sentence, he saw Zhu Yi narrow his eyes and look at him threateningly. Are you finished talking? Pei Yao was interrupted but not annoyed. Smiling, yes, I am finished talking. I heard from Lao Qin that you hid 2 bottles of good wine at home. A few minutes later, Pei Yao stood in front of the wine cabinet in the house. Zhao Yi, let me help you get rid of these so I don't have to worry about you getting drunk and out of control. Zhao Yi leaned against the wine cabinet. Take what you want and get the hell out. Having achieved his goal, Pei Yao quickly took his spoils and didn't forget to thank Zhu Yi. Thank you, boss. After Pei Yao left, only Zhao Yi and Jiang Ying remained in the room. Zhao Yi walked up to the single sofa Jiang Ying was sitting on. He lowered his voice and asked, Are you staying over tonight? Jiang Ying looked up. I need to go home to shower. That's a pretty flimsy excuse. Zhao Yi chuckled, about to coax her when the phone in his pocket rang. The caller ID displayed Mom. He paused for a few seconds before answering. Mom. As soon as Zhao Yi finished speaking, a middle-aged woman's sobbing voice came from the other end of the line. Yi, ah. Zhao Yi frowned. Mom, don't cry. Tell me slowly. Jiang Ying, hearing Zhao Yi's address the person on the other end of the line, stood up and headed for the door. The person on the phone was saying something indistinct. Zhao Yi, his voice cold, said, Mom, are you at Guan Lei's place? I'll come over. We can talk. Guan Lei looked like she had just been crying. Mother Guan sat next to her, holding her hand, a look of apology on her face. Yi, Mom really didn't expect Lei Lei to cause you so much trouble. I've apologized for her. I tried to advise her, but she's so fixated on you that she won't listen, Mother Guan said, seeing Zhuo Yi's indifferent expression. She paused for a moment, then continued. Can you give her a way out for Mom's sake? Zhuo Yi didn't want to embarrass Guan Lei in front of Mother Guan. After she finished speaking, he looked at Guan Lei and said, Do you want to talk to me privately, or do you want me to say it in front of your mother? Guan Lei bit her lip. I'll talk to you privately. Guan Lei turned to Mother Guan and told her to go to her room to sleep, saying, Mom, it's nothing. After Mother Guan went into the room, Zhao Yi, slightly annoyed, tugged at his collar, then pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag to calm himself. What do you want to say to me? Tell me everything today. Hearing this, Guan Lei's eyes reddened. Are you really angry? Are you angry because of Jiang Ying? You like her, don't you? Zhao Yi put out the cigarette, his voice as cold as ice. Guan Lei, why have I indulged you time and time again? I think you probably understand the reason. Zhao Yi looked at her and continued in a cold voice. My feelings for you are simply those of siblings, not romantic feelings. Don't you believe it? Zhao Yi looked at Guan Lei, helpless, almost mocking. If you don't believe it, that's the truth. Guan Lei sat on the sofa, her body trembling. I've been by your side all these years. You don't think you have any feelings for me? Zhu Yi said something completely heartless. The reason you've been by my side all these years is because we had an agreement. You help me act for the Zhu family, and I help you sweep away the troubles in showbiz. Guan Lei, let's not see each other again. Guan Lei sobbed behind him. Zhu Yi looked at his phone. The screen displayed Jiang Ying's contact. An hour later, Zhao Yi's car appeared downstairs at Jiang Ying's house. Zhao Yi sat in the car, a lit cigarette in his mouth, and texted Jiang Ying. Are you asleep yet? The message was sent, but there was still silence. Zhu Yi looked at his phone screen, but there was no response, which made him chuckle in the apartment. At this time, at Jiang Ying's house, Jiang Ying finished her shower. As soon as she came out, she saw her phone on the bedside table vibrate twice. On the phone were a WeChat message and a notification about a message from Zhao Yi. Are you asleep yet? Jiang Ying glanced at the Weibo content. Guan Lei announced. Forever retiring from the entertainment industry. Jiang Ying frowned, thinking about Zhao Yi's call tonight. As Jiang Ying was thinking, there was a knock on the door from outside. As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Ying saw Zhu Yi and frowned. What's wrong? Zhao Yi propped one hand against the doorframe, lowered his eyes to look at Jiang Ying, and the corners of his thin lips curved into a half-smile. I want to come in for a glass of water. Jiang Ying didn't say anything and continued to stand in the doorway. Seeing this, Zhao Yi frowned. I'm a guest at your house, and you won't even give me a glass of water, Jiang Ying. Are you sure you just want a glass of water? Jiang Ying finished speaking, and Zhu Yi chuckled. Well, what else can I do? The two looked at each other. Zhao Yi noticed the wariness from Jiang Ying. You think my essence is that amazing, Zhu Feng? It really is very amazing, Zhou Yi. I'm complimenting you. Jiang Ying took a deep breath. Knowing Zhu Yi wouldn't compromise, she pursed her lips, then turned and walked inside. Want water or something? Zhu Yi eagerly entered the house, changing shoes at the door. Either is fine. Hearing Zhao Yi say either, Jiang Ying went to the fridge and got him a bottle of mineral water. As she was about to close the fridge, Zhao Yi hugged her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and said in a low voice, Ying Ying, actually, I'm really not happy today. Realizing Zhao Yi wasn't lying, she didn't struggle. She opened the bottle of water and handed it to him. Drink some water to calm down. Zhao Yi didn't take it, but drank directly from the bottle. He started, I was at Guan Lei's mom's house. She raised me, after all. Was what I did today wrong, Jiang Ying? I don't know what happened between the two of you. Zhao Yi rubbed his chin on Jiang Ying's shoulder, saying, It's kind of complicated. Jiang Ying squeezed the water bottle. Want more to drink? Zhao Yi, want to hear what happened tonight? Zhao Yi asked casually, but his heart tightened after he finished speaking. Compared to Zhao Yi's nervousness, Jiang Ying was very calm. She twisted the cap back on the bottle, turned her head to look at him. I can listen, but can you let me go? Let's talk somewhere else. Hearing this, Zhao Yi's lips seemed to glide over her fair neck, and he smirked. Okay. Jiang Ying felt Zhao Yi's clinginess. She turned around and tossed the water bottle into his arms, then pushed him away. The two walked to the sofa. Zhao Yi sat on a small chair, while she sat on a single-seater sofa opposite him. Zhao Yi looked up at her, grinning. How can we talk being so far apart? Jiang Ying calmly reached for the juice on the tea table that had been poured earlier. It's okay, just talk. My hearing is good. Tell me about your day. How did Guan Lei suddenly announce her permanent retirement? Hearing this, Zhao Yi put a cigarette in his mouth and looked up. Huh? Jiang Ying, you don't know? Zhu Yi lit the cigarette. I don't know. He took a deep drag and looked at her, saying, Those rumors about me and Guan Lei before were fake. Jiang Ying was slightly stunned. Huh. Zhao Yi held the cigarette in his mouth, his hand shaking slightly due to nervousness. The ash fell on his dress pants. Not only the rumors about Guan Lei were fake, but also those with other female stars and models were fake. Zhao Yi finished speaking, and the atmosphere suddenly became silent. The juice just entered her mouth and choked in her throat. She coughed violently. Seeing this, Zhu Yi took a tissue from the tea table and handed it to her. Zhu Yi put out the cigarette and teased, Are you that shocked? Jiang Ying took it and covered her mouth to cough, placing the juice cup on the table. After a long while, she asked, You? What did you say? Not out of surprise, but because she hadn't even considered this possibility, Jiang Ying didn't speak. Zhao Yi's lips curled into a smile, both annoyed and amused. In your eyes, I live like that. Jiang Ying didn't know how to answer for a moment, and after a silence, she said, It's not that. Hearing Jiang Ying's insincere answer, Zhao Yi leaned back slightly, resting one hand casually on the back of the chair, tapping lightly. Tell me the truth. Jiang Ying looked at him and said, You admitted before that you liked Guan Lei, Zhao Yi replied naturally and openly. That was fake. Jiang Ying pondered for a moment, thought carefully, and looked at Zhao Yi. I'm not your first woman, am I? As Jiang Ying finished speaking, Zhao Yi's fingers tapping on the back of the chair suddenly stopped. He didn't answer, but asked in return, What do you think? An ominous premonition arose in Jiang Ying's heart. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became indescribable, uncertain whether it was more ambiguous or awkward. After about half a minute, Jiang Ying asked with difficulty, Am I? Zhao Yi's peach blossom eyes flashed with a smile, his voice deep and resonant. Yeah. Noticing that Jiang Ying's expression was very ugly, Zhao Yi laughed again. Are you afraid I'll make you take responsibility? Jiang Ying said truthfully. Very afraid. Her hand on the sofa trembled slightly, almost invisibly. Zhao Yi's voice lowered. Don't be afraid. Zhao Yi winked, smiled, and changed the subject. Oh right, I haven't finished the story from earlier. Zhao Yi, I don't like to meddle in your personal matters. You made that decision, so naturally you have your reasons. It's disrespectful for me to judge, Jiang Ying said. Zhao Yi, don't you think I am a cold person? Jiang Ying frowned. Are you talking about yourself or implying something about me, Zhao Yi? Oh, you got the point. Zhao Yi, are you insulting my IQ? Zhao Yi teased. Press your IQ on the floor and rub it like crazy, Jiang Ying laughed. You think I'm Bei Yao or something? The words slipped out unintentionally. After saying them, Jiang Ying was suddenly stunned. Zhao Yi smiled. You're much better like this than always having a cold face from morning till night. Jiang Ying was slightly unnatural, reaching for the juice on the table and taking a sip. Thank you. After chatting for a while, they looked at the clock and realized it was almost dawn. Jiang Ying took the initiative and said, It's getting late, Zhao Yi teased. Honey, let's turn in early. Jiang Ying stood up, looked at Zhao Yi and said, You're sleeping on the couch tonight. Without giving Zhao Yi a chance to argue, Jiang Ying walked into the bedroom. Back in the bedroom, Jiang Ying leaned against the door, lost in thought. She thought about what Zhu Yi had said earlier, bit her lip. Zhu Yi, he's really not a playboy. Jiang Ying stood leaning against the door for a long time before going to the bed and sitting down. After much deliberation, she grabbed her phone from the bedside table and texted Chang Bo. You up? Chang Bo replied almost instantly. Long night, can't sleep. Thinking about your boy, Chang Bo, eh? Jiang Ying leaned back slightly on the bed, holding her phone as she replied. Chang Bo, I need to ask you something serious, Chang Bo. Ask away. You've come to the right person. I'm all ears. Jiang Ying, would you feel different about your first woman, Chang Bo? Whoa, hot topic. Jiang Ying, don't be a smartass, Chang Bo. Wouldn't dare lie to you. This pure soul is still clean, still a virgin. Jiang Ying, never mind, pretend I didn't ask. Jiang Ying looked at Chang Bo's message, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, So, what kind of guy do you think Zhao Yi is? Chang Bo sent a voice message. Jiang Ying hesitated. For 3 or 4 seconds before pressing play, Jiang Ying thought Chang Bo's first sentence would be to question her motives, but Chang Bo's thinking was different. You're Zhao Yi's first woman. Jiang Ying was speechless. Chang Bo, seeing that Jiang Ying didn't deny it, couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. No way. Zhao Yi kept that one locked up tight. Chang Bo had a million questions he wanted to ask Jiang Ying, like how Zhu Yi was treating her now. Jiang Ying didn't hold back the truth. He's not treating me any type of way. Jiang Ying also told him, Zhu Yi already knows my plan. We've come to an agreement, and then they talked a lot more about it. Chang Bo stated the truth. Living in a wealthy and influential family isn't easy, especially since Zhu Yi's identity is quite sensitive. Jiang Ying chatted with Chang Bo for a while and then hung up. After hanging up, Jiang Ying immediately thought of the time Zhao Yi fell into the water. The 10-year-old boy, his face pale, lying on the bed. She didn't know how scared he was, plus he had a high fever until he was weak. Jiang Ying placed medicine and a glass of warm water on his bedside table. Zhao Yi lay in bed, watching her. I'll take the medicine so I can get better. Jiang Ying, I'll come again tomorrow. You can tell me if you want to eat anything, the young Zhao Yi said to her in a hoarse voice. Ying Ying, can you hug me? He was already old enough to understand the difference between men and women. She felt sorry for him and walked to the bedside and leaned down to hug him. But before her hand could touch his shoulder, Zhao Yi grabbed her wrist and pulled her into a full embrace. Jiang Ying initially wanted to struggle. Zhao Yi realized her intention and said to her in a hoarse voice, Please, don't move. Then Jiang Ying clearly felt hot tears falling on her neck. The memory stopped there. Jiang Ying took a deep breath. She suddenly understood the current Zhao Yi. She stopped thinking and was about to reach out and turn off the yellow light on the bedside table when the bedroom door suddenly opened from the outside. Ying Ying furrowed her brows when she saw this. Just as she was about to say something, Zhu Yi pushed the door open and walked in. Ying Ying, what's up? Zhu Yi smiled. Can I borrow your bathroom for a bit? Jiang Ying coldly replied. Use the guest bathroom. Zhao Yi acted as if he hadn't heard anything and strode in, not intending to listen to the owner's request at all, chuckled. Not used to it, Jiang Ying watched Zhao Yi walk into the bathroom, wanting to get up and stop him. But the sound of running water was already heard in the bathroom. Jiang Ying exhaled and leaned against the headboard. After more than 10 minutes, the bathroom door opened. Zhao Yi, only wrapped in a towel around his waist, walked to Jiang Ying. Zhao Yi frowned slightly. I used your towel. It's a bit small. Barely fits. Jiang Ying glanced at the area that was covered by the towel on Zhao Yi, and an indescribable scene suddenly appeared in her mind. Glancing around, you're done bathing so you can go out now, right? The smile on Zhao Yi's lips became even more obvious. Yeah, although Zhao Yi said, yeah, his feet didn't move. Jiang Ying turned her eyes to look at him, wanting to say something, but the phone next to her rang. Jiang Ying looked down and saw a call from Quan Shi. She reached out and pressed answer. Hello? As soon as Jiang Ying said hello, Quan Ji on the other end of the phone asked in rapid fire, I heard Zhao Yi was still a virgin before he did that with you. Is that true? Jiang Ying was stunned and silent. She suddenly realized, looking at Zhao Yi, who was within arm's reach of her. Zhao Yi saw her looking at him, frowned, and smiled with a lot of meaning. It was obvious that he had heard what Quan Ji had said. Jiang Ying's face turned stiff, wanting to open her mouth to stop Quan Ji. But Quan Ji didn't give her a chance at all and continued. Then Zhao Yi must have a pretty high aptitude in that area, huh? I remember you saying his technique was very good. The person on the other end of the line kept yelling, say something. Zhao Yi asked softly. Was my technique good? Jiang Ying was speechless and embarrassedly dropped her phone on the bed. The call wasn't over, and Quan Ji on the other end kept chattering. Don't tell me you're embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? You two were single before, and now you're legally married. Isn't this normal? Ignoring her bestie's words, she sat quietly as Zhao Yi caressed her tenderly. If you didn't have that condition, I would have thought you fell in love. Not waiting for her friend to finish, Jiang Ying angrily yelled, Shut up, I have things to do. Hanging up now. The other side still didn't give up, continuing to ask, There's something I'm really curious about. Always wanted to ask. When that Auntie Zhu gave you the medicine, why did you choose Zhu Yi's room? She was speechless and hung up. Zhao Yi was also curious. I really want to know too. He looked at her with expectant eyes and asked, That night, why did you choose me? Jiang Ying was a little flustered. I'm afraid you'll be heartbroken if I say it. I had no other choice. Zhao Yi wrapped his arms around her, consoling her. Okay, I won't press you anymore. I want to sleep here tonight. Jiang Ying remained cold. Do you think I'll agree? I promise I'll just sleep quietly and not do anything. It's almost 2 a.m. Are you even going to sleep? He gently rested his head on her shoulder. It all depends on what you want. You better mean what you say, or there definitely won't be a next time, okay? She lay down with her back to him, her mind filled with thoughts, making it hard to sleep. That night, I could only choose Zhu Yi. My parents' deaths, Old Man Zhu and Zhu Huaiyan, are my top suspects. Zhao Yi, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. Who's there? She stood, trembling at the door. Zhao Yi, it's me. He quickly got out of bed and turned on the light. What's wrong? Are you sick? At this moment she could barely stand, her staggering footsteps approaching. Things looked very bad. Jiang Ying was uncomfortable. No, Anxiously, he went to support her. Did you touch something you shouldn't have? Zhao Yi, I'm uncomfortable. He held her close and whispered, What do you want me to do now? In a panic, he suggested, Jiang Ying, I'll go get a doctor for you. She vehemently refused. No, don't want to go out. Her face was flushed red, her breath ragged. Help me, find. Before she could finish, Zhao Yi misunderstood. What? Are you sure? With that, he carried her to the bed. His face also slightly embarrassed, he began his next actions. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. At the time, I thought Zhu Yi understood what I meant and would call a doctor into the room. But after that, we had an unforgettable, passionate night. The next day, she gradually opened her eyes in a daze. Zhao Yi had been awake for a while and asked, What did you dream about? Jiang Ying unconsciously replied, A dog. He propped himself up on his arm beside her, teasing, Did that dog pounce on you? She was speechless and silent. With a radiant and smug face, he said, I heard you calling Zhao Yi. He caressed her cheek. I also heard you crying and saying, It hurts. He laughed happily. Ha ha. Jiang Ying coldly pushed his hand away. She quickly got out of bed, closed the door, and walked out. Peffed. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze and looked down at Jiang Ying's pillow. Unable to restrain himself, he buried his face in the pillow, embracing it. She went back to the bathroom to wash up, her face full of thoughts. Early in the morning, the married couple started a lively discussion. I'll find a reason to quit that variety show. Early, it's too dragging. What about you? Continue to stay and promote the CP with Jing Yuan? Jiang Ying was puzzled. Do you think Jing Yuan still has the guts to promote a CP with me right now? Zhao Yi teased, mimicking her voice. Do you think Jing Yuan still has the guts to promote a CP with me right now? Are you angry? He pressed close to her and joked. Zhao Yi, you're too clingy. It makes me feel like we're in love. Isn't being in love good? It's not good. A clear look of anxiety appeared on her face. If Zhu Yi had said these words to me last night, I would have just taken it as a joke, but now, everything is different. Sensing Jiang Ying's unease, he quickly patted her shoulder and left. Relax. I won't make you take responsibility. Look how scared you are. I'll tell Chen Zhen to arrange for me to withdraw from that show when I get back today. You should also find a reason to withdraw quickly. The company has a lot of work. Don't waste time and effort on useless things. Right. Isn't it your aunt's hospital discharge today? Jiang Ying turned her head in surprise, not expecting him to remember such small things. Zhao Yi excitedly said, oblivious to her helpless expression. When are you planning to go to the hospital to pick up your aunt? I'll go with you. Scene cuts to the hospital. I'll wait in the car. You go pick up your aunt. Zhu Yi cheerfully waved. Goodbye. Wait for me, wifey. The door closed. His smile faded, and he started to worry. He quickly called his assistant, Chen Jie. Investigate what illness my wife has. My wife is sick. It might not be easy to investigate. My wife is a careful person. If you can't get any results, find Kuayanji. President Kuayanji is close friends with your wife. I'm afraid she won't be willing to talk. If she doesn't talk, can't I think of a way? Zhao Yi angrily hung up the phone. Zhao Yi, with his upright figure, handsome and debonair, stood waiting by the car. As soon as the aunt came out, she noticed him. President Zhao, he friendly replied. Aunt, just call me A Yi. After speaking, he slowly walked over to Jiang Ying and said, Wife, I'm here. Then he grabbed the wheelchair and pushed it. At this time, her face remained expressionless, as she brushed past him and went to open the car door. Zhu Yi, slow down. She stood beside him, watching him attentively caring for her aunt. Suddenly, many thoughts appeared. Zhu Yi and I, are we really a loving couple? He's helping me to be filial. He reached out his hand, startling her. Wife, the keys, let me drive. She awkwardly coughed a few times. Kukuk. Taking the opportunity to grab the keys, he gently stroked Jiang Ying's hand. Am I doing a good job, wifey? Zhu Yi, you're getting bold, aren't you? Treat me well tonight, okay? Zhao Yi whispered smugly into her ear, her face turning completely red. The aunt curiously asked, Why are you two sitting in the back with me? Did you two quarrel? No, we didn't. Auntie saw everything. You keep a straight face, and he's trying to please you. She raised her eyebrows in admiration. As expected of Zhao Yi, a few words, and he's already got Auntie on his side. He turned his head and looked back. Auntie, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'm fine with anything. It mainly depends on you two. Ying Ying told me that you used to live in Chengdu. You like Sichuan cuisine, right? My friend just opened a Sichuan restaurant. The head chef is a family heirloom, formerly an imperial chef. Auntie, how about we go there to try it? Okay. Jiang Ying sat silently beside him, thinking to herself, I've never told Zhao Yi about Auntie's condition, but Zhao Yi knows everything. There's only one possibility. He investigated it long ago. Very quickly, the car arrived at a luxurious hotel. You can't eat spicy food. I'll tell them to make a separate sweet dish for you. I can eat it, and then have a stomachache all night and can't sleep. You call that being able to eat it? The two of them in the back were arguing fiercely with each other, with a hint of drama. The staff excitedly came out to greet them. President Zhuao, the usual spot. You take my wife to the table first. I'll go into the kitchen for a moment. Okay, madam, this way. Zhou Yi used his eyes to signal to the assistant. Have you investigated yet, President Zhao? You're acting like Liu Bei of old, inviting Zhuge Liang to his humble abode 3 times, sending a small assistant like me to ask, that's not enough sincerity? Okay, if there are conditions, then so be it. After speaking, he immediately took off his suit jacket and tossed it to the assistant. President Zhao, what are you going into the kitchen for? To make 2 dishes. And then Zhao Yi readily rolled up his sleeves, preparing for housework. At this time, inside the private room, Ying Ying, tell Auntie the truth. You really don't like A Yi. But looking at him, it seems like he really likes you. Auntie just heard from A Yi. He doesn't have a good relationship with the Zhu family either. Jiang Ying agreed. His mother suffered a lot because of Zhu Huaichan. He wasn't treated well at the Zhu family when he was young either. The aunt looked sadly at Jiang Ying. Zhao Yi walked in from the outside, holding a kettle in his hand and kindly asking, Auntie, are you hungry? No, I ate too much this morning. I'm still not hungry, Auntie. He eagerly tried to please her. How's the passion fruit? I saw in the kitchen just now that they just transported some pretty good passion fruits, so I took the liberty of making some. If you don't like it, I'll go change it. I can drink anything. I'm not picky about these things. He picked up Jiang Ying's cup. He downed the rest of the drink in one gulp. He quickly poured a fresh passion fruit juice. Handing it back to her, he said, "Try it." Zhao Yi rested his hand on his chin, watching her intently, suddenly chuckling happily. "The spot you drank from earlier?" He rotated the glass, noticing every little detail about her. "Not bad," she nodded, praising. "President Zihao, please take a look at the menu. These are our new dishes." A staff member respectfully brought the menu. He asked, slightly surprised, "Haven't you and Auntie ordered yet?" We're waiting for you." Zhao Yi took the menu, flashing a happy smile. "Rare to see you so well behaved." "What's that supposed to mean? You dare tease me." "A table full of hot, fragrant dishes. Auntie, try it and see if it suits your taste." "Haha, okay, Yi, you eat too." She was stunned and bewildered. Turning the lazy Susan, Zhao Yi leaned closer and whispered to her, "Why aren't you eating? Your hubby personally cooked this." He used his irresistible charm to look at her. A sincere and pitiful expression on his face. She complied, picking up a piece to try. The sound of chewing filled the air, and she complimented him a few times. "The taste isn't bad." Everyone at the table was talking and laughing happily. The atmosphere was so joyful it looked like a real family. "Your stepmother treated you badly. What about your father?" Zhao Yi replied casually, "About the same. Why do you ask?" Probably felt like I was a burden. Affecting his relationship with his current wife, Jiang Ying, sitting next to him, felt a little empathy. Clearly it's his own fault from when he was young. What does it have to do with a child like you? He suddenly picked up his chopsticks. He hurriedly picked up a piece of food and put it in his aunt's bowl, then continued, "Auntie, not everyone is as kind as you sweet kid. I'm not going back yet. I still have some things to take care of. I'll have Chenzi take you and Auntie home." The car quickly drove away, and he stood there watching, his heart full of thoughts. At the Quanji Corporation office building, "Tell me, why would Zhao Yi suddenly come to me and ask about Ying Ying?" I'm saying, "President Quan, before we talk, can you turn on the air conditioner first?" Changbo was shivering as he ate his ice cream.
"I know you're frugal,
But not this kind of frugal." Quan Ji slapped a heat pack onto her talkative friend. She confidently instructed, "Wherever you're cold, stick it there. I'm not bragging, it keeps you warm for 24 hours. Changbo was shocked. "Wait, you're relying on this thing to keep warm?" Let's continue. What exactly does Zhao Yi mean? Combined with Ying Ying's phone call last night, could it be that Zhao Yi has fallen for Ying Ying? That's shocking. Just then, a staff member knocked on the door to announce, "President Quam, President Zhu Hao is here to see you." Hearing this, the two young people turned pale, and one devoured everything, while the friend next to him hurriedly took off his hooded sweatshirt. Zhao Yi walked in seriously. Quanji and Changbo jumped up in surprise. He's here so fast." Zhao Yi sat down calmly. "Please, both of you, have a seat." The two remaining young people were extremely cautious and docile. After Zhao Yi took a seat, Quan Ji and her bestie exchanged glances. Zhao Yi lit a cigarette, tilted his head, and asked, "Have you two finished your little powwow? Who's going to talk to me first?" Hearing this, the two youths put on innocent faces, standing there blankly, acting like they felt small and weak in front of him. Changbo casually waved his hand. "Kwa Ji, go help Boss Zhao pour a cup of coffee. I'll talk to him." Before he even finished, that little minx had already bolted. "Boss Zhao, may I be so bold as to ask, do you like Ying Ying?" Zhao Yi crossed his arms and countered, "What do you think?" Changbo shook his head in denial and sat down, continuing, "What Boss Zhao wants to know, I'm afraid I can't reveal." So adamant, Zhao Yi's gaze sharpened as he stared intently at Changbo. Seizing the opportunity, Changbo launched a psychological attack. "Boss Zhao, I haven't said anything to Quanji at all. You should be happy about that, right? At least it proves that Ying Ying isn't making bad friends." Zhao Yi remained silent. Stubbing out his cigarette, he smiled. "You really know how to play mind games with me, don't you? This isn't a mind game, it's reality." After a while, Kwa Ji returned with the coffee, only to find that Zhao Yi had already gotten up and left. Confused, she wondered, As Zhao Yi brushed past her, he whispered, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me." Kuai Zong's guidance wasn't bad. Quan Ji cheerfully trotted over to her best friend and asked, "Brother Chang, starting today, I have to look at you with different eyes." "What did you say to Boss Zhao? Why did he leave so quickly? I didn't say anything to him. Maybe your dump is too cold, so he didn't want to stay long." She turned her face away and covered her ears, pretending not to hear. "I'm talking to you. Can you chip in some heating fees or what?" As soon as Zhao Yi got to his car, he called someone. The other end picked up. "Boss Zhao, weren't you all lovey-dovey recently? You're so busy, yet you still remember your old friend?" He requested, "Help me keep an eye on someone, male or female." "You forgot. Ying Ying's best friend, Kuai Ji." The guy on the other end scratched his head in confusion. Why keep an eye on her? Zhao Yi was silent, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, but he didn't know what to say. All right then. The two continued to chat. Ying seems pretty normal. How could she have any bad habits? I don't know. Just help me keep an eye on her. Try to get close and listen in. HMPH. You're forcing me to use a pretty boy. If I can use a honey trap, all the better. Consider it me seeking welfare for you. Otherwise, your hands will be busy every night. Zhao tell me honestly, do you still like Ying, like, really like her? Scene changed to Zhao Yi's house. Jiang Ying quickly turned on the lights, her aunt asked. Such a big house, usually just you two, you and Ah Yi, live here, yes, the aunt marveled. It's too big. Jiang Ying closed the door and reassured her aunt, you'll get used to it with time. She sat down and put slippers on for her aunt, who said apologetically, once my legs are healed, I'll go find a job. Her face was filled with heartache as she looked at Jiang Ying. I should be the one taking care of you. I'm the elder, but now? She looked up at her aunt, her beautiful face still cheerful and caring. Before her aunt could finish, she stood up and pushed the wheelchair. Just focus on healing, no need to rush. After settling her aunt in, Jiang Ying opened the door and stepped into the room. She was stunned by what she saw. The thought popped into her head. When did my suitcase get brought here? Suddenly, a warm voice spoke from behind. Haven't unpacked yet? Jiang Ying startled and turned around. She followed behind him, asking in surprise, why are you back so soon? The matter's settled. Of course I have to come back. Do you dislike that I came back early? As he spoke, Zhao Yi tossed his tie onto the chair. She walked toward the suitcase and replied, Number. Jiang Ying curiously opened it. He leisurely opened the wardrobe. See if there's enough space for you. If there isn't, just throw my clothes down below. Zhao Yi smiled happily, gazing at her with infatuated eyes. Jiang Ying was busy cleaning up, and Zhao Yi came up from behind, hugging her and asking with concern, was the drink this afternoon good? Delicious? He teased. The part you drank from the cup was where I drank from. The two of them joked around. Childish, she said with a bit of annoyance. If adults did that, what would you call it if not childish? Zhao Yi put his hands on Jiang Ying's cheeks and gently caressed them. We've already kissed. What's wrong with sharing a cup? Her face turned red, and her eyes stared fixedly at one spot. Zhao Yi wrapped his arms around her. How did I perform today? Did your aunt's impression of me change? Jiang Ying replied blankly. Normal. You're lying, she said coldly, pushing him away. You asked. And I answered. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. The CEO seemed unwilling to accept the truth, so he sat down with a sulky face. He showed his frustration, but Jiang Ying didn't care at all. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, ting-ting shaking intensely. The voice on the other end said, Hello, is this Jiang Ying? This is Meng Rui, sister-in-law. What's up? Tomorrow I'm going to try on wedding dresses. Can you come with me? Grandpa said. I'm not familiar with this place. What time? 3 o'clock. Okay. I'll drive over to pick you up. Send me the address by phone. Thank you, Ying. She quickly hung up the call with Meng Rui. Zhao Yi, who had been eavesdropping, asked curiously. Meng Rui called. He mocked. There are so many people in the Zihu family. Why do they have to call you to go along? What do you want to say? Zhao Yi crossed his arms and sneered. Since you can't be public, you're also not smart. Jiang Ying understood immediately. There are many people like that in the Zhao family. That's right, he said with a bright smile. Zhao Yi earnestly instructed his wife. Remember to pay more attention. The more kind-looking and harmless they seem, the heavier their minds usually are. She nodded in agreement, smiling. Got it. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Then she turned around, approached Zhao Yi, and sat down to discuss. I want to hire a nanny for my aunt, he explained seriously. You should know I don't like having outsiders in the house, but with Aunt's current situation, she can't take care of her own eating and daily life. You just said you don't like it, not that you don't agree. She understood his intention and asked back. There's a condition, huh? Zhao Yi pointed to his mouth and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, hinting at a kiss. Jiang Ying looked at him helplessly. Then she leaned down. Getting close to Zhao Yi, her soft hand rested on him, and he seemed very excited, swallowing hard, gulp gulp. Jiang Ying suddenly laughed and stopped. Ha ha, Zhu Yi, you really know how to enjoy yourself. His voice was husky as he hugged her. Can't I? Sure, but you have to restrain yourself a bit. He leaned closer to her, for example, 7 times a week. Too much, bro. The bros eating melons here are super envious, haha. Then you have to remember to buy some supplements later. Scene change. Meng Rui was at the store, picking out wedding dresses. Click, click. The sound of the door opening. Suddenly she saw Jiang Ying coming in, and Meng Rui spoke up. Jiang Ying, you're here, sister-in-law. I'm so sorry to trouble you to come here. Originally, Grandpa wanted Mom, or Zhu Qi, to go with me. Jiang Ying quickly grabbed the photo album and asked, how's the fitting going? I've tried all these models, but they still don't look right. She coldly flipped through them. Jiang Ying lamented bitterly. They're all old models from 2 years ago. She looked angrily at the staff. Bring out the new items in your store. We'll choose ourselves. The staff standing beside her quickly sweated and replied, "Okay, okay." Seeing this scene, Meng Rui was extremely admiring and grateful. "Very good." Jiang Ying took the initiative to pay, wrapped these outfits up, and swiped my card. Meng Rui waved her hand, indicating, "No need. Zhao Yan already gave me his supplementary card." She leaned in and replied with a smile, "Consider it my wedding gift to you both." Meng Rui, hearing this, didn't insist on refusing and thanked her. Meng Rui said emotionally, "I'm so lucky to have you here today, or I wouldn't know what to do." Suddenly, a message popped up on Jiang Ying's phone. "The person has been located, in Rajasthan," she exclaimed in surprise, her eyes full of hope. "My parents' car accident. Finally, there's a clue." She quickly composed a message asking, "Where?" In a moment, the other side replied, "At Qidang Auto Repair Shop." 30 minutes later, Jiang Ying arrived at Qidang Auto Repair Shop. She got out of the car and closed the door. The person who contacted her rushed out to greet her. She asked anxiously, "Where's the person?" "Inside." She walked in without hesitation. The group of men inside stood up when they saw her. "Oh, a beauty. Here to get your car fixed," she replied coldly. "I'm looking for Wang Cheng." Hearing this, the group of people changed their tone and surrounded her aggressively. "Looking for our boss. He's not here. If you're not here for repairs, get out of here." They repeated, "Get out of here now." She was outnumbered, and it seemed impossible to reason with them. Jiang Ying turned around to survey the surroundings. She boldly grabbed a wrench and swung it down, whack, leaving the group of men stunned. "Are you crazy?" Jiang Ying said without fear. "I don't want to waste time. 5 minutes. If I don't see Wang Cheng, I'll smash every car in here." From afar, the sound of footsteps came from upstairs. "Who's looking for me?" Jiang Ying looked over coldly and clicked her tongue. "Tris." Wang Cheng, sensing something was wrong, suggested, "Let's go outside to talk." The two quickly walked into the car parked outside. Without much preamble, she went straight to the point. "I'm Jiang Ying, Jiang Xinyuan's daughter. Do you know the name Jiang Xinyuan?" "No." She twisted the cap back on the half-finished bottle of water and continued, "He's been dead for over a decade. If you don't, I'll help you remember." Wang Cheng was frightened by her aura. He didn't hide anything anymore and confessed, I only received a sum of money back then. That person told me to hand the car over to him for repairs." "Who was that person?" He looked flustered, waving his hands wildly. I really don't know. He gave me a sum of money. I was getting married at the time, and I really needed the money." Jiang Ying thought to herself, "This is the result. Not that it couldn't be guessed." Then she continued to interrogate, "Do you remember what that man looked like?" Having resolved one matter, Jiang Ying moved back to Thuitianhuafu. She stood in a daze, lost in thought for a long time. She recalled what Wang Cheng had said. "I only remember that person was a middle-aged man, about 50 years old at the time. Whether he was talking or acting, he was very crude. I don't remember his face clearly, but I remember he had a tattoo on his left shoulder. It seemed to be an eagle, black. It looked a bit scary." Jiang Ying couldn't figure it out. Crude? What kind of person would use that word? The only one from a decade ago who might fit is Lao Jihao, but his aura doesn't match the word crude at all. Just as she was about to open the door and step inside, she heard lively voices talking. "When Ying Ying was little, she was really like this, like a little old lady." She was stunned by the scene before her. Auntie and Zhu Yan were talking very happily and harmoniously. Before she was 5 years old, she wasn't like this. She was very well behaved, and her words were very sweet. Zhu Yan praised beside her. "So adorable." "Oh yeah, that's right." Su Ying's face was all smug. But before she could finish, Jiang Ying, who was standing at the door, cut her off. "Auntie." Su Ying stopped mid-sentence. Turning to look at Jiang Ying put her bag on the shoe rack, slipped into slippers, and walked into the house. "Have you had dinner, Auntie?" Not noticing Jiang Ying's strange expression, Su Ying replied with a smile, "I've eaten. Have you two eaten yet?" "Yeah, we have," Jiang Ying replied. Jiang Ying finished speaking, then gave Zhao Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, a meaningful look. Zhou Yi saw this and smirked knowingly. He lazily stood up. Seeing the interaction between the two, Su Ying suddenly realized, "You two, go ahead and do your thing. I'll watch TV for a bit." Jiang Ying nodded and headed upstairs to the second floor. The two of them went into the room one after the other. The room gradually darkened. Before Jiang Ying could say anything, Zhu Yi hugged her from behind, nuzzling his face into her collar. "Are you unhappy?" Jiang Ying's body trembled slightly. "Stand still, I have something I want to tell you," Zhu Yi replied with an M. But his movements didn't stop. He chuckled softly. "Just say what you want to say." Jiang Ying frowned, about to stop Zhao Yi, when her phone suddenly rang. Both of them froze. The screen displayed a call from Zhu Yan. Jiang Ying tilted her head to look at him. "I'm gonna answer the phone." Zhou Yi was still leaning on her shoulder. "Go ahead." "Let go of me." Zhao Yi frowned slightly. "Is there anything I can't hear?" Zhao Yi's hand on Jiang Ying's hand suddenly tightened. He smiled slyly. Go ahead and answer it. Jiang Ying was too lazy to struggle. Leaning against him, she took out her phone and answered the call after Zhou Yi finished speaking. The call connected, and Jiang Ying opened her mouth. Big brother. Zhao Yan said. I heard you paid Meng Rui today, 360,000, Jiang Ying said calmly. Yeah, just consider it a wedding gift from me to you and sister-in-law. Zhao Yan. Give me your account number, I'll transfer the money back. Jiang Ying. No need. A mocking glint flashed in Zhao Yi's eyes, and his fingertips at her waist suddenly slipped inside her clothes. Jiang Ying frowned, glaring at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's eyes were lascivious, and he pressed close to her lips, nibbling on them, then moved his lips close to her ear, laughing suggestively. Just focus on your phone call, ignore me. Hearing Jiang Ying's firm refusal, Zhao Yan took a deep breath. Ying Ying. Before Jiang Ying could reply, Zhao Yi's hands wrapped around her waist and turned her around, so she could see him. Zhao Yan stammered for a long time, not hearing Jiang Ying's reply. Finally, he took a deep breath and asked, Do you want to use these 3 wedding dresses to repay all the good things I did for you before? Zhao Yi was close to Jiang Ying, so he heard everything Zhao Yan said clearly. He chuckled knowingly. Jiang Ying paused slightly, wondering what Zhao Yi wanted to do. Then she saw him press her shoulders down and force her against the wardrobe, while he knelt on one knee. The scene before her was truly stimulating. Jiang Ying held her breath, forgetting to reply to Zhu Yan. Jiang Ying suddenly realized she wanted to break free, but Zhu Yi held her tightly, not allowing her to move, his voice full of enchantment. Don't move around. Focus on your phone call. Just as she was about to kick him, she heard Zhao Yan on the other end say, Ying Ying, are you listening to me? Jiang Ying bit her lip. Zhao Yan kept talking on the other end, while Jiang Ying pursed her lips, not daring to make a sound. Seeing the corners of Jiang Ying's eyes turning red, seeing her gradually giving in, his eyes looked at her more passionately. Jiang Ying no longer heard what Zhao Yan said after that. She hung up the phone before her mind went blank. This Zhao Yi is too wicked, Zhao Yan called back, but Jiang Ying didn't answer. Jiang Ying lay on the bed for a while before going into the bathroom. When she came out, she was wearing a bathrobe. Then she got into bed. Zhao Yi was now starting to work on the computer. Suddenly, Jiang Ying's phone notified her of a message. It was a message from Meng Rui. Zhu Yan is drunk. Sorry for bothering you. Zhou Yi then looked at her. Why did Zhou Yan call? He's drunk. Meng Rui sent you a message. Is that so? Jiang Ying looked at Zhao Yi's appearance and suddenly found it funny. Zhao Yi, do you know what you look like now, Zhao Yi? What? Jiang Ying sat close to the edge of the wall, moving her lips. A jealous husband. Zhou Yi looked at her. Then don't let me catch that gigolo, or I'll definitely cripple him. Jiang Ying didn't reply. She tilted her head to look at Zhao Yi, a little hesitant. After a long silence, Jiang Ying said, Can you help me with something? Hearing this, Zhu Yi burst out laughing. It's rare for you to take the initiative to ask me for help. Jiang Ying ignored Zhao Yi's teasing and said straight to the point. Today I investigated a repairman who repaired my dad's car that year. He said the person who approached him back then was a man in his 50s, with a tattoo on his left shoulder that looked like a black eagle. I don't remember who that is in the Zihao family. Can you investigate it for me? This was the first time Jiang Ying had actively told Zhao Yi about her family. And he looked at her for a moment. He put down the tablet he was holding, reached out, and pulled her into his embrace, seating her on his lap as their eyes met. Jiang Ying thought Zhao Yi wanted something more and was about to push him away when he stopped, pressing his forehead against hers. His voice was deep and gentle. You were so young back then, it must have hurt a lot, didn't it? Jiang Ying was stunned by his words. Zhou Yi's gestures were both ambiguous and possessive. Jiang Ying's heart trembled slightly, her red lips parting. Zhou Yi, he responded, lowering his voice. I'm here. Jiang Ying took a deep breath. It's been a long time, I've forgotten. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Yi's lips were close to hers. I know you haven't forgotten. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. Jiang Ying was still dazed by that strange feeling, and Zhou Yi hugged her tightly, his voice low and hoarse. Let me hold you for a bit. They held each other for over 10 minutes. Jiang Ying felt a bit uncomfortable from holding the position for so long. She leaned her arm, which was hanging by her side, against Zhao Yi's back. Had enough. Zhao Yi chuckled softly. Not quite. Jiang Ying pushed him with her hand. Enough or not, you have to let go. I'm tired. After she moved away from him, he knew what she wanted to say. Without waiting for her to speak, he said, I'll call Qin Chu. Just leave this matter to him. Zhao Yi smiled with his thin lips, taking out his phone to call Qin Chu right in front of Jiang Ying. After clearly stating his request, Zhou Yi finished speaking. Qin Chu agreed. All right, I'll start finding a way tomorrow. Okay, Zhou Yi said. Call old Pei tomorrow and let's get together. Zhao Yi hung up the phone after he finished and looked at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying immediately broke free from his arms. Seeing this, Zhao Yi frowned. Crossing the bridge then burning it, huh? Jiang Ying looked up at him. From today on, let's consider ourselves living together. Zhao Yi smiled mockingly. a legal cohabitation, a special bed buddy. The program's recent ratings were pretty good. The pairing of Xiao Xia and Zhu Ke was a huge success. Jiang Ying met with director Liu to discuss her and Zhu Yi leaving the show. Director Liu sincerely apologized. He then smiled and said, "Of course. You and Boss Zhu are both busy people. I'm already so grateful that you could come and help me this time." At noon, Jiang Ying personally cooked the last lunch for everyone. The most cooperative one was Lu Xing. "Why are you suddenly leaving?" Jiang Ying smiled lightly and replied, "My company is too busy." Lu Xing nodded in understanding. "I get it." Jiang Ying sat in the living room for a while, then got up to pack her luggage upstairs. Jinbei followed her anxiously. After entering the room, she looked intently at Jiang Ying. "Sister Jiang Ying, I want to ask you about Zhao Yi. Are you not angry?" Jiang Ying replied calmly, "No, I'm not angry." Hearing this, Jinbei suddenly felt wrong. Jinbei drooped. "These past few days, I've always felt like a joke. Everyone knows I like Boss Zhao." Jinbei became more and more emotional, and tears started to fall. Jiang Ying smiled and said, "What you feel for Zhao Yi is mostly just a good impression. After some time, those feelings will fade." Jinbei laughed through her tears. "Thank you, Sister Jiang Ying." After comforting Jinbei, Jiang Ying grabbed her luggage and left. When she went downstairs, she ran into Jing Yuan. Seeing her, Jing Yuan actively took the luggage from her hand. "Department head Jiang, let me help you." Jiang Ying was about to refuse, but since it was a live broadcast, the audience would see it if she refused, so she smiled and agreed. "Thank you." Jiang Ying opened the car trunk, and Jing Yuan put the luggage inside. Jiang Ying closed the trunk and looked at Jing Yuan. "Do your best." Jing Yuan looked back at Jiang Ying with an unnatural expression and whispered, "Department head Jiang, can I hug you?" The wind outside was quite strong, so Jiang Ying couldn't hear clearly. Jing Yuan glanced at the villa, then took a leap of faith, and reached out to hug Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying frowned, preparing to push him away. Then she heard a deep, warm voice from behind her. "What are you two doing?" Zhao Yi's car was parked nearby. He was still sitting in the car, with the window half rolled down. His fingertips, holding a flickering cigarette, were casually resting on the car window. He dropped the cigarette to the ground, pushed open the door, and got out. Jing Yuan stammered, "B-boss Zhao, when did he get here? He wasn't here a moment ago." Jing Yuan was so flustered he didn't dare to move. Jiang Ying turned around. A strange feeling stirred deep in her heart, but her expression remained calm. "Why are you here?" Zhao Yi gave Jing Yuan a half-lidded look. "What were you doing just now?" Jing Yuan stammered again. I was just saying goodbye to Department Head Jiang." They were both men, so Zhao Yi was well aware of Jing Yuan's intentions. He smirked coldly. Saying goodbye, you needed to hug her. Seeing Jing Yuan not saying anything, Zhao Yi tugged at his collar, looking annoyed, a flash of anger in his eyes, and kicked Jing Yuan in the lower abdomen. The winter weather was freezing. Jing Yuan fell and couldn't get up. Zhao Yi stepped forward, bent down, and grabbed the back of his head, pulling him up. Seeing Zhao Yi angry, Jiang Ying worried. "Get in the car first." Jiang Ying finished speaking and opened the car door to get in, but Zhao Yi still stood still. She could clearly feel that he was hiding his anger in the depths of his eyes. He was pissed, and it didn't seem like he was faking it. Jiang Ying frowned, furrowing her delicate eyebrows. Behind him was the villa, where they were filming the live broadcast. Was he planning to make the headlines tomorrow? Zhao Yi stared intently at Jiang Ying for a moment, his voice hoarse. "My leg's asleep." He meant he couldn't stand up on his own. His excuse was quite something. But at this moment, she had no choice but to compromise. As soon as Jiang Ying's fingertips touched Zhao Yi's hand, he grabbed it tightly. Jiang Ying tried to pull away. He followed her motion to stand up, lowered his eyes, and said in a very low voice, "Wife." Jiang Ying looked at him, her eyes unwavering. "Get in the car." "Zhao Yi, take my car. Chen Ji will come to get your car later." "Jiang Ying, I got it." Seeing Zhao Yi get into the car and sit down, Jiang Ying walked up to Jing Yuan, who was stunned. "Director Jiang." Jiang Ying looked down. "Although Zhao Yi hitting you today was wrong, the reason is that you were in the wrong. You hugged his wife first, that's why he hit you." "It's not too much." Jiang Ying's expression was indifferent, uttering words without any consideration. Jing Yuan pursed his lips, looking flustered. Seeing Jing Yuan not saying anything after she finished speaking, she continued. "Later, ask Director Liu for leave and have your manager take you for a medical checkup. I'll pay for the medical expenses." Jing Yuan's hand, which was supporting him on the ground, clenched tightly onto the ground. "No need, I'm fine. Suit yourself." After speaking to Jing Yuan, Jiang Ying turned around and got into the car. She took the initiative to ask, "Where are you going?" Zhao Yi's fingers were still on his phone. "Tai Gay, playing ball," Jiang Ying said nonchalantly. "Okay." After a little over 40 minutes, Jiang Ying parked the car in front of Tai Gay. "We're here." She opened the car door, gesturing to kick Zhao Yi out, but he remained seated and motionless. "Jiang Ying, want to say something?" Zhao Yi suddenly reached out and hugged the back of Jiang Ying's head. Leaning forward, Her lips curved into a smile, her eyes chillingly cold. If I ever see him hugging you again, I'll chop off his hands, Jiang Ying. If you keep laying your hands on me all the time, I'll chop off your hands. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes, pressing close to her. You wouldn't have the heart. Without my hands, how would you? She said shyly. Zhao Yi, shut up. Zhao Yi gently caressed her and continued. What happened today was my fault. Jiang Ying paused, thinking she had misheard. Someone like Zhao Yi apologizing was truly rare. Zhao Yi sat up straight. I'll try to restrain myself in the future. She pursed her lips and said, Okay. He unbuckled his seatbelt. Preparing to leave, Jiang Ying sat beside him in silence for a moment. Seeing that he was about to open the door and step out, she called out, Zhu Yi, we're not really married, nor are we truly in love. We shouldn't interfere too much in each other's private lives, or it will be very awkward. Zhu Yi's eyes darkened slightly. Okay. After Zhao Yi hung out with Bei Yao's crew at Taiji for a bit, he pulled out a cigarette, got straight to the point. How's it going with Quan Xi? Bei Yao was like, Her? What do you mean? Zhao Yi said. Didn't I tell you to get close to her and find out about Ying Ying? Bei Yao blew up the moment it was mentioned. Don't even get me started. That girl eats like a horse and knows how to spend money too, ya know? Zhao Yi frowned. What? Meanwhile, Jiang Ying was heading to the company when Quan Xi called her out for tea at a private room. The two sat facing each other. Quan Xi's face was serious, no more joking around. Zhao Yi came to me 2 days ago. Jiang Ying sat silently across from Quan Xi and drank her tea. Quan Xi was stunned, leaned forward, getting close to Jiang Ying's face. I've been talking for ages, and all you say is, Jiang Ying frowned, looked at Quan Xi, put down her teacup, and pushed her back into her seat. You slipped up on the phone that day. It's normal for him to snoop around, Quan Xi pouted. If I knew you'd be this calm, I would have told you sooner. Quan Xi stared intently at Jiang Ying for a moment, then asked, Zhao Yi, do you really not have any feelings for him? Jiang Ying looked back, her eyes clear but without a spark. Nope. Quan Xi's heart skipped a beat. Got it, definitely none. Feeling a bit sorry for Jiang Ying, she reached out and took her best friend's hand. Don't overthink it. Oh yeah, how's that shrink of yours? I'll come with you next time. Jiang Ying chuckled. These things are better done alone. She was about to say something when her phone rang. Jiang Ying looked down and answered. Hello, Xiao Chao. On the other end of the line, Xiao Chao said anxiously, Director Jiang, someone just released a video of CEO Zhu Hiao beating up one of our company's artists. She felt a twitch in her temple, rubbed it, and said to the other end, I'll be at the company in half an hour, Qiaonan, so what should we do now, Jiang Ying? Don't make any moves publicly. When Jiang Ying drove to the company, the PR team was already a mess. Some experienced crisis managers were brainstorming solutions, everyone looking worried. Jiang Ying walked into the office and all eyes turned to her. Director Jiang. Director Jiang, you're finally here. Jiang Ying's expression remained calm. She handed her bag to Qiaonan, who was approaching, and said to everyone, Wait for me in the conference room in 5 minutes. In the PR department's office, Jiang Ying listened attentively. When Qiaonan finished reporting, she asked, Have you contacted Jing Yuan yet? Qiaonan replied, Yes, the agent said he'll be here in 5 minutes. Jiang Ying nodded, made herself a cup of coffee, took a sip to perk herself up, and asked again, What about CEO Xiao? Qiaonan pursed her lips and shook her head, still can't get in touch, can't even reach Assistant Chen. Jiang Ying frowned. Okay, I got it. Zhu Yi had a date with Qin Chu. Around this time, he's probably at the bar 90% of the time. Jiang Ying didn't hide from Qiaonan, took out her phone and called Zhu Yi's private number. The phone rang a few times, then connected. Zhao Yi saw it too. His deep voice came from the other end. Ying Ying. She didn't bother with his seductive voice and got straight to the point. Where are you? Tell Chen Xie to pick you up. Zhao Yi was drinking with Qin Chu and Bei Yao, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Hearing her strange tone, he straightened up from his lazy slouch. What's up, Jiang Ying? The video of you hitting Jing Yuan got leaked online. Zhu Yi's face darkened. When did it get leaked? An hour ago. We need you back here to help us clarify the information. Got it. I'll tell Chen Jin to pick me up. In the conference room, everyone was discussing heatedly. Has anyone thought of a solution? Should we have Jing Yuan say something? Seeing that Jiang Ying wasn't saying anything, they spoke up. Director Jiang, do you have a way to handle this smoothly? She looked up, thinking. Everyone's face fell when they heard Jiang Ying's reply. As they were pondering, the conference room door was pushed open. Director Jiang, Jing Yuan, and his agent are here. Jiang Ying replied casually. Okay, tell them to wait in my office. When Jiang Ying walked in, Jing Yuan's manager was stunned. Director Jiang, please help Jing Yuan. It wasn't easy for him to get where he is today. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Jiang Ying interrupted. How about you two tell me first, who's the one fanning the flames behind you? The manager, sitting next to Jing Yuan, lost the smile on his face, trying to appear calm. Director Jiang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Jiang Ying said directly, I don't believe you guys are bold enough to throw dirt on CEO Zihao. Jiang Ying thought to herself, If they really dared to do this, someone must have given them some benefit to go against Zhao Yi. Who is this person? Meanwhile, Assistant Chen was driving Zhu Yi back to the company. The atmosphere in the car was icy. Assistant Chen looked in the rearview mirror and tentatively spoke. CEO Xiao, the video was released by Jing Yuan's agent. Zhao Yan's assistant had contact with him. Madam is working with the PR department to find a solution. Zhao Yi's tall figure leaned back slightly and he said in a deep voice, "Drive faster." In a flash, Zhu Yi's car arrived at the company. The two stepped out of the elevator, and Zhu Yi quickly strode to Jiang Ying's office. Reaching the office door, Xiao Yi was about to reach out and open the door when a sob sounded in the office. "Director Jiang, it's all my fault. Jing Yuan had nothing to do with it." He stopped and listened outside. Jing Yuan also tried to defend himself. "Director Jiang, CEO Xiao, can afford to lose some fame, but I only have one chance at my career." Jiang Ying looked at him coldly. "So because he has a lot of scandals, he deserves to be smeared by you. You better clarify things and get out of this industry. You don't have another choice." Inside, Jiang Ying's voice echoed, "She's an artist but doesn't focus her attention where it should be." Her words were like a death sentence for Jin Yuan's career as an artist. Assistant Chen smoothed his nose and asked Zhao Yi in a low voice, "President Zhao, should we go in?" Zhao Yi turned towards his office and said to Assistant Chen beside him, "Contact Director Liu and see if there are cameras outside the villa. Then, use Zhao Corporation's official account to post the original video." Assistant Chen was shocked. "Is that appropriate? What if Madam finds out and gets angry?" Zhao Yi's eyes darkened slightly. "What? Can't I be in a relationship? Can't I fight for my woman? Clarify in the statement that I'm pursuing Madam, and she hasn't accepted me yet." 10 minutes later, Jiang Ying was monitoring Jing Yuan's explanation of the video when Xiaonan rushed in. "Director Jiang, President Zhao has used the company's official account to issue an explanation." Xiaonan smiled and stepped forward. "Director Jiang, do you want to know what President Zhao said when he posted the video?" Misunderstanding that Jiang Ying was interested, Xiaonan quickly pulled out her phone from her bag, opened the trending topics on the homepage, and held it in front of Jiang Ying. Hearing what Xiaonan said, Jiang Ying was slightly taken aback. "What did he say?" Jiang Ying glanced at the screen, only to see the title starting to appear. "Sorry for occupying everyone's public resources. I admit I like her, and I want to seriously pursue her." The title was short and simple, and the content below was even more moving for the girls. Jiang Ying stared at the video in a daze. Xiaonan couldn't help but smile beside her. "Director Jiang, has President Zhao liked you for a long time?" Jiang Ying took a deep breath, her expression returning to normal. "No." After a long day, Jiang Ying returned home. She opened the door and stepped inside. Jiang Ying and Su Ying looked at each other. The first sentence was, "It's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet, Aunt? With such a big thing happening, how could I sleep? You're all grown up now. Can you please stop making me worry?" Jiang Ying stood in front of Su Ying and suddenly understood. Zhao Yi has already been here, right? What did he say? "Sit down and talk." Jiang Ying followed Su Ying to the sofa and sat down. "Tell me the truth. What are you looking for Zhao Yi for? Now? Do you want to blame him for publicly saying he's pursuing you? I know you don't like Yi. We can't bully others if they don't bully us, right?" Seeing that Jiang Ying didn't answer because she was listening to her, Su Ying patted her hand. "Listen to me on this matter. Don't argue with Yi." Jiang Ying didn't say anything upon hearing this, but inwardly she admired Zhu Yi. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, he had managed to resolve Aunt's misgivings about him. Returning to the bedroom, Jiang Ying saw the dark room. She reached out and pressed the light switch by the door. The lights came on, and what caught her eye was the empty double bed. Jiang Ying paused for a few seconds, then took out her phone and called Zhao Yi. The phone rang for a while and he answered, his deep voice ringing out. "Wife, where are you?" Zhao Yi honestly replied. "The guest bedroom." She took a deep breath. "Come back here, I have something to talk to you about. You don't need to deal with me like you deal with Aunt." Zhu Yi chuckled to himself. "Didn't work, huh? Stay there, I'll come find you." About 2 minutes later, Jiang Ying appeared in Zhao Yi's bedroom. One person stood at the edge of the bed, and the other sat on the bed. Jiang Ying looked at him out of the corner of her eye. "What do you want by doing this?" Zhao Yi smiled slyly. "What are you talking about? What are you afraid of?" Without any unnecessary movements, he quickly reached out and put his hand on Jiang Ying's waist. Jiang Ying took a deep breath. "Zhao Yi, do you know how much trouble that video you posted tonight will bring? I'll think of a way to clarify the video tomorrow. You just need to cooperate then." Before Jiang Ying could finish, Zhao Yi lowered his voice and said, "You're blushing." Jiang Ying felt that the current conversation between the two was irrelevant. He smiled suggestively and said, "Wanna play?" Hearing this, a mocking smile appeared on her lips. "I think you're seriously ill." He placed her on top of him. "You don't really want to?" Jiang Ying's expression didn't change. "Don't want to." Zhao Yi chuckled to himself. "I'll cooperate with you tomorrow." Jiang Ying blinked and looked down at him. "Are you threatening me?" After Zhao Yi finished speaking, without waiting for Jiang Ying to answer, He lifted her chin with one hand and kissed her. After it was over, Jiang Ying lay in Zhao Yi's arms. He then asked, "Did it feel good just now?" Jiang Ying pursed her lips. "Clarify it tomorrow." A warm hand was placed on Jiang Ying's waist. "It's impossible to clarify, huh?" Jiang Ying sat up abruptly. "Didn't you say you would cooperate with me just now?" Zhou Yi said casually. "Do you believe the words men say in bed?" Jiang Ying glanced at him. "Zhou Yi, you're a dog, woof woof." The next morning, at Zihao Corporation Media, from the moment Jiang Ying arrived at the company, she had to deal with calls from newspapers and media outlets. Seeing Jiang Ying uncomfortable, Xiao Nan made her a cup of coffee to sober up. Jiang Ying took a sip, and looked up at Xiao Nan. "Is President Zhao at the company? I heard Assistant Chen say he went on a business trip to Rongcheng. He probably won't be back for a week." Jiang Ying laughed when she heard this. "Leaving this mess for me? Telling me to defend myself while he goes on a business trip? Okay, that's just great." Jiang Ying issued a statement of clarification. "I already have someone I like. He has been by my side for many years." And posted the article. The media's ability to sniff out information is extremely sensitive. They investigated all kinds of things and dug up all of Jiang Ying's information over the years. Finally, Changbo appeared on the hot search. His assistant held his phone with the trending news and showed it to him. The person holding the phone trembled, and his body excitedly screamed out loud, "Brother Changbo, you and sister Jiang Ying can be considered to have waited for the clouds to dissipate to see the moon," Changbo sobbed. "Seeing that son of a bitch, now it's hard for this old man to see the sun of tomorrow. Why are you eating melons on my head?" "Sister Ying, give me a way out," Jiang Ying said with a smile. "Film well, and tonight I'll treat you to a feast as compensation." Changbo, a meal before death? Jiang Ying burst out laughing. "I'll let you choose the most expensive dish." Kui Ji texted in their group of 3. "Why is it clearly a movie for 3 people, but only I can't have a name? Am I not worthy?" Jiang Ying, "Inviting both of you." At the White City Entertainment Club, Zhao Yi was playing cards with some business associates. Among them, a general manager, just over 50, was bragging about how understanding his young mistress was. Zhao Yi could only laugh ha-ha upon hearing that. Assistant Chen bent over and called out, "President Xiao?" Zhao Yi threw out a few useless cards, leaned back and lowered his voice. "Speak, Assistant Chen. Madame is trending on the hot search." Zhao Yi smiled. "It's been 3 days and it still hasn't gone down." Assistant Chen broke out in a sweat and whispered, "It's Madame and Changbo." Zhao Yi's hand, which was holding the cards, froze. He looked up at Assistant Chen. Assistant Chen realized Zhao Yi's meaning and quickly handed over the tablet. Zhao Yi glanced at it. The main page of the hot search was a photo of Changbo and Jiang Ying. The 2 people in the photo, wearing fast food uniforms, leaned on each other intimately, each holding an ice cream, with bright, sincere smiles. "Is this photo real?" Zhao Yi's eyes darkened. Assistant Chen swallowed hard. "I had someone investigate it. It's not a composite." Zhao Yi chuckled coldly. "I know." Assistant Chen had been with Zhao Yi for so long, and this was the first time he couldn't grasp Zhao Yi's meaning. He lowered his voice and asked, tentatively, "President Zhao, should we suppress this hot search?" Zhao Yi frowned and looked at him. "Do you think if Madame wanted to suppress it, this kind of hot search couldn't be suppressed?" Assistant Chen was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Zhu Yi asked again. "The heat of the video I posted to clarify has decreased, right?" Assistant Chen suddenly understood. It seems to be." Zhao Yi pushed his tongue against his inner cheek, not saying a word. He threw the cards much harder than before. "Assistant Chen, why do I suddenly feel that my boss is very pitiful? Madam would rather have rumors with Changbo than have anything to do with my boss." The people playing cards with Zhao Yi were all older than him, and they were all sophisticated. They all noticed Zhao Yi's strangeness. Someone spoke up and teased, "I heard that President Zhao has taken a fancy to the head of the communications department of our company recently." Zhao Yi smiled in a rogue and sleazy way. "Is that so?" In the evening, at a luxurious restaurant, Changbo stepped out of the back door of Jiang Ying's car. Jiang Ying looked around. "Is it that serious? Why are you being so cautious?" Changbo moved his lips. Jiang Ying replied, "Our names are still on the hot search, you know. Where's Quan Yi?" Seeing Changbo's cautiousness, Jiang Ying worried that he wouldn't dare to enter the gate, so she said truthfully, "Yes, she's probably been here for a long time." Changbo breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Even if the reporters take pictures, I can explain a few words." After Changbo finished speaking, the 2 of them went into the restaurant. As soon as they entered the restaurant, before they could even enter the private room, they ran into Zhao Yi's group in the lobby. Changbo froze. 2 words appeared in his mind. "I'm done for." Zhao Yi stood out in the crowd. Seeing Changbo smile at him in a flattering way, his thin lips curled up, and his peach-blossoming eyes were full of teasing. Zhao Yi's eyes were full of contemplation at this moment. Jiang Ying's expression didn't change. "Let's go to the room." After Jiang Ying finished speaking, she quickly walked into the private room. Seeing Jiang Ying leave without looking back, Changbo admired her in his heart. At the same time, he also followed, worried that if he was left behind, it would be difficult to keep his life. Zhao Yi stood at the cashier counter, watching the two figures enter the private room. Assistant Chen stood beside him, seeing everything. He cleared his throat and said, "President Zhao, it's Madam and Changbo." Zhao Yi lowered his voice. "Am I blind?" Hearing this, Assistant Chen stroked his nose and said softly, "I thought you didn't see it." Zhu Yi's face was dark, and he held a cigarette in his hand. The ash fell to the floor as he watched the two of them. Inside the private room, Changbo and Kuaiji were arguing. Jiang Ying calmly ordered food. When the food was served, the two of them stopped. Kuaiji pulled a chair closer to Jiang Ying. "I heard that Xiao Yi is also at this restaurant." Jiang Ying turned her head to look at her. Knowing that she wanted to gossip, she deliberately asked, "Are you planning to pay for him?" Kuaiji laughed it off. "Paying is paying. Being able to pay for President Zhao is my honor. Tell me which room President Zhao is in, I'll take the opportunity to give him 2 bottles of good wine." Just as Kuaiji finished speaking, Jiang Ying burst out laughing and was about to reply when the phone on the table vibrated. Jiang Ying glanced at it and saw the 2 words, "Xiao Yi." Before she could even reach out to pick it up, Kuaiji had already snatched it away. Jiang Ying's phone has never had a password. Kuaiji opened it directly and looked at a message, winking teasingly. "Oh, I didn't expect it. President Zhao is like a puppy following you around." "Huh." Jiang Ying smiled slightly. "I'm too lazy to reply. Give me my phone. Let's eat." Kuaiji stood up and raised the phone high, teasing, "Don't you want to know what Zhao Yi messaged you, Jiang Ying?" "I don't want to," Kuaiji laughed gleefully. "You don't want to know, but I'm going to tell you anyway." Just as Kuaiji finished speaking and was about to say it, the phone she was holding suddenly rang. Kuaiji brought the phone in front of her eyes, glanced at it, pressed the answer button, and turned on the speakerphone at the same time. Before long, Zhao Yi's deep voice rang out from the other end of the line. "Wife, I miss you." Seeing that Jiang Ying didn't reply, Zhao Yi lowered his voice and continued, "Wife." Jiang Ying looked at Kuaiji. "Aren't you going to hang up?" Kuaiji paused for a few seconds and then quickly hung up. Seeing the screen go dark, Kuaiji woke up from the shock just now. "Oh my god, you two, Zhao Yi woos you like that. Who can resist that?" In the private room next door, Zhao Yi leaned back in his chair, staring intently at his phone. Why didn't she reply? And just hung up. Kuaiji thought of the words on the phone just now. She turned her head to look at Jiang Ying and said with many hidden meanings, "Why do I feel like Zhao Yi really likes you?" Jiang Ying picked up some food and stuffed it into Kuaji's mouth to shut her blabbering mouth. "Your feelings have never been accurate. I remember in college you said that Changbo liked me." Later, Changbo confessed to the school belle, although the result was not as desired. After Jiang Ying finished speaking, Kuaiji glanced at Changbo and coughed a few times. "Eat, eat." Kuaiji quickly changed the subject. "Ah ha ha, I'll arrange an after-party later, and I'll pick a great song to send Changbo off." Scene changed to a karaoke bar. As soon as they entered the room, Kuaiji began to let loose, starting with a few trending songs online. She stood singing, microphone in hand, completely absorbed in her performance. Changbo and Jiang Ying sat on the sofa, drinking. After a few drinks, Jiang Ying suddenly felt discomfort in her stomach. "You guys go ahead and drink. I'm going to the restroom for a bit," Jiang Ying said, standing up and leaving. Jiang Ying exited the room and, after only a few steps, saw Zhao Yi leaning against the wall by the stairs, smoking. Zhao Yi was standing in front of a girl who looked to be in her early 20s. The girl looked at Zhao Yi with a shy and joyful expression, her hands clasped in front of her chest. "President Zhao, is your alcohol tolerance good?" Zhao Yi teased. "What's considered good, and what's not?" The girl looked even more embarrassed. I don't have a very high tolerance. I can only drink 1 glass at most." The collar of Zhao Yi's black shirt was open, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone, and as he was about to reply, he saw Jiang Ying from a distance. Zhao Yi's eyes deepened, and he said nothing more. Jiang Ying glanced at Zhao Yi, easily catching the mocking look in her eyes. Zhu Yi's Adam's apple moved. He was about to say something when the girl in front of him took a step closer, standing on tiptoe. "President Zhu I." Without waiting for the girl to finish, Zhou Yi frowned and pushed her away, turning his head to look at a corner of the staircase and angrily said, "Chenzie, are you done taking pictures?" As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, Chenzie peeked out from a corner and panicked when he saw Jiang Ying. "Boss, President Zhao, I'm done taking pictures." Jiang Ying ignored them and continued walking. Zhou Yi strode forward, stopping in front of Jiang Ying, slightly raising his chin, his voice a bit hoarse. "It's fake. If there aren't any rumors lately, the old man will suspect something." Jiang Ying looked at Zhao Yi and indifferently said, "President Zhao, please move aside." Assistant Chen was stunned, paused for a few seconds, changed the subject, and whispered, "I saw a cleaning in progress sign in the women's restroom. President Zhu, should I hang it up?" Yi had both hands in his pockets, glanced at Assistant Chen. Maybe you can still work for a few thousand years. As soon as Zhao Yi finished speaking, he strode towards the restroom. Assistant Chen didn't dare delay, and quickly stepped forward to hang up the cleaning in progress sign. Inside the restroom, Jiang Ying, who had just come out of a stall, saw Zhao Yi enter from the doorway as she was washing her hands. Jiang Ying's hands suddenly stopped. This is the women's restroom. Zhao Yi walked over and hugged her from behind. Are you angry? Jiang Ying didn't struggle, shaking her hands dry. Which incident are you referring to? Zhao Yi knew that he was in the wrong. Whether it was the business trip he had intentionally gone on after the scandal 2 days ago, or tonight's incident, he was wrong. Nothing I do is right. Over time, Jiang Ying had basically learned Zhao Yi's routine. Courageously admit fault, resolutely refuse to change. Jiang Ying pursed her lips and said, "Let go, I need to dry my hands." Zhao Yi rested his chin on Jiang Ying's shoulder, his arms around her waist tightening. "Have you missed me lately?" Hearing this, Jiang Ying turned her head to look at Zhu Yi, smiled sarcastically, and was about to say something when Zhu Yi suddenly reached out and grabbed her chin, leaning in to kiss her. As he caressed her, Zhu Yi said in a low voice, "Wife, I've missed you so much lately." When the kiss ended, Jiang Ying reached out to push him away. Zhao Yi, having taken advantage of the situation, was extremely happy and asked with a patient tone, "How late are you all planning to play? Do you need something?" Zhao Yi curved his lips. "You've had too much to drink and can't drive. I'll wait for you to finish and we can go home together." Jiang Ying looked up at him. "There's no need. I can call a car." The hot search from a few days ago had barely been suppressed. If reporters were to capture them entering and leaving together again, it wouldn't be as easy to handle as last time. After Jiang Ying finished speaking, she walked out of the restroom. The two people exited the restroom one after the other. Jiang Ying saw Assistant Chen waiting outside the door and nodded lightly as a greeting. Assistant Chen looked at Jiang Ying with an embarrassed smile, quickly stepped in front of Zhao Yi, and, without deliberately lowering his voice, said, "President Zhao, Lawyer Qin, called earlier and said that they've found the man with the tattoo on his shoulder." Zhao Yi's dark eyes seemed to deepen. He looked up at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying stopped, turned her head to look, her voice slightly trembling. "What is it?" Zhu Yi looked at Jiang Ying, his expression becoming serious, and lowered his voice to ask, "Are you coming with me, or going back to your friends?" Jiang Ying pursed her lips. "I'll go with you." Zhu Yi's expression was serious. "Let's agree on something first. If you don't listen, don't go. It's late now. He won't get away. Old Zhu has people watching him. We can go tomorrow morning." Zhu Yi's face was stern. Jiang Ying smiled. "I'll sleep for a bit in the car." After leaving the bar, Jiang Ying sent a message to Quan Ji, telling her that she was leaving first. Jiang Ying was spacing out when arms wrapped around her waist. Jiang Ying suddenly snapped out of it and looked at Zhao Yi. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yi embraced her waist, pulling her into his arms. "Get some sleep." Jiang Ying took a deep breath, feeling uneasy. "I'm not sleepy." Zhao Yi looked down at her, narrowed his eyes, and chuckled. "What did you promise me?" before getting into the car. At this moment, Jiang Ying's heart was on fire. She really didn't have the energy to argue with Zhao Yi and tried to pull her body closer to Zhao Yi's chest. Zhao Yi kissed her forehead. "I'll hold you while you sleep?" Jiang Ying looked up at him. "Zhao Yi, I want some peace and quiet." Hearing this, Zhao Yi's heart seemed to tighten, feeling both pained and uncomfortable. "All right." As soon as Zhao Yi finished speaking, he rubbed Jiang Ying's temples, and she shifted slightly and leaned against his shoulder, closing her eyes. Halfway there, Jiang Ying started to feel the effects of the alcohol and fell into a hazy sleep. Zhao Yi stretched out his leg and kicked the driver's seat. Assistant Chen turned his head. "President Zhao." Zhao Yi frowned, gesturing for Assistant Chen to be quiet, and lowered his voice. "Turn the heater up." Assistant Chen listened and reached out to adjust the temperature in the car, asking quietly, "President Zhao, is this temperature okay?" Zhao Yi, "Turn it up a little more." At this moment, Assistant Chen only dared to steal glances through the rearview mirror. Not daring to say another word, Assistant Chen reached out and rubbed his nose, turning his head and muttering, "Afraid of being hot when alone, in love, so no longer afraid of being hot." Driving late at night is already tough, especially with snow and wind. The car turned onto a small road, and before long, Assistant Chen slammed on the brakes and stopped. Zhu Yi looked up and asked, "What's going on? Looks like there's a traffic jam ahead, President Zhu. Let me go take a look." Zhao Yi glanced at his watch and chuckled. "A traffic jam this early?" After a while, Assistant Chen returned, stating the facts. "There was a car crash ahead. They say the tow truck won't be here until tomorrow morning. Plus, I already asked. This is the only road to Shuifu-Jiayuan." Hearing this, Zhao Yi frowned, looking displeased. Jiang Ying, who had been sleeping the whole way, stirred at the whispers and slowly opened her eyes. He noticed the person in his arms had woken up and looked down at her with a smile. "Get some more sleep." Jiang Ying wasn't sleeping comfortably, so she propped herself up. "I'm not sleeping anymore." Zhao Yi reached out to adjust her collar, his tone calm. "There's a car crash ahead. This is the only road to Shuifu-Jiayuan. We might have to wait until tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Jiang Ying frowned. Wait until tomorrow morning. Jiang Ying turned her head to look out the window and after a moment, replied, yeah. She saw the thick layers of snow outside and suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. It's probably been snowing for a while. This road is probably going to be hard to travel. Thinking of this, Jiang Ying looked up at Zhao Yi. Why don't you sleep for a bit? Aren't you sleepy? She was suddenly stunned for a moment by his serious expression. Jiang Ying glanced at his open collar, and her heart skipped a beat. She took the coat she was wearing and handed it to him. Put it on. It's snowing, the temperature is very low. You wear it, I'm not cold. You're wearing too little. Hearing her words, Zhou Yi rested his chin on his hand and gave a sly smile. He started teasing. Are you worried about me? Jiang Ying had a cold personality but wasn't one to make things difficult or be arrogant. Her red lips moved, and she said, thank you, consider this me owing you one. Suddenly, Zhu Yi leaned in 180 degrees. Ying Ying, if you really want to thank me, could you take the initiative to hug me? I'm so cold. Jiang Ying glanced at him, not looking at his face but at his Adam's apple moving up and down. Seeing that she didn't react, he wasn't in a hurry. He patiently blew hot air and gently nibbled on her earlobe, calling out in a hoarse voice, wife, baby. Jiang Ying took a deep breath. Zhao Yi felt a pair of hands hesitantly placed on his waist. His lips curled into a smile. Hold on tighter. Jiang Ying's hands stiffened behind Zhao Yi's back. Is this okay? He teased. Ying Ying, I'm so curious. Why are you so different in bed than you are normally? It's just a hug. Is it really that stressful? Jiang Ying replied. In bed, we're just sex buddies. But now that I'm hugging you, it means I see you as a friend. When Jiang Ying sat directly on his lap, their eyes met. Zhao Yi smirked. See me as a friend. Your skin has been getting thicker lately. Without saying another word, he pulled Jiang Ying's hand and placed it on his belt, his eyes suggestive and meaningful. Now that we're friends, help me out. Jiang Ying wanted to pull away, but because of the difference in strength, she couldn't. Finally, she sighed. I can only concede this time. Zhou Yi, how did you get through the past 28 years? His eyes were full of desire, but his expression was completely calm, his voice slightly hoarse, half joking, half serious. I think of you every time, and then whatever needs to happen, happens. At this time, Chen Ji was sound asleep. At 7 in the morning, a commotion rang out outside the car. Jiang Ying sat up straight and looked out the window, seeing the tow truck pulling the crashed cars away one by one. She said, Assistant Chen, can we go now? Assistant Chen said, yes, and started the engine. The road is slippery. I'll drive slowly. I'll let President Zhao sleep for a bit, by the way. We've been out on contract signings for 2 days, and President Zhao hasn't slept for more than 5 hours. Jiang Ying turned her head to look at Zhao Yi, seeing that he was sleeping with a tired expression, and replied, okay. She took the coat and draped it over him. The car drove smoothly. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at Shuifu Jiayuan. Assistant Chen stopped the car and turned around to wake up Zhao Yi, but Jiang Ying stopped him. Let him sleep a bit longer. I'll go up alone. Then Jiang Ying went up to the 3rd floor. Before she could figure out which house it was, she heard arguing coming from one of the apartments. Jiang Ying stepped forward. Just as she was about to go to the door, 7 or 8 men who looked like bodyguards rushed out from inside. The leader bumped hard into Jiang Ying and hurried away. 2 men standing at the door looked a little annoyed. Hearing this, Jiang Ying turned her head to look at the 2 of them. What happened? Are you guys from Qinchu? Is she Mrs. Xiao? Alright, listen up, Jiang Ying. These thugs were all like, my bad, but the dude you're looking for, Xiao family's butler, already snatched him. Then this punk from Qinju's crew starts cackling. Haha, Zhu madam, your Zhu family is wild. 1 minute you're grabbing people, next you're saving them, but then the dude next to him freaks. Turns out he spotted Zhu Yi strolling over, holding a coat. He goes all ice cold. Qinju, is this how you train your underlings? Jiang Ying was totally stunned seeing Xiao Yi show up. The guy who saw Zhao Yi quickly tells the other,
Yo, apologize to Madam
Zhao and ow. But the stubborn one's all, why do I gotta say sorry? He just wouldn't shut his yap. Me and my bros got messed up if it wasn't for her. Before he could finish, Zhao Yi grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall. Thud. His voice, dripping with killer intent, boomed like Yama himself passing judgment. She what? Keep talking? But the thug clammed up, saying nothing. Jiang Ying couldn't stand the scene, so she jumped in. Zhou Yi, let's go. But Zhou Yi kept his grip on the thug and firmly ordered, apologize to my wife. The thug didn't dare resist, and stammered, Zhou madam, I'm sorry. Jiang Ying didn't give a damn about his apology, and immediately said, Xiao Yi, if we head back to Bai City now, we might still make it. Zhao Yi then put the coat he was holding around her shoulders. Then, holding her hand with deep affection, he said gently, yeah, let's go. As they walked down the stairs, he promised his wife, don't worry, if he's still breathing, I'll dig 3 feet into the ground to find him for you. Jiang Ying added more info. They said Li Shunde took him. Who do you think he'd listen to most in our Xiao family? Zhao Yi thought for a sec, then answered, "Could it be your older brother?" Which made Jiang Ying pause. Jiang Ying, not hiding her doubts, immediately asked, "What if it really is your older brother, Zhu Yi? Would you?" Seeing her suspicion, Zhao Yi instantly gripped her shoulders, looked straight into her eyes, and said, "Ying Ying, look at me." Then, Zhu Yi hugged her tight and vowed, "No matter who it is, I'll always be on your side." On the way back, they were silent, making the air thick and uncomfortable, until Chen Zi couldn't take it anymore, and coughed, "Ahem, CEO Zhu Hao, madam, want to listen to some tunes?" They spoke at the same time, but their answers were polar opposites. One questioned, "You got time for that?" The other gently agreed, wanting some music. Of course, Zhao Yi had to please his wife. He faked pulling his collar for comfort and said, "Put on some chill music." Jiang Ying was getting a bad feeling. A car crash in a backwater like this, and at dawn, too much of a coincidence. She was lost in thought when the car slammed on the brakes, nearly sending her flying forward. Luckily, Zhu Yi was quick and pulled her back by the waist. Jiang Ying called out his name, "Zhao Yi." He gently asked, "Are you hurt?" Jiang Ying immediately replied, "No." Hearing this, Zhu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Then Chen Zihei, who was driving, announced, "CEO Zihao, we're blocked." Zhu Yi immediately rolled up his sleeves and decisively ordered, "Chen Zhane, take madam back. Get Shinju's people to back you up." After giving the order, Zhu Yi grabbed a metal rod stashed by the car door. Right as he was about to open the door and step out, Jiang Ying suddenly grabbed him, calling his name worriedly, "Zhao Yi." He stroked her cheek and reassured her, "Relax, won't die." Only after calming her down did he get out of the car. He straight up left, without looking back. Jiang Ying anxiously watched Zhao Yi's retreating figure. Then, their car immediately turned around to head back to Shinju's place. Chen Zhe drove back while hurriedly calling the lawyer to report the situation. "Lawyer Qin, President Zhao has been intercepted. I'll take the madam out first." The person on the other end quickly replied, "Okay, you guys go back first. I'll lead people to support A Yi." Jiang Ying, observing from the back, quickly reminded the driver, "Chen Zhe, there's a car chasing us." He was startled upon hearing her words. "What?" Then he glanced at the rearview mirror and indeed saw a blue car closely following them. At this moment, Jiang Ying suddenly came up with a plan. "Chen Xiang, drive slowly first, to make them think we're cornered. Then you gotta floor it," she emphasized. "Remember, you definitely have to speed up." At this point, Chen Xiang was too flustered to think of a better idea, so he decided to take a gamble and listen to her. Okay. No sooner said than done. Chen Zhen immediately slammed on the brakes, letting the blue car that was tailgating them overtake and pull up alongside them. Because of the sudden braking, Jiang Ying felt dizzy. Then she recalled painful memories from the past. Her parents were always arguing, and there wasn't a single peaceful day at home. Once, she saw her father grab her mother's collar and lift her up, then yell in her face, "Can you let me go? Can you let us be?" Then, images of Zhu Yi driving her and her mother around, looking like a happy family of three, flashed before her eyes. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name repeatedly, Ying Ying, incessantly. She slowly opened her eyes, initially unable to figure out the current situation. A moment later, Zhu Yi's gentle voice rang out, Ying, are you awake?" She slowly turned to reply, "Zhu Yi, I want to drink water." After speaking, Jiang Ying propped herself up. Zhu Yi grabbed the water bottle beside him and opened the cap. After sitting up, Jiang Ying realized that Zhu Yi was injured. She worriedly asked, "Are you hurt?" Zhao Yi didn't pay much attention and handed her the uncapped water bottle, then jokingly pretended, "Yeah, I deliberately didn't bandage it, waiting for you to wake up so you could see it." Jiang Ying took the water bottle and, heartbroken, asked, "Does it hurt a lot?" Zhao Yi immediately used his other hand to pull his shirt to cover the wound, then reassured her, "Just a small wound, it doesn't hurt." Then he fell silent, recalling the scene of Jiang Ying tormenting herself and what the doctor had just said. Just now, when Jiang Ying wasn't conscious, she kept pulling at her shirt, her face showing obvious pain, and her mouth kept saying, "Paroxetine, paroxetine." Only when he called the doctor to examine her did he learn that she had depression, and, judging from her condition, it had probably been a long time. He was lost in his own thoughts when he suddenly heard her call his name, Zhao Yi, in the car. Zhao Yi immediately turned back to talk to his wife. He tenderly tucked her hair behind her ear and asked, "Yeah, what happened in the car back then?" But suddenly, Jiang Ying fell silent again. Not knowing what she was thinking, she continued, "Nothing," and pretended to calmly turn her face away. Zhu Yi pulled her closer and gently asked, "Jiang Ying, do you want to be in love?" Seeing Zhao Yi ask this question, she was stunned and thought for a moment but still didn't understand what he meant, so she had to ask back, "What?" At that moment, images of her being scolded by her mother flashed through her mind again. She immediately shook her head vigorously and said, "No way." Zhao Yi rested his head in the hollow of her shoulder and sighed. "Jiang Ying, why are you so bad, huh? You only want to sleep with me, but you don't want to love me." Jiang Ying listened to all her husband's feelings but didn't know how to comfort him. Suddenly the phone rang, echoing throughout the ward. Ring, ring, ring. She picked up the phone to check and discovered it was a message from Kwa Ji. She sent a message reporting her new achievement, along with a screenshot of a text conversation between her and Bei Yao. Flirting, Bei Yao even transferred money in the amounts of 520, 521, and 1314 to her. Zhou Yi peeked at it from the side and judged. When Kuai Yi gets exposed, Lao Bei will definitely deal with her severely. Jiang Ying naturally had to defend her bestie. Then he has to hurry up or he'll be scammed into bankruptcy first. Zhao Yi looked at her and asked a nonsensical question. Is he pretty? Jiang Ying replied with a curt word. Pretty? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi immediately pouted, crossed his arms, turned around, and sat in a corner, angrily asking, prettier than me? Seeing him acting like this, Jiang Ying almost burst out laughing, but she still calmly asked back, what are you trying to say? Zhao Yi then picked up his black phone and said some dirty things while searching. When people are stressed, they can choose to exercise to relieve it. After speaking, he made some embarrassing sounds. Hawk. Sure enough, like phone, like owner, equally dark. Jiang Ying's face turned as red as an unripe tomato upon hearing this. In her mind, she was thinking of some sensual scenes. Then she became embarrassed, and her heart was pounding as if she had just finished a race. Jiang Ying, ashamed and annoyed, scolded him. Zhao Yi pulled her close to him, their noses touching. He gently said, if your thoughts are already showing in your eyes, then you should go along with them. But Jiang Ying slowly retorted, I'm just afraid you want to love me. Zhou Yi replied, if you don't want to love, then don't. Compared to love, I prefer doing this more. Then the two of them exchanged a passionate kiss. Surrounding them was filled with heavy breathing, both of their bodies slick with sweat. Jiao Yi gently asked his beloved wife, do you still feel any pressure in your heart? Jiang Ying, no longer as sharp-tongued as usual, softly replied, no, I don't. The two of them, exhausted from their workout, embraced and fell asleep. The next morning at the hospital, snow covered everything outside. Jiang Ying, barely awake, made a demand, I want to be discharged. Just then, Zhao Yi returned with breakfast and clothes he had bought for her. He said gently, wash your face, eat, then we'll go. Seeing her request granted, she obediently went to wash her face. Zhao Yi stood at the bathroom door, watching over her, and said, last night I told Chen Jie to take Aunt to Pei Yao's place. After we get home, we'll pick her up first. Jiang Ying didn't overreact upon hearing this, just softly hummed to indicate she understood. Then Zhao Yi continued. Yesterday, something so big happened, I'm worried the Zhao family might cause trouble for Aunt. She finished washing her face and turned around to say thank you. Zhao Yi seized the opportunity to pull her into his arms and asked, have you ever seen a grown-up who only says thank you, and that's it? Although Jiang Ying knew what he wanted, she deliberately changed the subject. Then, should I kneel down and kowtow to you? Zhao Yi stopped her. Kneeling and kowtowing is unnecessary. I only hope you remember my heart in your heart. Jiang Ying naturally knew he wouldn't easily let this opportunity pass, so she asked first, and then what? Zhao Yi smiled, pulled her close, and whispered in her ear, kneel down and do something else. After the two of them finished the discharge procedures, they went to the car to prepare to return. After settling in, Chen Zi held up the bag of clothes for Zhu Yi to see, and explained, General Manager Zhu Yu, Lawyer Qin, told me to bring clothes for you to change into. Zhao Yi opened it and discovered it was a brand new gray suit. After changing his clothes and loosening a few buttons, he had no time to rest before he had to answer a phone call, saying, it turned out to be Lu Man calling, she said solicitously. Yi, are you at the company? Do you have time to come home for lunch today? This morning, I personally went to buy your favorite dishes. Zhao Yi coldly retorted. Where I am, don't you know? She froze up. After hearing this, it seemed Zhao Yi had investigated everything and was warning her. However, she still regained her composure and continued. Your father is back today. It's been a long time since our whole family has sat down together for a reunion meal. If you have time for lunch, then... Zhao Yi was about to refuse. Jiang Ying quickly chimed in, I'll go. And of course, since she'd made up her mind, Zhao Yi indulged her, replying, all right, I'll be back for lunch. Lu Man's voice continued, echoing from the other end. Is Ying Ying with you too? Perfect. You two can come back together. I was originally going to call her after you. But now it saves me the trouble. Jiang Ying was about to answer, but Zhu Yi stopped her, then spoke into the phone. If there's anything, we can talk about it when we get home for lunch. Then he straight up hung up the phone. Seeing the caller ID on his phone, she curiously asked, was that a call from the Zhuhao family? Zhu Yi sneered. That would be my virtuous wife and kind mother. Jiang Ying curiously asked him, what does she want? Zhao Yi answered without hesitation. Probably because she knows we're still living well, and she can't stand it. He used his hand to lift Jiang Ying's chin, then gently said, whether you admit it or not, on the surface, we're still a legally married couple, so if you prosper, I prosper. If you suffer, I suffer. He whispered into her ear, They tried to kill you right under my nose. Tell me, how could I ever let them off the hook? You're my wife, after all. Finally, their car stopped in front of the Xiao family's gates. Zhao Yi wrapped an arm around Jiang Ying's waist and greeted everyone. His father replied, "Oh, you're back." Before they even had a chance to sit down, he questioned them in a stern tone. "What were you two doing in Shijiao?" Zhao Yi took out his lighter, flicked it open with a click, and replied nonchalantly, "Sightseeing." Seeing his disrespect, his father angrily roared, "Zhu Yi, watch your tone, I am your father." Zhu Yi calmly countered, "So, have you fulfilled your duties as a father?" Unable to retort, he choked up and could only utter a single. At this moment, his grandfather, who had been observing quietly, finally spoke up angrily. "Look at you two. What kind of father and son are you? One's not acting like a father and the other's not acting like a son. The matter in Shijiao stops here. What's past is past. Turn the page. Don't bring it up again." Zhu Yi's grandfather sternly said, "I'm an old man over 50. To put it bluntly, I'm already halfway into the grave. How many days do I even have left? And you two are constantly bickering, making my ears ring. Aren't you going to let me live in peace?" Zhao Yi put his arm around Jiang Ying's shoulder and stated his stance clearly. "Grandpa, I'm afraid this matter can't end here. Some people live without principles, just liking to cross all lines. My wife almost lost her life because of him. If he lives one more day, I'll be uncomfortable for one more day." At this moment, a servant came out to announce, "Dinner is ready." The tense atmosphere in the living room temporarily dissipated. Zhao Yi gently pulled Jiang Ying's hand, helped her up, and tenderly said, "Come on, let's go eat." Grandpa Chu looked at Zhu Yi and asked, "So, what do you plan to do?" He calmly replied, "A dead fish will break the net." All the members of the Chu family gathered for a meal, looking warm and cozy, but in reality, everyone was plotting something different in their hearts. Zhou spoke first. "Ao Yi, try this fish. Your mom personally made it for you." He casually thanked them and turned to care for Jiang Ying. "Wife, what do you want to eat? Let me get it for you." "Want some soup?" In contrast to Zhao Yi's attentiveness, Jiang Ying coldly replied, "Whatever." Receiving this answer, Zhu Yi looked around for someone. "Where's Li Shunde? Tell him to bring a bowl of soup for the young madam. Can't he even do that simple task?" When he didn't see him appear, he patiently repeated, "Can't he even do this one thing?" Grandpa Chu sighed and said, "Li Shunde, bring a bowl of soup here for the second young madam." As soon as Grandpa Chu finished speaking, he appeared with a bowl of soup, placing it in his palm and saying, "Second young master?" Zhao Yi immediately nitpicked. "Is this soup hot?" Li Shunde replied. "It just came out of the pot." Zhao Yi ordered him, "Quick, put your hand out. Test if the soup is hot for the second young madam." Seeing that he didn't react, he asked again, "Don't want to." The bowl of soup swayed as if it was about to spill. He waited for Li Shunde to put his hand out, then slowly poured the soup onto his hand. "The temperature seems a bit cool still." Li Shunde could only endure and say, "As long as the second young master is satisfied." At this moment, Zhao Yi smiled contentedly. "Satisfied? Of course, this young master is very satisfied." Zhao Yi pushed him away and stood up, speaking vaguely, seemingly instructing Jiang Ying but with a threatening undertone. "Eat whatever you want these days, because in the future, the days you can eat are probably not going to be many anymore." Hearing Zhao Yi finish speaking, sweat drenched Li Shunde's pale face. Li Shunde retreated shakily. Zhao Yi calmly took a tissue to wipe the fingers that had held the bowl of soup. Suddenly, Jiang Ying tugged at his clothes. He placed his hand on hers to help calm her, then gently said, "Let's eat." After finishing the meal, Zhu Yi was resting on a chair when a maid came to announce, "Second young master, the master wants you inside." As soon as Zhao Yi entered, Grandpa Chu spoke. "You've shown your power and vented your anger. Are you done being angry?" Zhao Yi adjusted his tie and retorted, "What do you think?" He calmly sat down on the chair and continued, "Grandpa, which is more important in your eyes, human life or face?" Grandpa Chu didn't answer the question but wanted him to get straight to the point. "What do you want to say?" Zhao Yi didn't hold back either, directly warning, "If this family wants to maintain its superficial peace, then it's best if you don't send people to harm Jiang Ying." "You knew long ago that I like messing with Jiang Ying, right?" He rested his chin on his hand and arrogantly said, "If I'm not mistaken, when Jiang Ying was arranged to accidentally burst into my room, the happiest person in your heart was probably you." Grandpa Chu immediately denied. "The matters between you, I have never interfered." Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. "That's right. For a ticking time bomb like me, tying the woman I like to my side is the most effective tool to control me." Zhou Yi propped his hand on the armrest. "But it's a pity you forgot. Everything has its pros and cons." He slowly stood up, propping his hands on Grandpa Chu's desk, and calmly continued. "She can keep me from going crazy, and she can also make me go crazy. Don't you think that's right, Grandpa? Transition to the living room, where Lu Man and Zhao Yan were talking to Jiang Ying. She sat close to her, pretending to be worried about them, but in reality, she wanted to clear her name. Ying Ying, Mom knows you almost got into trouble in the western suburbs this time. Whether you believe it or not, Mom has to make it clear to you this matter really has nothing to do with our family. Then she pulled out a tissue and pretended to wipe away tears. Ayan and Ayi, to some extent, are indeed at odds, but blood is thicker than water. After all, they are brothers. Ayan has a kind heart. He wouldn't do such things to harm his younger brother. After hearing this, Jiang Ying didn't react or respond at all, even picking up her glass of water and drinking as usual. Seeing that she wasn't affected by these words, she called her name, Ying Ying. Then she glanced at her eldest son, Zhuyan, signaling him. Zhuyan saw this and pretended to cough a few times. Lu Man sighed heavily and stood up to leave. There, she's finished her act. When it was just the two of them, Jiao Yan spoke up. Ying Ying, I can only say that this time, the matter with you and Yi in the western suburbs has nothing to do with me, Jiang Ying coldly replied with an M. Seeing her answer like that, Zhu Yan asked in surprise. You believe me, Ying Ying? Zhao Yi slowly walked down the stairs. The moment he saw Jiang Ying downstairs, he immediately smiled at her. Jiang Ying also stared at him without blinking. Zhao Yi didn't feel awkward at all. Meeting his wife's eyes, seeing her husband coming down, Jiang Ying immediately stood up and excused herself to Jiao Yan. Big brother, sorry, I have something to take care of. Zhou Yi walked over, reached out his hand to hold hers. Let's go home. Jiang Ying saw his hand and asked with concern, why are you hurt? He gripped her hand tightly and pulled her away, but because he didn't want his wife to worry, Zhao Yi answered vaguely, Grandpa hit me. Jiang Ying asked apologetically. Because of me. Zhao Yi still had the energy to joke. Probably not. Judging by the look of it, looks like Grandpa has been holding back for a long time. Then Zhao Yi didn't explain further, just told his wife, let's go home, and then held her hand tightly and led her away. Their car sped along the road. In the car, Jiang Ying, still uneasy, spoke up. Grandpa knows about the car accident of my parents, right? Zhao Yi lowered his head sadly and replied, he didn't do it, but he's probably covering for someone. Jiang Ying looked absently out the window and blurted out two names. It can only be Zhao Huayan or Lu Mang. Zhao Yi also somewhat agreed, yeah. Although Grandpa used to use methods to kill his brothers when he was young to seize property, he's old now. Jiang Ying smiled but didn't quite believe it. She sarcastically thought, has the Grim Reaper started pursuing peace already? The two of them stopped the car in front of the apartment complex. After entering the house, taking a shower, and lying on the bed to relax, Zhu Yi suddenly asked, who do you trust more, me or Zhu Yan? Jiang Ying, who was wiping her hair, paused at this question. What? Zhao Yi pulled her hand, causing Jiang Ying to scream in surprise. Ah? Then she fell onto the bed. At this time, Xiao Yi patiently asked again, do you believe the words he told you in the living room today? Jiang Ying immediately replied, without hesitation, I believe it. Seeing this, Zhao Yi muttered, I didn't expect you wouldn't hesitate at all. At this time, Jiang Ying said her guess. How old was Xiao Yan the year my parents had the accident? This time, the incident in the western suburbs is clearly aimed at the events of that year, so it's impossible for him to be involved, Zhao Yi said sarcastically. Such a rational analysis, huh? Jiang Ying retorted. Should I deal with it emotionally? It's true that I want to find the culprit, but I will never arbitrarily arrest someone to blame. Zhao Yi gently lifted his hand. Then he lay down next to her and casually pointed out one thing. That means you don't believe him? Zhao Yi's hand groped towards her belly. Jiang Ying wanted to escape, but was held tightly by him. Zhu Yi gently asked, what are you avoiding? Jiang Ying just widened her eyes without answering. A moment later, Jiang Ying finished off 2 cans of beer, looked at Zhao Yi's slightly darkened eyes, and called his name with a smile. Zhao Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise to look at her. He smiled at her affectionately. Suddenly, Jiang Ying reached out. Do you want a hug? Jiang Ying looked nonchalant, leaned forward and reached out to hug Zhao Yi. Perhaps seeing this as the first time Jiang Ying had taken the initiative to hug him willingly, Zhao Yi lowered his head to look at her, gave a helpless smile, and embraced her. Am I making you sad? Jiang Ying didn't answer yes or no. After a long while, she said with a choked voice, Zhao Yi, thank you for everything you've done for me. He was stunned and asked her in confusion, what are you thanking me for? Zhao Yi saw the seriousness in Jiang Ying's eyes, put down the beer can, and pulled her closer. Do you feel uncomfortable with what I've done? Jiang Ying said in a light tone. Thank you. For my aunt's matter. The thing in the western suburbs, including the times you protected me, at the Zihu family, and going with me to the places I wanted to go. Hearing Jiang Ying list the details so clearly, Xiao Yi teased her. So you remember everything. Not bad. I almost thought you had short-term memory loss. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, Jiang Ying broke free from his embrace, sat up straight, and said seriously, Not many people have given me warmth, so I will always remember those who treat me well. Zhao Yi saw the seriousness in Jiang Ying's eyes, reached out and patted the top of her head. Me too. I can even clearly remember the scene when the other person spoke to me, how I felt at the time, and what the other person said to me. The two had both experienced turmoil, so naturally there was resonance in this regard. When it came to deep-seated matters, the two inevitably drank a bit too much. After drinking, Jiang Ying talked to Zhao Yi about Jiang Xinyuan's affair. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her eyes clearly showed disgust. Maybe you've never experienced that feeling, it's disgusting. Jiang Ying drank quite a bit, but Zhao Yi did not. You remember every detail. Seeing the charming and tipsy appearance of Jiang Ying, Zhao Yi reached out and snatched the beer can from her hand. You've had too much. Seeing Zhao Yi approaching, Jiang Ying withdrew her hand. I haven't had much. After Jiang Ying finished speaking, she glared at Zhao Yi with an unhappy look. I'm talking about my dad's affair. What are you getting worked up about? At this time, Jiang Ying wanted to drink. She tilted her head and thought for a moment and said, before my dad had an affair, I lived very happily. After he cheated, our family fell apart. Jiang Ying spoke lightly, and she didn't look very sober. Zhao Yi was worried that something would happen if she drank too much, so he reached out and hugged her, letting her sit on his lap. Jiang Ying stared at Zhao Yi with mesmerizing eyes. The two just stared at each other like that for a long time. He snatched the beer can from her hand and put it down, his forehead pressed against her forehead, and he said with a low, laughing voice, "Are you done being drunk? I'll take you home." Zhao Yi was stunned. Before he could react, Jiang Ying placed her hands on his shoulders and asked with reddened eyes, "Zhao Yi, do you like me?" Hearing Jiang Ying's words, Zhao Yi tightened his jaw and his eyes darkened. Jiang Ying pursed her lips and pressed them against his thin lips with a bit of tipsiness. Her face flushed with anticipation for an answer, and she looked at Zhao Yi with dreamy eyes and asked again, "Do you like me?" Zhu Yi's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He looked at her intently. "What if I do? What if I don't?" Jiang Ying brushed his cheek with her hand and said naturally, "It's nothing." Zhao Yi stared at Jiang Ying for a moment, seeing that she was drunk. His throat tightened. "What about you then?" Jiang Ying pretended not to hear in confusion. Zhao Yi lowered his voice, and if you listened carefully, you would hear a slight tremor in his voice. "Do you like me?" Zhao Yi's heart hung by a thread, slowly sinking with each passing second. Just when he thought he'd drown in the suspense of waiting for judgment, Jiang Ying sighed. Too complicated. Looking at Jiang Ying's expression, Zhou Yi knew she wasn't lying. After speaking, Jiang Ying massaged her temples, saying with a hint of annoyance, "I don't know." Zhao Yi was silent for a moment, then chuckled softly, tightening his grip around Jiang Ying's waist as she completely drifted off to sleep. He just looked at her like that for a long while. Then he drove Jiang Ying back home. He carried her straight into the bedroom and carefully laid her on the bed. At this moment, she was dead drunk. Looking at him with a dazed, infatuated gaze, he suddenly smiled, a clear feeling of relief washing over him. As long as it's not dislike, there's still hope. He spoke up. "Let me go get a towel to wipe your face." She immediately reached out and grabbed him. Seeing this, Zhao Yi leaned down, brushed her hair aside, and placed a kiss on her forehead. "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Jiang Ying dazedly opened her eyes, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, so she quickly closed them again. After a long while, she asked, "Zhao Yi, would you ever cheat on me?" Zhao Yi said in a firm voice, "I wouldn't." Jiang Ying hopefully continued, "Not in this lifetime." Zhou Yi said decisively, "Not in this lifetime." Jiang Ying smiled. "Then maybe being your wife would be very happy." "That's right. Wouldn't you consider it?" Jiang Ying wasn't fully conscious. "Consider what?" Zhou Yi's deep, pleasant voice whispered in her ear. "Consider being my wife. I promise I'll never lie to you in this lifetime. I promise I'll always be your support, so you can lean on me when you're tired, and I'll always be your support on every path." He earnestly repeated it once more. "Would you consider being a real Mrs. Zhu?" The atmosphere made Zhao Yi say everything he'd held in his heart for many years. Jiang Ying opened her eyes and looked at him. It was unclear if she understood, but she stared blankly at Zhao Yi. The next morning, due to the hangover, she felt nauseous and had a splitting headache. Drinking really messes things up. Jiang Ying was lying in bed, lost in thought. She pulled herself together and went to the bathroom. Half an hour later, Jiang Ying finished showering, put on light makeup, and picked up her phone, which she had tossed on the bed earlier, to head out the door. Just as she picked up the phone, it vibrated twice in a row. Jiang Ying glanced down at the screen. It was a message from Zhao Yi. "Are you awake? Are you tired? Or should you take a day off?" She thought for a moment, and finally typed a few words on the screen. "No need. I'll be at the company in half an hour." But then she received a message from Chen Zihei. "Something happened with Madam on Zhaozong's side. Could you come help?" 5 minutes later, Jiang Ying appeared in front of Zhao Yi's office door. On the way here, Assistant Chen had repeatedly reassured her that this was a work matter, unrelated to personal factors. Jiang Ying stood outside Zhu Yi's office, raised her hand, and was about to knock when she suddenly heard voices inside. I already said, this is all old man's fault. All he's done lately is try to get close to Ying Ying. Clearly, he's surrounded on all sides. At this moment, Bei Yao was sitting crookedly on the sofa, looking at Xiao Yi with disdain. Xiao Yi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window with a slightly irritated expression. He reached out and yanked at the tie around his neck. This time, Zhu Yan has been watching me for more than just a day or two. He definitely has a plan. Bei Yao teased, yeah, you're 28 now, so he's been watching you for at least 20 years. Zhou Yi coldly said, this project is very important, and I absolutely cannot give it up. You don't want to, but that project focuses on public welfare. Think about it. How can you become a public welfare ambassador while carrying the reputation of being ungrateful? Zhao Yi was silent, his face full of awkward embarrassment. Bei Yao sat up straight and cleared his throat, asking tentatively, or how about you go talk to that adoptive mother of yours? Bei Yao came up with a bad idea. If I were you, I'd pick up the phone and call Guanlei right now, play the sympathy card, and ask her to mediate. Just think about it. Bei Yao was in the middle of speaking when Zhao Yi coldly interrupted. All right, I surrender. Bei Yao threw his hands up, but even scared, he couldn't resist teasing Zhao Yi. All those rumors before, you weren't this careful, now you're just making a phone call for you and you're freaking out. Zhao Yi didn't say anything, remembering how Jiang Ying drunkenly asked him last night if he would ever cheat. It felt like a rock was crushing his chest. If he'd known Jiang Ying was this insecure, he wouldn't have let those rumors spread, even if it killed him. Bei Yao and Zhao Yi were chatting in the office while Jiang Ying eavesdropped outside the door. She stood there, stunned, for a long moment. Assistant Chen, standing beside Jiang Ying, looked embarrassed. Madam, should I knock for you? Jiang Ying pursed her lips and nodded, giving her consent. Assistant Chen raised her hand and knocked. Then, cautiously twisting the doorknob, she peeked inside. Boss Zhu, Madam's here. Seeing Jiang Ying, the anger on Zhao Yi's face vanished in an instant. When did you get here? Jiang Ying replied with an indifferent expression. Just now. He hurriedly tugged at her collar, subtly reminding her of their passionate night. Zhao Yi asked caringly, have you had breakfast yet? Instead of answering, Jiang Ying frowned slightly, her eyes drawn to the hickey on his Adam's apple. She paused for a moment, then regained her composure. Boss Zhu, what did you want to see me about? Zhao Yi explained. Half a month ago, the company invested in a public welfare project. We put in a lot of groundwork, but Zhao Yan is trying to sabotage it. Zhao Yi continued in a low voice. He exposed the fact that I was taken care of by the Guan family, deliberately leaked to the press that Guanlei was retiring from showbiz, and that I had broken ties with the Guan family. Then, he cooperated with 10,000 Flowers Weekly to imply that Guanlei's withdrawal was related to my fallout with the Guan family. Bei Yao, standing beside him, chimed in angrily. Then they hired a bunch of internet trolls to steer public opinion, turning Zhao Yi into an ungrateful white-eyed wolf who abandoned his old flame for his career, a modern Chen Shimei. Bei Yao finished, but seeing Jiang Ying deep in thought, Zhou Yi spoke up. If you don't want to have a conflict with Zhou Yan, I can. Before he could finish, Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow and replied, I'll take care of it for you. She quickly pulled out her phone and called someone. Chen Bai, investigate 2 people for me, the scandal involving the owner of 10,000 Flowers Weekly, and Guanlei's current address. Jiang Ying's tone was decisive, and the corners of Zhao Yi's thin lips curved into a smile. After Jiang Ying left Zhao Yi's office, Bei Yao looked at the never-ending smile on Zhao Yi's face and scoffed. Little Zhao, do you have to be this obvious? Ying Ying just offered to help you with a trivial matter? Look at your pathetic state. I can hear the buzzing even from 2 meters away. Zhao Yi leaned back in his chair, looking lazy. He straightened his shirt collar, picked up the tie on the desk, and slowly put it on. Bei Yao glanced at him. You keep tightening it and loosening it, what's the point? Zhao Yi smiled with his peach-blossoming eyes, his voice deep and pleasant. To seduce people. Bei Yao was speechless. He felt goosebumps rising. He tightened his tie, took a cigarette from the pack on the table, and casually lit it. Bei Yao thought for a moment, then looked at Zhao Yi and asked, with so much going on lately, isn't what you're doing considered turning against Grandpa Zhao? Zhao Yi turned to look at Bei Yao, smiled coldly, and said, as long as I can create value for the Zhao family, there's no such thing as turning against him. Bei Yao sneered. If Grandpa Zhao ever finds out that your efforts aren't to compete for the family fortune, but to tear down the entire Zhao family, what do you think his reaction will be? Zhao Yi's eyes were deep, his expression inscrutable, and he said with a hint of mystery, I won't bring down the Zhao family so quickly. My wife hasn't gotten her revenge yet. Just as she stepped out of the elevator, Jiang Ying's phone buzzed with a message. Opening it, it was from Chen Bai. I've sent you Guanlei's address. Coincidentally, she's in the same residential complex as me. I'll wait for you at the entrance to go with you. Jiang Ying took out her car keys, about to open the door when she suddenly heard a timid voice from behind. Jiang Ying. She quickly glanced at the watch on her wrist and said softly, "Sister-in-law." Meng Rui emerged from behind a pillar, looked around to make sure no one was there, then approached Jiang Ying. "Jiang Ying, can we talk in the car?" Hearing this, Jiang Ying reached out and opened the car door. "Get in." Meng Rui leaned in, watching Jiang Ying walk to the driver's seat and bend down to get in. She pursed her lips and said, "I saw it that day." Jiang Ying asked curiously, "Saw what?" A look of fear flashed in her eyes. That man was beaten to death, his face was slashed with a knife, and he was thrown into the swimming pool in the backyard, Meng Rui stammered. With each sentence, her body trembled involuntarily. After she finished speaking, she looked timidly at Jiang Ying. "What was he to you?" Jiang Ying wasn't close to her. They had only met once or twice and didn't even have any good feelings toward each other, let alone be able to open up to each other. Jiang Ying didn't answer Meng Rui's question directly but continued, "Who else have you told what you just said to?" She shook her head. "No one. Besides you, I haven't told anyone else, not even Zhu Yan." Jiang Ying observed her attitude to judge. Last time, her acting weak to invite me to buy a wedding dress was fake, but this time, the fear in her eyes is real. Then she turned her head to look at Meng Rui. "Consider that I didn't hear what you said today. You should keep these things to yourself and don't mention them to anyone." Meng Rui showed obvious anxiety and replied, "But I'm scared." Jiang Ying raised her eyebrows and said, "So?" Meng Rui's eyes turned red. "Jiang Ying, I'm scared. I'm afraid the next one might be me. I'm still young. I don't want to die." After speaking, Meng Rui grabbed her arm. Seeing that Jiang Ying didn't intend to respond, she pursed her lips and said, "I don't mean anything else. I just want to live. Marrying Xiao Yan wasn't my own choice, Jiang Ying. Besides you, I can't find anyone who can help me." Jiang Ying leaned back in her seat. Her red lips moved slightly. "Sister-in-law, did you ask for permission to come out today?" Meng Rui was crying quite loudly. Jiang Ying took a few tissues for her, but her attitude was unclear whether she was happy or angry. Meng Rui took it and sobbed. "Yes," Jiang Ying cleverly analyzed for her. "You don't have any close friends in Baicheng. The Xiao family has such a big thing happen, and at this time you ask for permission to come out. Do you think elder brother will suspect anything?" Meng Rui was startled and crumpled the tissue in her hand. Jiang Ying turned her head to look at her and smiled gently. "Sister-in-law, the Xiu family has the grace of nurturing me. I'm always very grateful to them. I would never do anything to betray the Xiu family." Jiang Ying spoke with a calm attitude. Meng Rui's face turned even paler after hearing this. After Jiang Ying finished speaking, her mobile phone rang, breaking the awkward atmosphere in the car. Meng Rui looked at her curiously. She quickly took out her mobile phone and pressed to answer. Quan Bai's reproachful voice sounded from the other end of the phone. "Sister Jiang Ying, where have you been?" "I'm about to freeze to death at the gate of the residential area," Jiang Ying replied. "I met an acquaintance on the road. I'll be right there." After Jiang Ying finished speaking, she hung up the phone and looked at Meng Rui. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I still have things to deal with later." Meng Rui realized that Jiang Ying wanted to send her away, so she pursed her lips and reached out to push the car door open. Just as she put her hand on the doorknob, a second later, Meng Rui turned her head to look at Jiang Ying and said, "Can you not tell others that I came to find you today?" Jiang Ying glanced at her. "In this society, there are two types of people who survive the easiest. One type is smart people, and the other type is stupid people. If you can't be extremely smart, then you have to learn to play dumb." After Meng Rui got out of the car, Jiang Ying stepped on the gas and drove away. She stood there pondering for a long time. Jiang Ying's car had arrived at Quan Bai's neighborhood. As soon as she stopped the car, she saw Quan Bai squatting next to the stone lion at the entrance of the neighborhood. He looked at her as if he had seen the god of wealth, his tone still complaining. "Sister Jiang Ying, it's not just a long wait, it's a really long wait. If you had come a little later, I would have been regarded as a newly completed ice sculpture by the management." Quan Bai was young and talkative. Jiang Ying smiled and asked, "Is Guan Lei at home?" Quan Bai nodded repeatedly and replied, "Yes, he went out to meet someone half an hour ago." Jiang Ying asked curiously, "Who did she meet?" Jin Bai rubbed his hands and said, "Xiao Qi." Xiao Qi. Jiang Ying was stunned for a few seconds. She really hadn't expected it. More than 10 minutes later, the two of them appeared at Guan Lei's door. Jiang Ying knocked on the Guan family's door. A middle-aged woman walked out. Guan Lei's birth mother and Zhu Yi's foster mother. Jiang Ying politely spoke first. "Hello, auntie. Sorry to bother you. I'm Jiang Ying, the PR director of Xiao Media, and also Xiao Yi's wife." Jiang Ying spoke concisely, stating her various identities clearly. Mrs. Guan was stunned for a moment, then said with an unnatural expression, "Is there something you need?" Jiang Ying smiled and said sincerely, "Foster mother, is it convenient for us to come inside and talk?" Guan Lei was sitting at the tea table, arranging flowers. She didn't turn around, only asked loudly, "Mom, who's talking outside?" A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Guanlei, long time no see. She was startled and turned her head to look. Guanlei didn't know Jinbai, but she recognized Jiang Ying. Her expression suddenly darkened. What are you doing here? Jiang Ying calmly replied. To talk to you. Hearing that? She reacted sharply. I have nothing to say to you. Jiang Ying took a step forward. When she reached Guanlei's side, she leaned down, lowered her head, and whispered into her ear, Guanlei, I'm not Zhao Yi. I have no feelings for you or your mother at all. I just have basic human decency and don't want to embarrass the elders. You'd best not provoke my limits. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Mrs. Yo Guan brought 2 cups of tea, one for Jinbai and one for Jiang Ying. Don't just stand there. Come sit down and have some tea. Jiang Ying maintained her cheerful demeanor and continued the conversation. Thank you, foster mother. Yi often tells me stories from his childhood, and he's mentioned you too, Mrs. Guan also said honestly. Yi was very well behaved when he was little. I only gave him a few bowls of rice, yet he always remembers it. Suddenly, Guanlei interrupted. She blurted out awkwardly, Jiang Ying, can we talk for a bit? After she finished speaking, she unceremoniously pulled Jiang Ying into her bedroom. As soon as Guanlei stepped into the bedroom, her face darkened. She glared fiercely and demanded, just say it directly. What exactly do you want by coming here today? Jiang Ying stood at the entrance, her expression cold as she said, Guanlei, I've already saved face for you before, but you didn't know how to seize the opportunity. Hearing Jiang Ying's words, she sneered. You think I'll thank you for clearing my name? Jiang Ying lowered her head and adjusted the cuffs of her jacket, slowly explaining to the other party. Whatever I do, I only hope to have no regrets. I've never needed people to remember the good things I do, and I certainly don't need anyone's thanks. To be frank with you, the last time I helped you was entirely out of consideration for Zhao Yi's reputation. Guanlei was furious when she heard this. Who are you to him? What right do you have to handle things on his behalf, just to save his face? She stared at Jiang Ying, waiting for an answer. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow and replied mockingly, Is Mrs. Zhao not enough? The two looked at each other, silent for about half a minute. Jiang Ying spoke first. I only came today to ask you one thing. Did you provide false information to Wanhei Weekly? How much did Xiao Qi pay you? She was startled, and her eyes widened as she looked at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying laughed disdainfully. Xiao Yi being liked by you truly makes one feel for him? After Jiang Ying finished speaking, she said nothing more to Guanlei, turned around, twisted the doorknob, and walked out, saying coldly, From today onwards, I'll have people monitor you. Until Zhao Yi's project is launched, you won't get a chance to step out of this door. You'd better prepare yourself and sort things out properly. Suddenly, Jiang Ying stopped. She warned her in a cautionary tone. You can call the police if you like. After settling everything, Jiang Ying quickly returned to Zhao Yi's office and instructed, As for Guanlei, please arrange for someone to supervise her. Don't let her step out of the door. Jinbai said, She's currently secretly contacting Zhao Qi. Zhao Yi said in a deep voice, I'll send someone there later. After speaking, Zhao Yi asked, Is adoptive mother all right? Jiang Ying honestly replied, She seems to be doing well, but she probably misses you a lot. She said a few things to me, and every word was filled with regret towards you. Zhu Yi lowered his eyes and smiled. Adoptive mother is a good person. Jiang Ying gently praised him. You are a good person too. If you can remember what others have done for you when you're in trouble and know how to be grateful, that proves you're a good person. Zhao Yi smirked meaningfully. Then he suddenly pulled her hand towards him, and without another word, he lifted her up into his arms. This is the first time I've heard you praise me. Jiang Ying's expression was calm. I never hold back praise for my friends. Without replying, he placed a gentle kiss on Jiang Ying's cheek. You're living with me, but you seem so conflicted. I felt amazing last night. Hope we can keep it up. You can tell me anytime you want, and I'll do whatever you want. Jiang Ying struggled and pushed him away forcefully. Turning to leave, she asked, Can I swear? He seriously watched her back as she walked out the door. Then he said indulgently, Yeah, I like you like that. After Jiang Ying left, Zhao Yi took out his mobile phone and dialed. The call connected, and Zhao Yi's voice was cold as ice melting. Bring the person in. After Zhao Yi finished speaking, he hung up the phone. In a short while, the door to his room was opened. A man was escorted inside. Assistant Chen and 2 bodyguards, along with Li Shunde, appeared in the private room. Li Shunde's face was pale, clearly terrified. Second Master, Zhao Yi leaned back in his chair, biting an unlit cigarette at the corner of his mouth. He sneered and said sarcastically, It was so hard to get you here. Li Shunde pursed his lips, forcing himself to calm down and look up at Zhao Yi. He swallowed and said, Second Master, I just want to be filial to the old master with all my heart. As for the grudges between the eldest master and you, I don't want to get involved. Zhao Yi laughed coldly and said, I didn't realize you were such a filial son. How long do you want to be filial to the old master? Li Shunde replied, until the old master passes away at a ripe old age, at which point I will voluntarily leave the Zhuao family. Zhou Yi smiled, his expression profound, and said, I'm afraid I'll disappoint Uncle Lai. The old master probably won't live to be 100 years old. Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Li Shundai's face for a moment. He angrily told him, in order to fight for the inheritance, Lu Man and Zhu Yan bribed the family doctor. They had the old master take long-term blood pressure medication that damaged his kidneys, leading to kidney failure and death, and I was the one who took the blame. Starting half a year ago, they had people regularly send money to your account under the guise of enemies of the Zihao family. Li Shundai continued to deny. This bank account doesn't belong to me, Zhao Yi said coldly. The bank account belongs to Uncle. It's all in black and white, very clear. It's just that you didn't open it yourself. You have to accept it whether you want to or not, Li Shundai gasped. So, what does second young master need me to do? Zhao Yi stood up, walked in front of Li Shundai, put his hands in his pockets, and looked down at him. I need you to do two things. When the old man is seriously ill but still conscious, tell him about Lu Man and Xiao Yan's plan. Li Shundai weighed the pros and cons and asked, what about the second thing? He began to lower his voice. Uncle Li, you're close to Jiang Ying's father, right? Li Shundai paused, blinked a few times, and replied, I'm not close. Hearing this, Zong Yi patted Li Shundai's shoulder. Uncle Li, think carefully. It looked like a light pat, but in reality it was a very hard one. Li Shundai stiffened, enduring the pain, not daring to say anything. Second young master, I can help you with the first thing. As for the second thing, before he could finish, Zhou Yi squeezed his shoulder harder and sneered, interrupting, many people in the Zhao family can do the first thing. Then what good are you? Li Shundai was speechless. He understood Zhao Yi's intention. His shoulder was already quite painful from Zhao Yi's hit. He gritted his teeth for a few minutes, took a deep breath, and said, Jiang Xinyuan was Zhao family's butler when he was alive. Li Shundai felt as if his shoulder was dislocated, the pain piercing his heart, but not daring to be careless. He continued to recount. Jiang Xinyuan worked as a butler for the Xiao family for nearly 10 years. It is said that he has been working with old Master Xiao since he was 20 years old. Zhao Yi asked straight to the main point, why did Jiang Xinyuan die? Li Shundai shook his head and replied, to be honest, I don't know either. I only vaguely heard some words from the old folks who were expelled from the Xiao family that Jiang Xinyuan seemed to have stolen something from the Xiao family. Zhao Yi frowned, finding it hard to believe. What did he steal from the Xiao family that old Master Xiao would develop the intention to kill him? He asked with suspicion. It couldn't be stolen goods, right? He nodded slightly and replied, it's a person. He recalled that Jiang Ying had said before that the reason Jiang Xinyuan divorced Su Yanyun was because he had a woman outside, and that woman's identity was quite special, unattainable like the bright moon in the sky. In Zhu Yi's mind, a person seemed to come to mind. His eyes were firm. It must be her. At Sun Zhen's office, after Jiang Ying entered, the two sides exchanged greetings first. Then Sun Zhen smiled and went straight to the point. Chief Jiang is here today because of CEO Xiao's matter. She sat on the chair opposite Sun Zian, smiled and replied, that's right. I hope the false information published by your magazine can be deleted as soon as possible, and apologize to our CEO Zihao. After Jiang Ying finished speaking, Sun Jian's thin figure moved on the leather chair, making an unpleasant friction sound. Chief Jiang, to be honest with you, we are a small company. We don't have the guts to go against CEO Zihao. Mainly it's... Sun Zhen spoke to Jiang Ying in a solemn tone. Jiang Ying's slender, white fingers rhythmically tapped on the armrest, interrupting him. Director Sun Zhen was stunned. Huh. The smile on Jiang Ying's face gradually faded, and she slyly said, I haven't had time to congratulate you recently. Congratulations to the Sun family for having an heir. Sun Zhen's expression froze. What are you talking about? Jiang Ying smiled sweetly. It's just that I don't know if Mrs. Sun is as happy as you are. After all, this child is not legitimate, just an illegitimate child. Sun Zhen looked over, his face completely darkened. Jiang Ying calmly continued. Director Sun, rest assured, I only took pictures of the school, not your son. I don't even know what your son looks like. If Director Sun doesn't believe me, you can call the school to check the CCTV. My car was only there for less than 10 seconds. Jiang Ying said what she wanted to say and patiently waited for Sun Zhen's answer. He was extremely angry and sarcastic towards her. Chief Jiang is good. Ignoring him, Jiang Ying maintained her best state and replied, it's my job responsibility. I hope Director Sun can understand. Sun Zhen vigilantly looked at Jiang Ying and asked, what if I don't understand? Jiang Ying also said indifferently, at that time, I might not understand Director Sun's feelings when shouldering the lineage for the Sun family. I am a woman. Perhaps I will be more sympathetic to Mrs. Sun, who has worked hard all her life, but in the end is just a stepping stone for others. Hearing this, his face darkened. In order to enter that big house with wide doors as a son-in-law, I have had to endure a lot. so the existence of the child cannot be revealed now. Jiang Ying glanced at the alarm clock on Sun Zhen's desk and said coldly to him, 3 hours. Sun Zhen's eyes widened. What? She emphasized once again. Within 3 hours, delete all news related to Zhao Yi from your Manhua Weekly. Remember, this is your last chance. After Jiang Ying finished speaking, without waiting for Sun Zhen to reply, she stood up, smiled and said goodbye to him and walked away. Watching Jiang Ying go out, Sun Zhen waved his hand and threw the teacup on the table to the ground, cursing a few words. He hesitated for a while, picked up his mobile phone and pressed a series of numbers. When the other end answered the phone, Sun Zhen had adjusted his mood, smiled and complained, CEO, Zihao, I will return the money you gave me in full. You don't know, that public relations manager under your younger brother is a very fierce character. She has investigated me thoroughly. She emphasized once more. Within 3 hours you must delete all news related to Zhao Yi from your Manhua Weekly. Remember, this is your last chance. After Jiang Ying finished speaking, without waiting for Tun Zhen's reply, she stood up, smiled a farewell, and walked away. Watching Jiang Ying leave, Tun Zhen threw the teacup on the table to the ground and cursed a few times. He hesitated for a moment, then picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. When the other party picked up, Tun Zhen had already adjusted his mood, smiling obsequiously as he complained, Boss Zhao, I'll return the money you gave me. You don't know, but that PR person under your younger brother is a real menace. She investigated every single thing about me. At the Zhu family house, everyone was extremely anxious when they heard the call from Tun Zhen. After hanging up, Zhao Yan cursed under his breath. Useless. Jiang Ying walked to the CEO's office, her knuckles bent as she knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened. Assistant Chen stood in the doorway, holding a steaming bowl of medicine, and greeted her. Madam. Jiang Ying glanced at the bowl of medicine in his hand, surprised for a few seconds, before quickly returning to normal. Is Boss Zhao here? I'll report to him about the Wanhua Weekly issue. Assistant Chen turned to the side, motioning for Jiang Ying to enter. Boss Zhao is here, but he's not in a good state right now. Jiang Ying was extremely shocked and worried. Assistant Chen continued in a low voice. He has a fever and refuses to take his medicine. He finished speaking and handed the bowl of medicine to Jiang Ying. Madam, maybe you can try. I don't know what Boss Zhao was thinking. It's so cold, but he went to the riverside to get some fresh air. Now he's caught a cold and refuses to take his medicine. Jiang Ying's lips were slightly pursed. She didn't know if Assistant Chen was telling the truth or lying. She paused for a few seconds. The wind by the river last night was very strong, a bone-chilling wind. She recalled what happened between the two of them. In the lounge, the curtains were drawn, making it pitch black, with no light leaking in. Zhao Yi's tall figure lay on the bed. Jiang Ying took 2 steps inside and tentatively asked, Zhao Yi. He suddenly chuckled under his breath, covering his eyes with one hand, his voice hoarse and mumbled, It's over. I'm so feverish. I'm seeing things. It's just a hallucination, right? As soon as Zhao Yi finished speaking, Jiang Ying's fingertip touched the light switch on the wall. A small click echoed, and the lounge suddenly lit up. Jiang Ying held the bowl of medicine and stepped forward. Only then did Zhao Yi realize it wasn't a dream. She glanced at Zhao Yi's flushed face and said softly, You have a fever. Zhao Yi's voice was hoarse and dry, his mouth stiff as he replied, No. Jiang Ying didn't rush him to drink the medicine. Instead, she gave a brief report on Tun Zhen's situation. He also eagerly told her, Wife, I met Li Shunde this afternoon. He told me a few things about your father. Zhao Yi hadn't taken his medicine, and the medicine bowl was placed on the table. The two of them just chatted like that. Through his story, she was extremely surprised. Did Li Shunde really say that? Did Jiang Xinyuan steal someone from the Zhao family? Zhao Yi replied half-jokingly, Your father doesn't have the guts to do that. He hesitated for a moment, and then continued. There's one person who's so lustful they'd risk their life. She had a rough guess and replied in confusion. The person my father stole was Lu Ma. Zhao Yi quickly reassured her. But our words are baseless and can't convict anyone. We need evidence. I've been waiting for this answer for many years. That's why the more things like this happen, the calmer I need to be. She nodded slightly in agreement with his idea. You're right. Outside, Jiang Ying was getting a drink of water. Her colleagues were whispering about Tun Zhen's matter. Trinsk. Turns out Tun Zhen's wife is the real savage, I heard. Assistant Shin, Tun Zhen's assistant, secretly reported the matter of the illegitimate child to Mrs. Tun. After hearing this, Jiang Ying remained silent and returned to her office. Just as she reached the door, she met her assistant. She looked at her with great admiration and said, Sister, you're amazing. Just giving Tun Zhen a picture of his illegitimate child's school was enough to get you out of this mess. After Qiaonan finished speaking, Jiang Ying frowned, and just as she was about to say something, she heard a noise from outside the office. Immediately after, the office door was pushed open from the outside, and because the other party pushed too hard, the door hit the wall with a deafening crash. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Ying looked up, casually glanced at the other party, who was definitely a stranger. The woman standing at the door was around 30 years old, well-dressed, good-looking, but with a somewhat worldly aura. "Are you Jiang Ying?" Compared to Jiang Ying's composure, Qiao Nan seemed a bit agitated as she called out, "Where's security? Why are they letting just anyone in?" The woman heard Qiao Nan's words, and a sneer of disdain appeared on her face as she said, "Do you really think the guards at the door could stop me?" After the woman finished speaking, without waiting for Qiao Nan to reply, Jiang Ying, who was sitting behind the desk, calmly said, "With the Zhou family backing you, the guards at the gate really couldn't stop you." The woman was stunned upon hearing this. Her eyes showed a hint of guilt, but her imposing aura didn't weaken at all. "Who needs to rely on your Zihu family?" The woman was speechless. Questioned by Jiang Ying, the office became silent, and she unconsciously recalled Zhu Qi's instructions. The woman was also intelligent. Seeing that being tough wasn't working, she changed her strategy and started wailing and complaining. Then she pulled a stunt, slumping to the floor and crying miserably. "My health was originally not good, but after giving birth to Sun Wei, my health has deteriorated even further. Now, my food, clothing, housing, and transportation all rely on... Brother Sun, now that you've caused such a fuss, how am I supposed to live the rest of my life?" Jiang Ying watched her act with indifference, and basically guessed her identity. She was the biological mother of Sun Zhen's illegitimate child. The woman cried loudly in Jiang Ying's office. Occasionally, employees outside the office pretended to pass by to watch the drama. When Qiao Nan saw this, she was about to step forward and close the door, but Jiang Ying stopped her. "Qiao Nan, pour her a glass of water. Her crying isn't loud enough to attract everyone." Seeing that the woman had lost her fighting spirit, Jiang Ying placed her empty coffee cup on the table and stood up. She walked up to the woman and asked, "Do you want me to call Mrs. Sun for you?" The woman lifted her head, her eyes filled with panic. "What do you want to do?" Jiang Ying's gaze was cold, her emotions unreadable. "I don't want to do anything. Didn't you just say you didn't know how to live the rest of your life? I think perhaps Mrs. Sun will have a way to help you overcome this difficulty." Seeing the woman remain silent, Jiang Ying continued, "Ever since you gave birth to Sun Wei, I'm sure Mr. Sun has helped you a lot. From your previous tone, buying a house, a car, or even pocket money probably isn't an issue for you." The woman, flustered, reached out her hand. She brazenly snatched Jiang Ying's phone. Then she shamelessly argued, "I helped him give birth to a son, he bought me a house, a car, and gave me pocket money. Isn't that what he should do?" Jiang Ying replied smoothly, "Perhaps you don't know, in our country, during a marital relationship, husband and wife have equal rights in disposing of their joint property. Unless it's for daily living expenses that require the distribution of marital assets, the husband and wife must consult with each other. If one spouse gives away a large asset or sum of money to another person, it is a serious violation of the other spouse's ownership rights. Therefore, such a gift is invalid and will be nullified." Seeing the woman's stunned expression, Jiang Ying calmly continued, "If you don't want to return it, Mrs. Sun can file a lawsuit with the court to enforce it." The office was completely silent. Jiang Ying stared at the woman in front of her for a few seconds, then curled her lips in disdain and asked, "So, who sent you here today? Was it Zhao Qi?" In the CEO's office, Zhao Yi hadn't fully recovered from his cold. He leaned back in his chair. The man, who was originally lazy-looking, now looked even lazier. Zhao Yi sat down. Jiang Ying adjusted her mood and roughly told him about today's events. These past few times, whether it was Guan Lei's side or the woman who came today, it was all orchestrated by Zhao Qi. Jiang Ying suddenly noticed him and asked, "Aren't you cold?" Zhao Yi looked at his wide-open collar and laughed helplessly. "I'm cold, but I have no other choice." Zhao Yi put both hands in his pockets. With a playful, meaningful expression, "Wife, just like this, I can attract your attention. If I don't make good use of it, I'm afraid I'll be kicked out." Realizing this, Jiang Ying's heart pounded. Seeing Jiang Ying's expression change, Zhao Yi reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. "Do you know what I've been thinking about since yesterday afternoon?" Jiang Ying didn't ask, but started breathing heavily. Zhao Yi rested his chin on her shoulder and said seriously, "I'm glad you entered my room by mistake that night. I'm glad I married you. Tell me, what if the person by your side right now was Zhao Yan? What should I do then?" After Zhao Yi finished speaking, his tone suddenly became heavy. "I'd be heartbroken to death. Do you believe me?" Jiang Ying retorted, annoyed. "Who told you I liked Zhao Yan? What makes you think I like Zhao Yan?" Zhao Yi seemed to choke on air, thinking he misheard, and asked again, "What did you say?" Their eyes met, both filled with a profound depth. After a moment, Zhou Yi released Jiang Ying, took a step back, put his hands in his pockets, lowered his eyes, and said seriously, "You don't like Zhou Yan?" Jiang Ying replied frankly. "Why should I like him?" Zhao Yi pushed his tongue against his cheek. "You've never liked him," Jiang Ying coldly emphasized. "Never." He stared at her for a moment, amusement in his eyes. "But you clearly told me before that you liked Zhu Yan." Jiang Ying raised her head to look at Zhu Yi. You also said you liked Guan Lei. The smile in his eyes deepened, so, you were lying to me. Jiang Ying cunningly replied. Tit for tat, Zhu Yi chuckled. You like tit for tat, while I like you. Would you consider reciprocating? Do you like me even a little bit? Seeing Jiang Ying remain silent, Zhao Yi lowered his head, a faint smile on his lips, coaxing her. It doesn't matter if it's not as much as I like you. You can like me a little at first, and then it will gradually deepen. Jiang Ying felt that Zhao Yi's greatest skill was probably taking an inch and wanting a mile. Seeing him approach, Jiang Ying pressed her fingertip against his chest and nodded. Zhao Yi, I'm talking to you very seriously. I suspect Lu Man knows something. He smiled, turned around, and went to sit in the director's chair. He scoffed lightly and replied, The illegitimate child thing about Sun Zhen is probably 80 or 90% Zhu Yan's doing. Sun Zhen thinks he and Zhu Yan are friends, but he doesn't know that in Zhu Yan's eyes, he's just an ally. Jiang Ying neither confirmed nor denied Zhao Yi's words, but continued. These past few times, whether it was Guan Lei's side or the woman who came today, it was all Zhao Ji who was lobbying. Zhao Yi affirmed in a mocking tone, Lu Man wants to use Zhao Qi to separate herself from Zhao Yan. Jiang Ying asked doubtfully, Can she cut ties cleanly? What do you think? Old ginger is spicier than the new. Even you can see there's a problem in it, let alone old Master Zhu. He understood Jiang Ying's eagerness to investigate the truth and seek revenge. He worried she would lose her composure, so he said, If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. I have 100 ways to play them. Don't worry, I won't let them die, so you can take revenge directly. Jiang Ying looked at Zhao Yi and said, Thank you. After Jiang Ying left the CEO's office, he sat in his chair, smoothed out his shirt collar with a carefree smile. She said she never liked Zhu Yan. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Zhao Yi excitedly asked, Have you collected all the evidence? At the main residence of the Zhao family, Zhao Yi asked with a smile, Are you worried about me? Jiang Ying withdrew from Zhao Yi's embrace and turned to look at him, replying in a cold voice, Lu Meng is not easy to deal with. Seeing Zhu Yi arrive, old Master Zhu frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling and spoke up. Not going to work this morning. Zhao Yi let go of Jiang Ying's hand and went to the dining room. Going straight behind old Master Zhu, he casually placed a hand on the back of his chair and said languidly, Grandpa, you eat first. We'll talk after you're done. After Zhao Yi finished speaking, he looked towards Zhao Qi, who was burying her head in her congee, and asked, Qi, eat more. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi felt a lump in her throat, raised her head, and looked at Zhao Yi with a wary gaze. A smile appeared on his lips, his expression full of innocence, and he said softly, Is second brother usually good to you? Zhao Qi was startled and dropped her food. Her complexion changed slightly as she awkwardly replied, Yes, he is. Zhou Yi smiled and said, Good, that's good, keep eating. After finishing his meal, Grandpa Zhu stood up, leaned on his crutch, and walked to the living room. After settling onto the sofa, he calmly asked, So, what brings you home today? Zhao Yi smirked and said, Grandpa, I remember you once told me, don't push people into a corner, never go for the killing blow. Grandpa Zhao scoffed. Rarely. I'm surprised you can actually listen to what I say now. We're all family after all. No matter what, you guys should always have each other's backs. Zhao Yi curled his thin lips, offering Grandpa Zhao the tea he had prepared. I'm afraid the support you left me is a little drafty. Grandpa Zhao glanced at the teacup in Zhao Yi's hand, but didn't immediately take it. Instead, he smiled, set the tea down, leaned back into the sofa, and coldly said, Qinjie, bring the stuff here. Zhao Yi scoffed, the kind of good stuff that family members don't use to push each other into a corner. As he spoke, his assistant Chen had just arrived with a briefcase. Under Grandpa Zhu's watchful gaze, Assistant Chen opened the briefcase, took out the contents one by one, and placed them on the coffee table. Grandpa Zhu stared intently at the items, his face turning pale, and asked, Where did this come from? Zhao Yi reached up and adjusted his shirt collar, his jaw clenched with determination, and said, Which are you asking about? The photos of Zhao Qi meeting with Guan Lei, or the recording of Zhao Yan's call with Sun Zhen? Or maybe Zhao Qi's handwriting on the money transfers to Guan Lei and Sun Zhen's mistress? Zhao Yi finished speaking, leaned forward, and rudely flipped through the items on the table, joking, Looks like I missed a few things. Grandpa Zhao watched Zhao Yi's unrestrained behavior, his expression growing darker and darker. The corners of Zhao Yi's lips tilted up slightly, looking rather heartless. He turned back to Grandpa Zhao and continued, Grandpa, everything here is trying to push me into my grave. The support you mentioned to me seems a little unreliable. Grandpa Zhao glared angrily at the items on the coffee table, his chest beginning to heave. After a long while, he sternly shouted, Bring Zhu Yan and Zhu Qi here. The atmosphere was perfectly still. A hint of mockery flashed in Zhao Yi's eyes as he leaned back into the sofa. Footsteps approached slowly. Zhu Yan and Zhu Qi were brought down from the second floor by Li Shunde. The two stood before the coffee table and greeted their grandfather. Grandpa Zhu Hao suppressed his anger and said, "The two of you, explain these things on the table to me." As Grandpa Zhao spoke, Zhao Qi's face turned pale. Zhao Yan was much calmer than she was, her jaw clenched tight as she knelt upright. Zhu Yan's expression didn't change as she began to respond. "Grandpa, it's my fault. Over the past period, I and Yi were competing for a project. Because I failed against Yi twice before, Qinqi was worried and, secretly, Zhu Yan hesitated, seemingly admitting her mistake. But in reality, she was shifting the blame to Zhu Qi." Grandpa Zhao took a deep breath and asked, "So, you're saying Qi secretly did all of this?" Zhao Yan replied without hesitation. "Yes." Grandpa Zhao roared again in anger. "Then what about this recording?" Zhao Yan's expression changed slightly, forcing herself to lie. "Grandpa, Qi is my blood-related sister. Even though she did wrong, as her older brother, I must help her deal with the consequences." Zhao Yan was lying. Everyone present understood that. Grandpa Zhao stared at Zhao Yan for a moment, roughly half a minute later, before standing up, walking to his side, raising his hand, and slapping Zhao Yan hard across the face, scolding, "You bastard!" Zhu Yan gritted his teeth and said nothing. But Zhu Qi next to him was so frightened that she let out a scream. After Grandpa Zhu finished hitting Zhu Yan, he leaned on his crutch and glared at the terrified Zhu Qi, shouting, "You did these things! Do you feel sorry for your older brother?" Zhao Haoqi knelt down, terrified, and begged, "Grandpa, I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I didn't think that much. I just felt sorry for my brother. I was worried that if he lost again this time, the company's shareholders would look down on him." Grandpa Zhu looked down at the two people kneeling before him, then turned to look at Zhu Yi and asked, "What do you want to do?" Zhou Yi smiled coldly and said, "Great Aunt is getting old. If we punish both of them, I'm afraid she won't be able to bear it, so let's just choose one person to punish." He raised an eyebrow slightly and continued, "We're all family. If the punishment is too severe and it gets out, people will laugh at us. How about this? The person being punished will return to the countryside to guard Grandma's grave for 3 years, as a display of filial piety." Zhu Yi's punishment sounded like a joke. Zhu Qi was even secretly laughing in her heart. Grandma had passed away for more than 10 years, and now returning to guard the grave was, frankly speaking, just a formality. Grandpa Zhu thought that Zhu Yi was just pretending to be kind, originally only wanting to establish his authority in the Zhu family, so he went along with it, then let Qi go. "This matter is ultimately her fault," Zhu Yi said indifferently. "I agree." Seeing Zhao Yi acting reasonably, Grandpa Zhao softened his approach, patted him on the shoulder, and then announced, "The project that you're competing with your brother for, I've decided to have your brother withdraw." Zhao Yi smiled and politely replied, "Thank you, Grandpa." Grandpa Zhao said again, "We're all family. We should still live in harmony." Zhao Yi's tone was consistent and agreeable. "You're absolutely right." After Zhao Yi spoke, he walked up to Zhao Yan, reached out his hand towards him, and called out, "Brother!" Zhao Yan raised his head, looked at him, and extended his hand. "Thank you." Zhao Yi smirked as he hugged Zhao Yan, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "That recording was fake. Sun Zhen didn't betray you." Zhao Yan was shocked to hear this. Zhao Yi smugly continued, "Plan your next moves carefully. If you lose again after Qi leaves, you'll have to pay the price." After finishing his sentence, Zhou Yi stood up straight, a thin smile playing on his lips. The two men exchanged glances, sizing each other up. Zhou Yan, at this point, was seething, clenching his fists, trying his best to hold back. Zhao Yi gave a cold laugh, then tilted his head to look at old Master Xiao, suggesting, "Grandpa, the road back to the countryside is quite far. Why not let Qi go now? It's not safe to arrive too late." Old Master Xiao's face immediately turned pale, and he ordered, "Li Shunde, take Miss back to the countryside." Zhao Qi frowned and said, "Take me with this broken car. This car has been modified, and the back seat is very spacious. In addition to the seats, there is also a neatly rolled bamboo mat." Her face scrunched up uncomfortably as she said, "Li Shunde, it's so cold. Why are you putting up the curtains?" Zhuao Qi thought angrily and resentfully. "A tiger being bullied. Even that dog Li Shunde won't give me a good look. I don't need to wait for my parents and brother to rescue me." Zhou Qi kicked the mat and asked mockingly, "Li Shunde, it's so cold. Why do you have a bamboo mat in the car?" He locked the car door and drove slowly. After driving for a while, he replied, "That mat is used to wrap Yang Jiming. Second young master said you like seeing corpses that aren't completely dismembered, so he deliberately brought it along to ease your worries. Watch it for 20 minutes every now and then." After Li Shunde finished speaking, the atmosphere in the car was silent for a moment. Zhu Qi glanced at the mat in fear. She staggered to her feet, intending to jump out of the car. Li Shunde glanced indifferently at Zhao Qi through the rearview mirror. A few minutes later, Zhao Qi sat down in the seat with a pale face, trembling as she said, Li Shunde, stop the car for me, he replied calmly. Miss, the old master told me to take you back to the countryside. I wouldn't dare delay. Zhao Qi curled up in her seat, not daring to look at the mat. The more she tried to calm herself, the more she couldn't control the fear in her heart. 7 or 8 minutes later, Zhao Qi swallowed hard and said tremblingly, Liu Shunde, you're Zhao Yi's man. He replied with an unchanged expression. Miss, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Seeing Li Shunde so calm, Zhao Qi was furious. She leaned over and placed her hand on the back of Li Shunde's driver's seat, gnashing her teeth as she said, Li Shunde, you're really good at hiding. In the Zhao family, you don't seem to have any interactions with Zhao Yi, but you've secretly become his dog. He continued to drive calmly. Miss, I just saw Yang Jiming's corpse. You'll probably like it. Zhao Qi angrily clenched the hand she had placed behind the seat and said, I'll tell my mom. Li Shunde pressed a hidden device in the car. He slowly explained, I'm afraid you can't make calls. Second young master has installed a jammer in the car. When you arrive, try writing a letter. Around noon, Xiao Yi took Jiang Ying away from the main house of the Xiao family. After getting into the car, the anger was still evident in his eyes. Xiao Yi leaned lazily back in his seat, reaching up to loosen his tie. Jiang Ying watched Xiao Yi's actions, pondered for a moment, and said, After what happened today, your days may not be peaceful anymore. Hearing her words, he turned his head, the corner of his mouth lifting in a teasing smile. Are you scared? Are you afraid of suffering with me? Jiang Ying replied coldly. I'm not afraid. Zhao Yi grabbed Jiang Ying's hand, squeezed it tightly, and then brought it to his lips for a natural kiss. As long as Lu Man puts all her thoughts on me, she won't bother you. Jiang Ying's fingers, which were being kissed by Zhao Yi, twitched slightly. She looked up at him and asked, Are you doing this to protect me? Zhao Yi chuckled and said, Yeah, Zhao Yan suffered such a big defeat this time, he definitely won't give up easily. I'll probably be very busy for the next period of time. Seeing Jiang Ying silent, Zhao Yi paused, smiled, and changed the subject. Zhao Yan might contact you during this time. Jiang Ying replied calmly, Don't worry, I won't help him. She got out of the car first. Zhao Yi sat in the car and watched her leave. After seeing Jiang Ying into the elevator, Assistant Chen coughed a few times and said, CEO, Zhou, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. Zhou Yi replied lazily. Then don't say it. The atmosphere in the car suddenly froze for a moment. Assistant Chen was still unwilling, turned his head to look at Zhao Yi, and continued, CEO Zhao, I don't think you should have told Madam directly that you were doing this to protect her. Zhu Yi raised his eyebrows in question. Assistant Chen suggested, That's how it's done in idol dramas. If you used someone else to convey this to Madam, she would be more moved. After Assistant Chen finished speaking, Zhao Yi chuckled softly. The playboy looked down and lit a cigarette. Taking a deep breath, he leaned back and said softly, Chen Jie, there's love in the early years in places that can't see the light for too long. After finally seeing a glimmer of hope, how dare you hide or play games? I just hope to be more straightforward, more passionate. While Zhao Yi and Jiang Ying were in the living room, Aunt Xiang came in to report, Sir, Madam, the eldest young master has arrived. The two exchanged indifferent glances. Want to eat fruit? Jiang Ying replied coldly. A moment later, Zhu Yan walked in. Yi, I want to talk to you privately for a bit. Zhu Yan went straight to the point, but Zhu Yi didn't comply. Instead, he mocked, I'm used to seeing you gentle and refined. I'm really not used to you suddenly being so serious. Seeing that Zhao Yi had no intention of talking privately with him, Zhao Yan gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to reveal his emotions. Yi, I can't contact Chiki. Do you know why? Hearing this, Zhu Yi raised his eyebrows and replied with feigned surprise. Didn't Li Shunde take her back to the countryside? Zhu Yan angrily questioned. You really don't know, Zhu Yi teased, saying nonchalantly, What would I know? Zhao Yi was playing dumb with him. Zhao Yan realized this but couldn't call him out directly, so he regained his composure, put down his teacup. If I can't contact Chiki, I'll just have to report it to Grandpa. Zhao Yi laughed and leaned back on the sofa, asking, Are you threatening me? Zhao Yan looked at Zhao Yi for a moment and replied, You know you've always been biased against me. If you have a problem, just aim it at me. Zhao Yi suddenly smiled. Zhao Yan had thought that Zhao Yi would continue to argue with him, but Zhao Yi looked at him with mockery and said with many hidden meanings, You don't need to be impatient. You'll be next. Zhu Yan angrily grabbed Zhu Yi's tie. His face suddenly changed. You admit you did it? Zhao Yi smiled arrogantly and asked, Admit to what? Just as Zhu Yan's endurance had reached its limit and they were about to expose each other, the phone in his pocket rang. He took a deep breath, took out his mobile phone, and pressed the answer button. Before he could even speak, Old Master Zhao's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Where are you? Zhao Yan replied, At Yi's place, old Master Zhu said anxiously. You come back here immediately. Zhou Yan hesitated. But Grandpa, old Master Zhou said angrily, don't make me say it a second time. On the other side, Lu Man anxiously interjected, Liai Shunde just called and said that the young lady's phone is out of battery, and Qiki even called Grandpa. Zhao Huayan angrily snatched the phone and shouted, Didn't I tell you not to provoke her? Zhao Yi smirked, reminding him, Hey big bro, think before you act. Gotta have evidence, you know. Storming over here will only hurt our brotherly love. Zhao Yan, speechless with rage, spun around and stormed off. As soon as Zhao Yan left, Zhao Yi's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. A text from Li Shunde, second master. Everything's taken care of. Jiang Ying was in the shower. Xiao Yi changed into his pajamas and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, talking on the phone. He coldly asked, Does the old man suspect anything? Li Shunde replied, No sir. Zhao Yi curiously followed up, What about Zhou Qi? He blandly reported. Scared him so bad he was throwing up the whole way. Passed out after the call. Hearing Li Shunde's report, Zhao Yi sneered. He paused, then added, As you instructed, second master, I've replaced all the servants back home. No more info getting to the old house. Zhao Yi chuckled approvingly. Uncle Lai, I think I underestimate you more and more. After ending the call with Li Shunde, Zhao Yi walked over to a sofa. He picked up the wooden statue on the table and resumed carving. The wood carving was starting to take shape. The eyebrows and eyes were already carved. All that was left were some fine details. Jiang Ying dried her hair, paid no mind to what he was doing, and walked over to advise. Don't do anything illegal or taboo. He's not worth it. Zhao Yi mumbled in response. Suddenly, he looked up, gazing at her with infatuated eyes. Jiang Ying's nervousness was clear as day. Zhao Yi gripped the wood carving tighter, stood up, and approached her. Jiang Ying clutched her towel, trying to stay calm, and asked, Are you going to shower? The water's just right. Zhao Yi looked down at her. Due to the height difference, his head blocked all the light above her as he looked down. Jiang Ying lowered her head and said, I'm gonna go dry my hair. Zhao Yi's deep voice resonated as he creepily suggested, Ying Ying, I want to buy you an anklet with bells. Jiang Ying's heart skipped a beat. She looked up, bit her lip, and stepped backwards. Zhu Yi took one step forward at a time, until Jiang Ying's back was pressed against the wall with no escape. Zhao Yi chuckled. What are you running from? Jiang Ying's heart was pounding like a drum, she retorted. I'm not running, Zhao Yi teased with amusement. You're backed up against the wall, Yano. Until Jiang Ying regained her composure and looked up at him, Zhao Yi's thin lips curved upward. He looked serious, but his eyes held a hint of mischievousness. He asked suggestive questions again. Don't you like it? Feeling uneasy, Jiang Ying feigned calmness and questioned back. Do you like it a lot? Without the slightest hesitation, he responded, I do. After Zhao Yi spoke, he slipped his hand under the hem of Jiang Ying's shirt. He drew a little closer, continuing. The bells gotta be red, and the sound gotta be crisp. That way, it'll sound nice when they jingle. Then the two of them were having a little bit of fun. After it was over, Jiang Ying laid on the bed lamenting about her sore waist. She weakly told him. Thirsty, Zhu Yi caringly brought water to her side. He smiled as he watched her drink, confusing Jiang Ying, who asked, What are you smiling about? Zhou Yi caressed her chin and said affectionately, I like you like this. As he spoke, he lightly kissed her forehead. When I was 18, I had a dream. You were in it. It freaked me out. Then those desires just couldn't be contained. Zhu Yi suddenly felt extremely proud. My possessiveness over you isn't something I learned. Actually, I've done it countless times in my dreams. She curiously asked. You had a crush on me for 10 years. Zhao Yi dominantly flipped her over. Not just 10 years, I just don't dare say too much. Afraid you'll get annoyed. It was late at night. The atmosphere became quiet. Jiang Ying gazed at him sleeping and thought to herself. Back then, Zhao Yi was like an abstinent monk. Even an accidental touch would make him shy away. While Jiang Ying was deep in thought, Zhao Yi suddenly opened his eyes. She immediately felt startled, as if she had just been caught doing something naughty. He put his hand on her, asking with concern. You're not asleep yet, Jiang Ying coldly replied. I was just about to. Zhao Yi hugged her and whispered. Thinking about the evidence from the previous time, huh? His words made her blush, but she denied it. No. He gently kissed her forehead, saying smugly, You won't remember it. I hid it very well. But if you want to hear, I can tell you. The next morning, Zhu Yi and Bei Yao were talking in the office. Bei Yao said irritably, Zhao Yan is really starving. He snatched the public welfare project from you. Wasn't it a loss? He gleefully revealed. Recently, he contacted the company I'm setting up, placing an order for 200 million. I'm afraid he's using up all his money. Hearing this, Zhao Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Don't rush to close the net. His money is running out. But he still has Lu Man. Seeing this, Bei Yao exclaimed in horror. Zhao you're so ruthless. Zhao Yi angrily retorted. if he didn't still have a chance to pursue my wife, things wouldn't be this bad. Bei Yao took the opportunity to tease him. If you can't beat them, join them, cooked rice is cooked, have a Zhao Yi or a little Ying Ying. Maybe Ying Ying will soften her heart and let you officially join the family. Because, in theory, children can't be without a mother. Zhao Yi lowered his head and refused. I can't bear to make things difficult for her. At this moment, Jiang Ying happened to bring fruit to his office. When she reached the door, she heard Bei Yao's voice. Zhao Er, aren't you interesting? Her hand curiously paused at the door, eavesdropping. Bei Yao's next words made Jiang Ying jump. Diligently working to give Ying Ying pocket money when we were in school was really a failure. The important thing now is that you can't bear to let Ying Ying know. Bei Yao opened a can of beer and took a sip. He sighed. I really don't understand. Young Master Zhu, you've gone from a secret crush to an open love. Why don't you tell her? Zhao Yi glanced at him and teased. Did you tear your pants today? Bei Yao didn't understand and paused, his eyes wide in surprise and anger. He stood there bewildered, so bored it hurt his balls. Jiang Ying stood outside, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Was the pocket money I had back then given to me by Zhu Yi? She recalled that time. In university, I and Zhu Yi seemed to have no interaction at all. When we met, we didn't even greet each other. One day, she shyly went to find Zhu Yan. Jiang Ying took out a stack of money and handed it to him. Did you put this in my school bag? At first, Zhu Yan's eyes were a little surprised, but in a moment he regained his composure. He smirked, then he claimed it was his money, and was considerate and thoughtful to Jiang Ying. Girls should take good care of themselves. Returning to reality, she felt quite guilty. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Suddenly, the door of Zhao Yi's office clicked open. Bei Yao and he stepped outside, and both were startled to see Jiang Ying standing at the door. Zhao Yi broke out in a cold sweat and asked with some concern, have you been here long? Bei Yao didn't want to be a third wheel, and quickly skedaddled. You guys are busy, I'm off. Entering the room, Jiang Ying said anxiously, I know everything. Putting the fruit plate on the table, Zhao Yi coldly replied, yeah. Then he knelt down beside her, comforting her. Don't feel any pressure. His next words made Jiang Ying's eyes widen in shock. I never wanted you to know about this. She was so moved that her eyes welled up with tears. Zhu Yi walked over to a cabinet and pulled open a drawer. Then he took out a meticulously carved wooden statue of her. Jiang Ying was once again surprised to see it. Zhou Yi asked softly, I give you my heart. Do you want it? Her eyelids suddenly drooped. She remained silent for a long time without answering. Zhao Yi asked worriedly, did I not carve it well? She stared at the wooden statue. Then she stared at him. How long have you liked me? Zhao Yi said each word with steadfast eyes. 11 years, 3 months, and 7 days. Jiang Ying asked, puzzled. Why do you like me? Zhou Yi couldn't fully explain it either. He slowly explained. There's never a love without a reason in this world. Some people are after money, some after beauty. Then what about me? When Zhao Yi asked about herself, Jiang Ying nervously tightened her grip on the wooden statue in her hand. Seeing that she didn't answer, he continued. I'm pursuing my light. Jiang Ying was startled. Light? Zhao Yi anxiously took her hand and touched it to his face. What to do? I don't want to talk about the past at all. I'm afraid you'll be moved, and I'm afraid you won't be moved. He hugged her. Seeking some warmth, Jiang Ying softly said, Zhao Yi, I'm sorry. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her hand. Jiang Ying fell into Zhao Yi's arms. He kept asking, are you sorry for accepting my money but not thanking me? Or are you sorry that I've loved you for so long but you can't give me an answer? The atmosphere became romantically ambiguous, Zhao Yi murmured. So don't say sorry. It's all my own free will. Zhao Yi caressed her in his palm. He reluctantly said, I prepared 10,000 ways to get close to you, but there's no way to bring up the past. I don't want my goodness to you to become your burden. Jiang Ying hugged him tightly. This time she was completely willing. Tears welled up in her eyes with emotion. Zhou Yi lovingly coaxed her. Good girl. He started teasing her, half-jokingly. Don't be touched by small details. Men these days are full of tricks. Jiang Ying wiped away her tears and calmly sat up. She asked him, what about you then? Zhu Yi confidently replied, I'm not a man these days. I'm a man who grew up with you. Then, he turned and took her hand. Also, wife, don't ever feel indebted. It's all my own free will. Two infatuated pairs of eyes looked at each other. Zhu Yi tearfully confessed, being loved gives you a place to belong. Otherwise, what's the point of this love? The next day, at Zhao Yi's massive villa, Jiang Ying was sitting down to eat when he suddenly approached, a perverted look on his face, asking, did it feel good last night? He grabbed her hand, still covered in pastry crumbs. Then, sticking out his wicked tongue, Zhu Yi licked up the crumbs, smirking, hurry and praise me. Jiang Ying coldly replied, get lost 3 leagues under the sea. Zhao Yi pulled up a chair next to her. He sighed. Not bad. I remember you used to say 1 league. Suddenly, Zhao Yi's phone on the table vibrated. He quickly answered, his voice tense. Lao Qin. The other end urgently reported, one of your men betrayed you. I've already cleaned house for you. Hearing this, Zhao Yi coldly responded. Oh, clean it up, Lao Qin questioned. You're not going to ask who it was? Aren't you worried about someone stabbing you in the back? Zhao Yi grinned. Of course I'm worried. Anywhere else is fine. He glanced at Jiang Ying with a sly look. But what if they stab my shoulder? Lao Qin understood and sighed. True, your love life depends on those shoulders now. Getting serious? I just sent the guy to your place. Just then, Aunt Zhang called from outside. We have a guest. A well-dressed and cool-looking man entered, followed by several men in black escorting someone. It turned out to be Feng Hengshuan, the CFO of Xiao Corporation, beaten to a pulp. He must be the traitor Lao Qin mentioned, Zhao Yi said seriously to Jiang Ying. Go back to your room and rest. Without a word, she instructed Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, keep Auntie in the room, help me buy a cup of coffee. Feng Hengshuan, his face bruised, painfully looked up and called out. Director Jiang. Zhao Yi and his wife were both surprised. He's still alive. Aunt Zhang brought over the coffee, saying, Madam, it's a little hot. Should I put it on the table for you to wait for it to cool? Jiang Ying indifferently replied. It's fine. Zhu Yi took the opportunity to turn to Aunt Zhang. He took the cup of coffee and blew on it to cool it down for her. Zhao Yi thoughtfully brought it to Jiang Ying, saying, No spit. Jiang Ying was stunned by his doting gesture. The two exchanged loving glances, all lovey-dovey. Feng Hengshuan then spoke up to explain, Director Jiang, I'm innocent. I don't know what's happening. Instead of repenting, he kept begging Jiang Ying, for the sake of our being colleagues, please help me plead with President Zhu Zhu. Zhu Yi glared at him, scaring him into covering his mouth. He glanced at Xiao Zhu in front of him and asked, Do you think it's better to kill him or make him mute? Xiao Zhu thought carefully and shook his head. Neither. Killing him would dirty the ground. Making him mute means you can't make him spill the beans about who's behind it if you really get angry. Then, I'll break his other leg for you. Zhao Yi was pleased and immediately agreed. Deal. Feng Hengshuan's face darkened, and he trembled all over. Suddenly, Jiang Ying spoke up. Xiao Zhu, hand him over to Qin Lu to take him back. Hearing this, Xiao Zhu glanced at Zhao Yi. With sparkling eyes, he grabbed his wife's hand and said, Take him back. I listened to my wife. Jiang Ying coldly turned and went upstairs, and he followed closely behind. He turned back to glance at his subordinates and ordered, Drag him away. Jiang Ying, sitting on the bed, said worriedly, Feng Hengshuan outside is from Grandpa Zhu's side, but he's probably a spy that Lu Man planted next to him. If something happens to him at the Shui Tianhua Manor, he won't be able to get away from it. Zhao Yi roughly pushed her onto the bed, surprising her with his actions. He pressed close to her and asked, You're doing this for my own good. Zhu Yi couldn't help but pull her shirt up high, revealing her fair waist. Her face flushed red as she reasoned with him. It comes from rational thinking. Zhao Yi smirked when he heard that. At the climax, Jiang Ying's phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Zhao Yan. Ying, wanna grab a coffee? In a luxurious cafe, Zhao Yan had been waiting there early. Jiang Ying also changed into a neat outfit to meet him. She went straight to the point. Deji, what's up with you looking for me today? From his office, Zhu Yi looked down at the two of them talking. Assistant Chen, standing beside him, quickly smoothed things over. Zhao Zong, I don't think the madam going on a date proves anything. He happily stated his guess. After all, no matter what, the madam has to call him Dage. If she refuses to, obviously, Zhu Yan will be suspicious. Zhu Yi fidgeted restlessly, playing with a lighter. He praised his assistant. You understand the madam's intentions. Hearing this, Assistant Chen became a little worried, sensing someone was jealous. He immediately knelt down to massage Xiao Yi's legs and fawn. Well, isn't it because I understand you so well? Zhao Yi suddenly asked. Do you think the madam likes me a little bit now? Assistant Chen excitedly chimed in. I knew it a long time ago. It seems like it's more than just a little bit. At this moment, on Jiang Ying's side, the date was extremely awkward. Yu Yan pushed the cake towards her. He said caringly, I remember you used to like this. Try the taste. Suddenly, Jiang Ying recalled his pretentious face when he stole other people's credit. I paid the money. Girls have to be good to themselves. While she was lost in thought, Zhou Yan continued, Is it so hard to ask you out for coffee now? She replied coldly. Dage, it's working hours now. I squeezed out the time to come. The phone on the table rang, notifying her of a new message. Jiang Ying opened it without hesitation. It was from Zhao Yi, and he teased, Is the coffee good? Bring me a cup later. Zhao Yan reached out to grab Jiang Ying's hand. Ying, how have you and Yi been lately? She quickly pulled her hand back and said, Other than him being a little clingy sometimes, it's been fine. Zhao Yan angrily withdrew his hand. She continued, Dage, are you sure there's nothing else you wanted to talk about today? He replied worriedly, Do you know Feng Hengshuan? Something happened to him. Jiang Ying also pretended that she had just heard about it and said, Yeah, I heard that General Manager Feng leaked company secrets and was fired. Not only was he fired, but he also disappeared. Zhu Yan began to reveal some issues from the family. Ying, where family, I won't beat around the bush with you. Feng Hingshuan was arranged by Grandpa at Zhu's media company. Now that he's mysteriously missing, Grandpa's side probably won't be easy to talk to. She slowly picked up her coffee and sipped it, then gave him advice. An old employee went missing. All Zihao's can do is cooperate with the investigation. Zhu Yan continued. Actually, I suspect Zhu Yi. Jiang Ying didn't waver and replied. Yi is upright and serious. Moreover, the other party was planted by Grandpa. I believe he wouldn't do anything unnecessary. I've finished my coffee. I have to go back to work. As she spoke, she quickly went to the counter to pay. Zhou Yan came from behind and said, Ying, I've already paid. Jiang Ying turned around and said, I'm buying coffee for Zhao Yi. On a beautiful morning at Zushi Media, Jiang Ying handed a stack of documents to Zhao Yi, saying, This is the project plan for the public welfare project next March. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. She stared at him intently. Zhao Yi leisurely picked up his coffee and took a sip. She suddenly asked, Is the coffee good? Suddenly, Zhao Yi grabbed her hand and pulled her close without a word. Jiang Ying fell into his arms in a very ambiguous position. Zhao Yi looked at her and said, teasingly, The coffee is very good. Seeing his unbridled behavior, she frowned and reminded him, Zhou Yi, this is the company. Her slender legs seemed to touch something hard between his legs. She blushed with embarrassment and said uncomfortably, Zhao Yi, shouldn't you restrain yourself a little? Making me love you but unable to get you, restless and uneasy. Hearing this, his face became even more charming as he replied, I'm afraid you'll get tired from standing for too long. Continue talking about the public welfare project. Jiang Ying couldn't stand it anymore and said bluntly, You should restrain yourself a little. That thing of yours is already touching me. Zhao Yi leaned closer to her face without hesitation and whispered, Be a little innocent. I just want to talk to you privately. In an extremely awkward atmosphere, the phone suddenly rang. It was Qin Chu calling. Zhao Yi quickly answered the phone. The other end said anxiously, Yi, come over here for a bit. Zhou Yan has come to my place. Hearing this, Jiang Ying asked curiously, Are you planning to take off his mask? Zhao Yi put his arm around her waist and replied softly, Not yet. I haven't had enough fun yet. She quickly reminded him. Then don't bite off more than you can chew, he replied indulgently. I'll listen to you in everything. Hearing this, Jiang Ying was speechless. You're not listening to me, but you've already planned everything from the beginning, right? Zhou Yi shamelessly said coquettishly. This is called harmony between husband and wife. He looked at her with affectionate and sincere eyes. If we ever disagree, I will definitely prioritize your opinion. Very quickly, Zhao Yi arrived at the meeting point. The person inside anxiously reported, General Manager Zhao, Zhao Yan, and Li Shunde are inside. He stared at the group of people in front of him and asked directly, Where is Feng Hongxian being held? Qin Chu replied, In the basement of the backyard. Jiang Ying turned to look at him worriedly and said, You want to go to the backyard? If you go, I'll help you cover for Xiao Yan. Zhao Yi squeezed her arm tightly and replied happily, You understand me so well. Jiang Ying remained cold and replied, I can help you stall for an hour at most. His eyes were full of cunning as he leaned close to Jiang Ying's ear and reassured her. Don't worry, Li Shunde is one of us, she said. Without any surprise, I had already guessed that. Zhao Yi became even more pleased as he listened. He praised, Wife, you're so smart I can't help but love you. After speaking, the two went in different directions, each doing their own thing, and began to implement their plan. Inside a room, a person asked impatiently, Lawyer Qin, don't make things difficult for me. Grandpa is still waiting for me to complete the task. Zhao Yan sat opposite Qin Chu. He asked without hesitation, Is Feng Hongxian with you? Give me a clear answer. Qin Chu slowly replied, If I say he's not here, will General Manager Zhao believe me? Zhao Yan was suspicious. He didn't believe it, and asked again. But someone saw Lawyer Qin bringing someone home with their own eyes. In his barrage of questions, Qin Chu remained silent. Just then, the sound of Jiang Ying's footsteps came from afar. Someone quickly reported, Lawyer Qin, Mrs. Hyo is looking for you. Jiang Ying pretended to speak. Am I here at the wrong time? Seeing this, Zhao Yan asked curiously, Ying, do you need Lawyer Qin for something? She skillfully explained. Yes, it's for the matter of an artist in the company. But Zhao Yan was not easily dismissed. He calmly suggested, Lawyer Qin is an outstanding person in the industry. I have long wanted to meet him to learn about his talent. Since I have the opportunity today, you two can talk, and I'll just sit and listen. Jiang Ying slowly replied. Then I hope eldest brother will keep the conversation between me and Lawyer Qin a secret. At this time, in another room, Zhao Yi's voice rang out. Lao Feng, how many years have you been with me? Feng Hongxian trembled and replied, 3 years. Zhu Yi put his hands in his pockets with a cold face and said sarcastically to the other party, It's been 3 years. Even if I raised a dog, it should know how to distinguish its owner and wag its tail at me. Feng Hongxian, with a swollen face, begged pitifully, General Manager Zhuao, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I was deceived, but I never thought of betraying you. Ignoring his explanation, Zhao Yi kicked him hard to the ground and yelled, Do you know what kind of people I hate the most? He angrily gritted his teeth and continued, It's people like you. You have no backbone. You're scared and helpless when something happens, but you still try to do sneaky things behind my back. Zhao Yi leaned close to his face, smirked, grabbed his hair, and threatened, Want to live? I'll give you a chance. Later I'll have someone take you back to Chuxi Media. Tell Zhao Huayan that Zhao Yan kidnapped you during this time, with the goal of becoming his spy in Chuxi Media. Feng Hengshuan trembled and immediately agreed without hesitation. Okay, CEO Zhuao, I agree. Zhuao Yi's eyes sharpened as he reminded him, You better not pull any more tricks. Hearing this, he nodded repeatedly. Wouldn't dare, wouldn't dare. After Feng Hengshuan was dragged out by the men in black, Zhao Yi instructed the person next to him. After he steps out of Zhao Huayan's office, no need to monitor him anymore. The person asked in confusion, Just let him go like that. Zhao Yi tilted his head and replied with a meaningful tone. Let's hope he has enough lives. After finishing the work here, Zhao Yi went to Jiangying. Li Shunde saw him enter and respectfully greeted. Second young master, Zhou Yi, pretended to walk by casually and said, Uncle Lai, big brother, you're here too. Hearing this, Zhu Yan broke out in a cold sweat and awkwardly asked, Why is Ah Yi here too? He walked over, put his arm around Jiang Ying's shoulder, and replied affectionately, Of course, it's to pick up my wife and take her home. Zhu Xiaoyi asked caringly. Finish talking, let's go home, okay? Jiang Ying also cooperated with him and softly replied, Okay. Then the two quickly walked away, arm in arm. Zhu Yi didn't forget to turn around and say, We'll go first. You guys take care of your own business. Qin Chu regained his confidence and said to Zhao Yan, CEO Zhao Yao, If you really don't trust me, you can send someone to search my place. I have nothing private. You can search as you please. Hearing this, his face darkened as he replied, Lawyer Qin is joking. Qin Chu took the opportunity to continue. It's good if CEO Xiao trusts me. I have some things to do later, so I can't keep CEO Xiao for dinner. Faced with Qin Chu's subtle eviction, Xiao Yan was speechless. Outside, Zhu Yan was still clueless and asked Li Shunde, Uncle Li, did you see Ah Yi come in from somewhere just now? He bluntly replied, Didn't see him. Zhao Yan paused, his eyes full of suspicion as he said, I feel like A Yi is around here but not showing himself. Li Shunde remained respectful, his face unchanged as he said, Big young master, I've always been following you, so I really don't know about second young master's movements. Suddenly, the phone in Zhao Yan's pocket rang. It was Zhao Huayan calling. He quickly answered the phone. The other side went straight to the point angrily and asked, Xiao Yan, are you so impatient that you can't wait to take my position? He gritted his teeth and continued, Feng Hengshuan just stepped out of my office. Ah Yan, I really underestimated you before. Kidnapping senior executives, breaking their legs, and forcing them to do things for you. Your methods are really an eye-opener. Hearing these words, Zhu Yan's steps faltered. He remained silent, realizing that there was a huge conspiracy behind it. Ending the call, he hurriedly dialed another number. When the other side answered, Zhu Yan said anxiously, Mom, Feng Hengshuan betrayed us. He just came out of Dad's office. Hearing this, Lu Meng's eyes sharpened as she tried to remain calm and replied, I know. Zhao Yi and Jiang Ying had already returned home. She was taking off her shoes while he stood there observing her every little action. When she stood on tiptoe, revealing her sexy and fair waist, Zhou Yi was so fascinated that he couldn't take his eyes off her. He gently put his hand in his pocket and took something out. Zhao Yi slightly adjusted the remote and exclaimed, Not for women. Then he stepped closer, put his arms around her waist and whispered, I'm afraid of dirtying your ears. Jiang Ying coldly broke away from his embrace and said, Go take care of your own business. I'm going to call Kuaji and see if she's coming back. As soon as she finished speaking, she went straight into the room, leaving him standing there alone, feeling regretful. Suddenly, he heard a phone call. With no surprise on his face, he asked the other end of the line, Feng Hengshuan is dead. At this moment in the hospital, the atmosphere became eerily silent. Feng Huangshuan's pathetic corpse lay on the bed, and someone kept praising, Lumon's skills are truly high, creating an airtight alibi in 1 hour. Zhao Yi retorted upon hearing this. Her skills aren't bad, but her IQ isn't high enough, he analyzed calmly. The more it is now, the less Feng Huangshuan can die. His death would prove that Zhao Yan was behind this. He glanced at Qin Chu and continued. All Zhu Huayan cares about in this life is power. Zhu Yan threatened the company's upper echelons, triggering his berserk button. Hearing this, Qin Chu seemed to have realized the truth, and said, This is going to be good. Zhou Yi instructed, Lao Qin, there's one more thing. I want one of your people. Qin Chu agreed without hesitation. Sure, Xiao Ju will pack up and follow Zhao Yi home in a bit. Xiao Ju obediently carried out the order. Yes, sir. The two quickly returned to Zhao Yi's luxurious villa. Outside, rapid knocks echoed on the door. President Zhao Yi, eyes glued to the book in his hand, coldly ordered, "He's here, come in." Someone, identity unknown, was thrown into the room. Xiao Ju, holding a camera, reported, "President Zhao." This person was lurking outside the villa. "I suspect he's a corporate spy." The man trembled as he knelt on the ground and begged, "Spare me, don't hit me anymore, I'm just a reporter." Zhao Yi picked up the camera to examine it. He calmly praised, "Not bad photography." Then he waved his hand and ordered, "Let him go?" Xiao Ju felt puzzled and asked, "President Zhao, just let him go like that. Should we beat him up a bit more? To teach him a lesson?" Zhu Yi put the camera down and stood up straight. He angrily reminded, "Zhao Ju, I'm a legitimate businessman. Try to make sure things like this happen less often in the future, especially in front of the madam. Don't go around beating and killing people at the drop of a hat. Don't sully her eyes." Zhao Ju was frightened and nodded obediently without saying more. "Yes, sir." Xiao Ju grabbed the reporter's hair and dragged him away. Jiao Yi turned his back and sighed. No wonder Lao Qin agreed so readily. Turns out he was a big problem. At this moment, Jiang Ying was leisurely sitting on the sofa, looking at work. Zhao Yi walked in with a stack of photos and said, "Zhao Ju caught a reporter outside the villa just now." He moved closer to her and offered, "I deleted the photos in the camera already. Can I put this in your study?" In his hand was a picture of the two of them being intimate, looking very beautiful and well-matched. Seeing that she didn't answer, Jiang Yi sat down, his tone a little sad, and continued, "If you don't want to, it's fine, I was just saying." But Jiang Ying looked at him and whispered a few words. "That cabinet is broken." Hearing this, Zhao Yi became happy again. "My colleagues at the company will see it." "Are you okay with that?" Jiang Ying gently asked back. "Are you okay with that?" He rubbed against her shoulder and said tenderly, "I couldn't wish for more." Her face suddenly flushed red, and her heart pounded wildly. She panicked and thought to herself, "Looks like I need to go to Yuzhang soon." Zhao Yi's eyes drooped, and he gently asked her with a bit of sadness in his voice, "Ying Ying, why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Is it because I've secretly loved you for so many years that you pity me?" The atmosphere became awkward, and Jiang Ying remained silent, not answering him. Zhao Yi raised his head and stared at her, whispering, "Don't worry." With that, he placed a passionate kiss on her lips. Jiang Ying happily accepted it without the slightest resistance. Emboldened, he pinned her to the sofa and emphasized again, "Ying Ying, don't worry." Zhao Yi said with full sincerity, "Even if you only pity me, I still need that." Jiang Ying's face flushed red as she let Zhao Yi do as he pleased. Her mind was filled with jumbled thoughts. She didn't know if she pitied him or genuinely liked him. She wasn't sure anymore. She recalled the times she went to see the doctor. She had asked, "Dr. Jung, can someone like me have a normal relationship?" This was her psychological consultant, Yu Zheng. He didn't answer but asked, "Does the person named Zhu Yi in your phone treat you well? So well that you want to try taking a step you've been unwilling to take for so many years?" Jiang Ying's mind was filled with familiar images of Zhao Yi. She pursed her lips and admitted frankly, "That's right." Jiang Ying tightened her grip on the glass. She couldn't determine if her feelings for Zhao Yi were more love, guilt, or some other emotion. She frowned, her face clearly showing worry, but her eyes flashed with determination as she thought to herself, "But the only thing I'm sure of is that if I have to love someone in this world, it must be Zhao Yi." When this answer appeared in her mind, Jiang Ying was stunned, and then she smiled slightly. Yu Zheng could see all the changes on Jiang Ying's face. The pen fell on the medical record, creating a scratch. The clinic was silent for a few minutes. Yu Zheng spoke again. "Jiang Ying, from a doctor's perspective, I hope you can love, marry, and have children normally." At this point, he stared at her and continued, "But from a friend's perspective, I'm a little worried," he slowly analyzed. "You've done a lot of treatments for many years, but you know the results. I'm worried that no matter how hard you try, it will be useless." Jiang Ying smiled slightly and replied, "I won't be satisfied if I give up without trying." After speaking, she paused for a moment, her face showing determination, and suggested, "I want to try physical therapy and desensitization therapy again." Yu Zheng was stunned for a few seconds. He quickly closed the book in his hand. He seriously reminded her, "You've tried both of these methods before. Physical therapy has 2 obvious side effects for you." Speaking of this, Yu Zheng's voice suddenly dropped. "As for desensitization therapy, an unpleasant memory of yours reappears. When she was young, Jiang Ying suffered extremely painful abuse from her mother. She often kicked her under her feet, constantly scolding, 'Why don't you die?' But after each time, her mother would regret it, hug her, and say, 'I'm sorry, I'll control myself. I won't do it again next time. It's all your father's fault.'" Yu Zheng adjusted his glasses and stood up abruptly. He honestly didn't want her to use this method. Desensitization therapy has reproduced the most terrifying scenes deep in her memory, from shallow to deep, adapting step by step To be honest, that's too cruel to her. Yu Jiang looked at Jiang Ying, his voice calm but full of sincerity. Jiang Ying, go home and think about it. Then he reached out to see her out. Jiang Ying stood up straight, her eyes firm and unwavering. Her voice rang out, deep but full of strength. It's okay, he's already taken 99 steps towards me. I want to try to take the last step for him. Then she quickly left Yu Zhang's psychological clinic. The nurse who greeted Jiang Ying walked in, took the medical record to Yu Zhang, lowered her voice and asked softly, "Does Miss Jiang have someone she likes?" Yu Zhang replied with many implications. "That's right, I thought she would never like a man in her life." The nurse lowered her head, her cheeks flushed unconsciously, her voice hesitant but still unable to hide her curiosity. "The person Miss Jiang likes must be a very talented person, right? It must be someone special to make someone as outstanding as her care." But the smile on the nurse's face suddenly disappeared, her eyes stunned as if she had seen something terrifying. Yu Zhang heard the nurse's words, lowered his eyes to look at her, took off his glasses and wiped them, and slowly said, "Go through the resignation procedures. You don't need to come back tomorrow." She was stunned, confused, and didn't understand what was going on, Dr. Yu I. But he didn't answer, coldly strode away with a gentle expression. On this side, when Jiang Ying had just arrived at the parking space, her phone rang with a notification of an incoming call. Jiang Ying quickly answered the phone. Before she could speak, Quan Xi's urgent and slightly worried voice rang out from the other end of the line. "Ying Ying, come to the Wanhai Hotel, hurry up!" Her friend's voice urged, as if every second was urgent, making Jiang Ying's heart suddenly tense. Kuei Shi's voice was so frightened that it was intermittent. "Ying Ying, something big has happened to Chengbo." That sentence was like a bomb exploding in her head. She tightened her grip on the phone, and a feeling of unease spread throughout her body. At this time, in front of the lobby of the Wanhai Hotel, outside, reporters crowded each other, flashes of light flashed non-stop, and noisy noises rang out everywhere. Did Chengbo really have indecent assault and harassment of the actress? If he doesn't have that intention in his heart, then say a clear sentence. Let us in. We need the truth. The continuous, sharp questions, like knives swirling in the tense air, they tried to get past the strict protection, and hurriedly pointed the microphone towards the hotel door. Jiang Ying walked out of the office building. Quan Xi's car was parked opposite. Jiang Ying walked over, opened the door in the passenger seat, leaned into the car, and asked in doubt, "What's going on?" Kuei Ji frowned and explained. Last night, their crew held a wrap-up celebration party. The famous director Zhao Han touched a new actress. Cheng Bo saw that he was upset, so he beat him. Jiang Ying raised her eyebrows after hearing this, and was also helpless with Cheng Bo's hot temper. Kuei Ji paused for a while and then continued angrily. Because the news was suppressed by that director Zhao, the information was not buzzing. Suddenly, this morning, the little actress suddenly posted on Weibo, crying and complaining that she was molested by the male actor in the crew, alluding to Cheng Bo doing it. Jiang Ying was silent after hearing this. The story of the farmer and the snake has been around for thousands of years. You protect people from the storm, and people secretly push you to the forefront. Kuei Ji worriedly turned her head to look at Jiang Ying and said, "The management company gave up Cheng Bo because they didn't want to offend the famous director. If you don't help, his future will be ruined." She replied honestly, "This is not difficult, but I'm not the public relations side of his company. I'm afraid someone will make a big deal out of this. Let's go in from the back door." The two quickly went inside. At this time, in a closed room, Jiang Ying and Quan Ji had just arrived at the door of the room when they heard the manager trying to persuade Cheng Bo in the room. "Just admit your mistake. I don't require you to admit that you touched her. You just need to say that you were just joking a little bit. I didn't expect to be misunderstood." Cheng Bo is a straightforward person, and always adheres to principles. Black is black and white is white. It is more uncomfortable for him to reverse black and white, to have to grit his teeth and be splashed with dirty water than to leave the entertainment industry. He roared and refused. "Why should I admit my mistake? I'm not at fault." The manager was speechless in the face of what Cheng Bo said, and sighed. "Unless one day you are better than Director Zhao, otherwise you will have to grit your teeth and swallow it." He continued to use the crippled reasoning and said, "Then what do you think we should do? It is clear that the other party is splashing dirty water on you, but we can't do anything." All the sounds inside were heard by Jiang Ying outside without missing a word. The conversation in the room suddenly stopped. Quan Ji stood in the corridor very angrily and slammed the door loudly. "Open the door! What the hell is this nonsense? I won't let my good brother have to admit this nonsense mistake." Jiang Ying stood behind with a calm expression and agreed. His agent is not wrong, that's the reality. Her eyes suddenly frowned, full of determination. "But Quan Ji and I will not let them press Cheng Bo's head to admit the mistake." In the luxurious and splendid Wanhao Hotel, Jiang Ying sat across from Cheng Bo and his manager, calmly saying, "I've understood the situation now." She thought for a moment, and made a decision. "I'll figure out a way to help you guys, but you have to deal with it yourselves. I can't be the one to step up." The manager was about to ask Jiang Ying for a solution. But Chang Bu, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly turned pale, frowning as he stared at his phone screen. He exclaimed anxiously, "This is bad. The other side has revealed that my girlfriend is Yingying, Jianying. A disaster fell from the sky. Sitting still, she got hit by a stray bullet. They even said that Yingying will definitely step in to help me resolve this." Changbo finished speaking, and the room suddenly fell silent for a moment. He lowered his head and said with a self-reproachful tone, "I've implicated you. I shouldn't have saved this white-eyed wolf." But Jianying wasn't surprised or annoyed at all. She calmly replied, "Looks like I don't need to hide behind the scenes anymore." After she spoke, she looked at Changbo and instructed, "Now text the other party. Send everything you want to curse at them." Changbo raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. "I can curse." Jiang Ying nodded slightly. Yep. He was given the green light and immediately wrote a ton of messages and sent them. "You stupid and evil white-eyed wolf. You heartless thing. I hate you." He vented all the anger in his heart. The messages were sent, and it was still very quiet. Jiang Ying and the others waited for a response from her. About half a minute later, the chat interface between Changbo and the other party showed that they were typing. More than a minute passed, and there was still no movement. Changbo raised his head and told Jiang Ying the other side's reaction. She guessed. A newbie wouldn't be this calm. Jiang Ying frowned and decisively said, "It's very likely there's an agent beside her. She's being controlled. Even if you curse, she won't wake up. Then we don't need to hold back on her anymore." After Jiang Ying finished speaking, she turned to look at Changbo's manager, about to ask something else. When the phone in her pocket suddenly rang, Jiang Ying reached for her phone, and after seeing the incoming call reminder from Zhu Yi, she paused, answered the call, and walked towards the bedroom in the hotel room. "I'm listening," Zhu Qiuyi's deep voice said. "I saw the news about the scandal between you and Changbo." Jiang Ying's temple twitched, and she pursed her lips and said, "It's fake," Zhao Yi murmured on the other end of the line. "I know. He cried a river to her. Lao Bei Yao just called and laughed at me." Jiang Ying was silent, because she knew very well what Bei Yao had called and laughed at Zhu Yi about. Jiang Ying didn't feel any guilt. The relationship between her and Changbo was known to both Jiao Yi and Bei Yao. Just hearing his aggrieved tone, she suddenly felt an inexplicable discomfort in her chest. After a few minutes of silence between them, she took the initiative to suggest, "How about I post an explanation first?" His still said in an aggrieved voice, "Even if you explain now, no one will believe you. The entertainment industry is like this. No one knows what's right or wrong, true or false. Sometimes you tell the truth, but people think you're lying." Seeing that Jiang Ying was still silent, Jiao Yi said over the phone, "Wife, I finally understand how you felt when you helped me resolve those scandals." Hearing him say that, her heart suddenly tightened. To be honest, when she helped him resolve scandals, she really didn't have any major issues in her heart. Jiao Yi finished speaking, paused for a few seconds, and when he spoke again, his voice was a little hoarse. "Wife, can I ask you for a favor?" Jiang Ying pursed her lips tightly and asked. "What is it?" he said on the phone in a seductive voice. "Let's go public, okay?" After he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. A few minutes later, he laughed heartily. Then he said to Jiang Ying in a teasing tone, "I was just kidding. Did I scare you?" Before Zhao Yi could finish speaking, she curled her lips and interrupted. "Okay." This time, the silence between them lasted longer than before. The two of them didn't say anything over the phone, but could only hear each other's breathing. A moment later, Zhao Yi said in a hoarse voice, "Wife, if you don't want to, we won't go public." She pursed her lips slightly and asked back, "Going public would make you very happy, right?" Zhao Yi replied without hesitation, "Very happy." Hearing this, Jiang Ying emphasized her intention again. "Then let's go public." He paused for a moment and said in a joyful voice, "Wife, you're so good." Jiang Ying's cheeks flushed red as she tried to maintain her composure and replied, "I'll share it. After you announce it, I'm going to handle Changbo's matter now." But on the other side, his sweet voice instructed, "You don't need to share it. As for Changbo's matter, I'll take care of it." Half an hour later, shocking news spread online. The president of Zhu Media announced that he was married. On Zhao Yi's official personal page, he boldly shared a picture of their marriage certificate with a very sweet caption, "I've been secretly in love with you for more than 10 years, Mrs. Zhao. Please allow me to love you publicly." The news quickly exploded. Zhao Yi broke 10 million official notifications. Large screens everywhere on the street were showing their wedding photos. Everyone was shocked. Secretly in love for 10 years. This is some juicy news. On this side, Jiang Ying and Quan Xi got into the car and left Changbo's hotel. Both of them saw the shocking information on the way back. Their pictures were being shared widely, and the media was paying a lot of attention. Quan Xi's eyes sparkled with admiration. She tilted her head to look at Jiang Ying and teased, "Zhu Yi's move this time is a perfect 10. Ying Ying, I know why you fell for Zhu Yi." Kui Ji was sitting next to her, chattering nonstop, saying, Zhu Yi really knows how to play it. Wow, wow, wow. Even though I know the official announcement about his crush of over 10 years is fake, it still moved me to tears. But Jiang Ying seriously said, "It's true. Zhao Yi posting that announcement is true. He really has had a crush on me for 10 years. Quan Ji was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jiang Ying, still finding it hard to believe. No wonder. No wonder I've been feeling like your attitude towards Zhao Yi has been weird lately, so you were moved." After Quan Ji said that, she pursed her lips and cautiously asked Jiang Ying, "But what about that condition of yours? Is it okay?" Jiang Ying lowered her eyes, her hands tightly gripping the steering wheel, her heart heavy with thoughts. She sadly smiled bitterly and said, "It's not okay. I'm preparing to undergo desensitization therapy." Seeing Jiang Ying's appearance, Quan Ji felt heartbroken and worriedly asked, "Are you sure? I still remember clearly 2 years ago when you did physical therapy. After it was done, your face was pale white, and you kept vomiting." Jiang Ying didn't reply immediately. She glanced out the window and took a breath of fresh air. Zhou Yi's image once again appeared in her mind, making her even more certain of her decision. She emphasized to Quan Ji, "I want to try again." Jiang Ying took out her phone and tapped on the comment section in Zhou Yi's post. She commented a very touching sentence. "Together with you, everything is reasonable, legal, and makes sense." After Jiang Ying and Quan Ji chatted for a while in the car, they got out of the car and walked to the entrance of Zhuao's media. Arriving at the public relations department, as soon as Jiang Ying walked in, everyone in the room started cheering. "Greetings, Madam President." Chao Nan happily handed over a bag of red candies and said with joy, "Thank you for Madam President's wedding candy." Jiang Ying was stunned for a moment, then smiled and looked at everyone. She looked at Chao Nan and asked softly with a curious tone, "What's this?" The smile at the corner of Chao Nan's mouth was so bright, revealing all her teeth. "It's the wedding candy from you and President Zhu." President Zhu told Assistant Chen to give everyone a share. He also said that it was a secret marriage before, so he's inviting everyone now. Then the two quickly walked into the office. What was inside made her even more surprised. Her eyes widened as she looked at the frames placed neatly on the table. All of them were wedding photos of her and Zhao Yi. Chao Nan looked at her attentively with an admiring gaze and said, "Director Jiang, President Zhao personally placed those photos on your desk just now." Jiang Ying raised her eyes and asked, "He was here just now?" Chao Nan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and replied, "Yes, I've worked here for so long, and I've never seen President Zhao so happy." While Jiang Ying was listening to Chao Nan chattering, the intercom on the desk suddenly rang. She answered the call, and Zhao Yi's deep, pleasant voice rang from the other end of the phone. "Mrs. Zhao, are you back at the company?" She glanced down at the sweet candy and replied, "Yeah, I even received wedding candy." He asked curiously from the other end of the line, "Is it sweet?" Jiang Ying rubbed the candy in her hand and honestly replied, "I haven't tasted it yet." The candy in the hands of the two people at this moment was extremely sweet and strange. Zhou Yi said in a deep voice with a laugh, "Come over here, I'll feed it to you." Switching to the scene in Zhu Yi's office, he was leaning back in his chair. When he saw Jiang Ying coming, his face playfully asked, "Mrs. Zhao came to eat candy." She walked over without answering and changed the subject to question, "How's the Changbo matter resolved?" The smile on Zhao Yi's lips deepened. He still held the candy towards her. "It's very sweet, want to eat." She coldly replied, "I don't want to." He stood up and walked in front of Jiang Ying, opened a candy, and said, "Try it." He put it into his mouth without hesitation, lowered his head, and asked with a seductive voice, "The candy is very sweet." Zhao Yi lowered his head again, brought it close to her lips and rubbed, patiently coaxing her, "Try it, it's very sweet." She calmly looked at him and replied, "I don't like sweets." He teased with a smile, "Really? But I'm so sweet, how do you still like me?" Jiang Ying was stunned, wondering how to answer, when Zhao Yi's thin lips suddenly pressed against her lips. The moment their lips and tongues intertwined, the sweetness spread in her mouth. Jiang Ying's heart was pounding wildly, her eyes dazed and speechless. After the kiss ended, Zhao Yi put his hand on the back of Jiang Ying's head and asked with a wanton smile, "How is it, sweet?" Zhou Yi wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at Jiang Ying mischievously, asking, "Sweet, isn't it?" His expression made her blush with embarrassment. Turning away to avoid his gaze, Zhao Yi stopped teasing and placed his hands in front of his chest, continuing, "Changbo's matter has been resolved. The director and lead actors of the film crew have personally come forward to explain on his behalf. Do you want to ask Changbo if he wants to come to Zhaoxi Media?" Jiang Ying was quite surprised to hear him ask that. "Aren't you jealous?" Zhao Yi arrogantly countered, "Don't you think I have any confidence at all?" Jiang Ying turned her face away, denying, "Not necessarily." Zhao Yi shamelessly reached out and took her hand, calling, "Mrs. Zhao." He whispered to her, "I wasn't afraid when I had no title. Now that I have one, what am I afraid of?" A look of deep affection appeared on Zhu Yi's face. I'm waiting for the day you say you love me. Hearing these words, she was a little moved, but when she remembered what the therapist had said to her, she paused. Jiang Ying, therapy is too cruel for you and it's not even certain to work. Think it over. After thinking, she immediately withdrew her hand, rejecting his offer. I can't do it. Sadness and disappointment gradually filled her eyes. She turned her face away, not daring to look him in the eye, and probed, how long can you wait for me? 3 years? Or 10 years? Zhao Yi was silent for a few seconds. Then he calmly said, I'll always wait. Ying Ying, I even considered living a lonely life when I fell in love. Am I afraid of a lifetime? Jiang Ying saw Zhu Yi revealing all his inner thoughts, but she didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, asking to come in. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Yi's secretary came in to announce, Zhao Zong, the news about your secret crush and marriage is spreading like wildfire online. Now reporters are surrounding the building downstairs. Outside, the reporters were swarming, waiting to interview the person involved, despite the security guard's best efforts to stop them. A 10-year secret crush. Zhao Zong always has a scheme. Zhao Zong is holding hands with his rumored girlfriend while waiting for director Jiang. Does everyone remember Guan Lei? Weren't they dating? She even posted a clarification. Zhu Yi and I are just friends. And there's also top-tier Li. Initially, the rumors between Zhao Zong and me were all to attract director Jiang's attention. Everything between us was strictly business. My payment was this bag. I can return it. And also, actress Chen. Initially, Zhao Zong deliberately created a Playboy image because Jiang Ying was unwilling to marry him, wanting to give her freedom in this marriage. My payment was this bag. Those who were gossiping gathered in a corner to discuss. Those female stars have all posted clarifications. It's all a misunderstanding. The payment was a bag. Zhao Zong really loves director Jiang. I'm shipping this couple, someone retorted. To be honest, I think the 10-year secret crush thing is nonsense. Was it made up? The dirty road of capital. Even Zhao Yi's secretary was constantly updating the news for gossip. OMG, President Pei is supporting you by revealing the photo of you secretly crushing on your wife back then. Xin Lu's side also revealed your diary of secretly crushing on your wife. Zhao Yi was stunned and asked, what photo, what diary? At this time, Pei Yao was also holding his phone, browsing the hot searches for fun. Qin Chu didn't miss this fun opportunity either. Both of them simultaneously pressed the post button. Pei Yao revealed a photo of Zhao Yi, looking dazed, red-faced, holding a bottle of water, frozen in place as he watched Jiang Ying walk by. Qin Chu posted a photo of his diary of his secret crush with the caption, a little greasy, but as a friend I have to post something. I happened to find Zhao Yi's teenage diary. Jiang Ying couldn't stay calm, and was also gossiping with the secretary. When she read these posts, she was surprised and stunned. Zhao Yi was embarrassed and didn't know where to hide. Zhao Yi was so ashamed that he snatched the tablet from the secretary's hand and yelled, you two dogs. Then he slammed his hand on the table in anger and ordered, call them immediately and tell them to delete the Weibo posts. The secretary said awkwardly, President Ziju, I'm afraid deleting them won't do any good. The internet is calling you the epitome of secret crushes and praising you to the heavens. Zhao Yi retorted, a devoted simp. How is that a compliment? He sadly turned to Jiang Ying and whined, wifey, how should we handle this? She calmly said, no need. Yeah. Then no need to handle it. The secretary seized the opportunity and excused herself. President Zhao, Director Jiang, I have something to do. Excuse me. Only then did Jiang Ying ask him, is secretly liking someone very painful? Although embarrassed, Zhu Yi still mustered up the courage to reply, for me, it's not painful, but I hope you'll never have to understand that feeling in your life. Well, I won't have the chance to try that feeling in my life anyway. He stepped closer to her and whispered, anyway, you just need to take one step forward now, and we'll have a mutual crush. Jiang Ying was touched and asked him, Zhao Yi, what about those photos? Zhao Yi replied without hesitation. The photos were probably taken during your freshman year. Lao Bei took them. It was his birthday gift to me. Each photo was printed by Bei Yao himself. I didn't know when Lao Bei took the photos, and when he gave them to me, he said that he knew my secret crush was painful. Zhu Yi stared at the photos of her, unconsciously calling her name. Ying Ying, he told me to take your photos out when I had insomnia, to fantasize. And I bet you all know what I fantasized about that made me blush and sweat. Jiang Ying continued to ask. Then how did Xinju get your diary? Zhu Yi sadly replied. 11 years of secret crush. I had a lot of diaries about my secret crush, filled with my love and wishful thinking. Later I thought you liked Zhao Ting and wanted to cut off those thoughts, so I threw them away. Only that one was picked up by Lao Qin from the trash. As he spoke, Zhao Yi scratched his head in embarrassment, not daring to look her in the eye. Jiang Ying felt a little guilty. Zhao Yi, I didn't know. He took her hand and comforted her. You don't need to be sad or ashamed. I'm willing to kneel down and love you. She gently tiptoed, then leaned on his shoulder, poked him, and whispered, You should have told me earlier. But Zhao Yi didn't think so. Everything is the best arrangement. It's normal for the outcome not to be as you wish. If the outcome is as you wish, it's a gift. Outside the building, it was already dark, and it was even snowing. Jiang Ying was comfortably soaking in the bathtub. Zhao Yi was reading documents outside when her phone suddenly vibrated. The message was from Dr. Yu. Jiang Ying, let's start the treatment tomorrow, okay? When she came out of the bathroom, she saw Zhao Yi looking at the snow through the glass. I'm done bathing. Are you in a bad mood? He heard her voice and turned around. Then he asked a random question. Wifey, do you kinda like me now? Jiang Ying, who was wiping her hair, paused. Why are you suddenly asking this? Zhao Yi rushed to her side. He hugged Jiang Ying tightly. You're hiding it too well. Jiang Ying's eyes widened in surprise when she heard him say this. After saying that, Zhu Yi closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling of holding her in his arms. Zhao Yi let go of her and coldly brushed past her. I'm going to take a shower. Jiang Ying didn't know that Zhao Yi had just read the message from Dr. Yu, so she was still confused about what his actions meant just now.